to assist there with the suspected gunman now pinned on the third floor of the synagogue.
Yeah, they have him confined to the third floor of that synagogue. Just about every police officer in the city has been called to Squirrel Hill. Not only police officers, we're talking about firefighters. Every emergency vehicle has been called to the Squirrel Hill area. And this is at the intersection of Shady and Wilkins Avenue. Again, this is the Tree of Life Synagogue. 7 people confirmed dead. 4 people were killed on the main floor of the synagogue. Very busy there on a Saturday morning with services, and 3 people were killed in the basement. Several people were rescued from the basement there, but not before 3 people lost their lives there.
It is so unfortunate. This news is just devastating to hear this morning, to think these people were walking into a place that they felt comfortable and safe, a place of holiness and of their God, and to have something like this happen. We have not received any official updates from the city yet, as you can imagine. It is a very active situation. Mayor Bill Peduto is on his way to that scene. Firefighters there, medics there, police officers, as you mentioned, everyone in the city.
Okay, calls began coming in just before 10 this morning, letting us know what was going on. People were calling the newsroom. We got this on as soon as we could to tell you what's going on. Andy Sheehan is now waiting to tell us more about what's going on in the area. Andy. Truck. Andy, can you hear us? I guess they're not ready. They're not ready to go on just yet. But again, recapping what's going on in Squirrel Hill this morning at the Tree of Life Synagogue. 4 people killed on the main floor of the synagogue and 3 people killed in the basement. Now, people had to be rescued from the basement. Unfortunately, 3 people were killed before they were able to get everyone out. Again, every police officer in the city is there. Megan Schiller is ready to come on now with a little more information. Megan, good morning. What else do you know?
Good morning. We are hearing reports that a suspect has surrendered and that a SWAT team has been talking with that suspect. The suspect still reported as alive right now. They are engaging him. We are told that he was crawling and that he was injured. That is the very latest from police. We have moved 2 blocks over to the corner of Murray and Northumberland. This is where we are told that they will brief the media. They will give us the very latest information. Pittsburgh Police is here, ambulances, people, firefighters from all across the city right now. We've seen people run by in armored vehicles. As you can see, officers that are walking by right now in tactical gear, everyone approaching. We're only a few blocks from the synagogue, the Tree of Life Synagogue, that's located at the corner of Shady and Wilkins. So again, we were hearing that there was a possible surrendering occurring with the suspect, who was reported alive yet injured. We're going to see if we can go back over to Andy Sheehan, who is reporting just a few blocks over. He's on Shady in Northumberland. Brenda, over to him if he's there right now.
I just lost him, man.
Again, according to recapping what Megan said, the suspect has surrendered. He is possibly injured. Police found him crawling inside the synagogue there, but he has surrendered, but not before this devastation. 7 people confirmed dead, 4 people killed on the main floor of the synagogue, another 3 killed in the basement, and people were rescued from the basement, but not before 3 people lost their lives.
Now, the last update that we had received from Andy Sheehan was that suspect was believed to be on the 3rd floor of that synagogue, and that they had him surrounded, they had him pinned and cornered up in that location of the synagogue. And as Megan just reported, the suspect is surrendering in some sort of sense. We believe that he still is in that building, but we saw numerous SWAT vehicles arriving on the scene, so we know that they are actively speaking with him at this point. Megan reported that he was crawling, appeared to be injured, is at least what she's hearing from her police sources.
That's right. Again, 4 people killed on the 1st floor of the synagogue. 3 others were killed in the basement. A lot of activity going on this morning inside that facility there this morning. You're being asked to stay inside. If you're watching us now, stay inside your homes in Squirrel Hill. If you live or work in the area, don't walk, don't drive in the area. Several universities in the area, they were getting emergency text messages on their phones. Many of the students were telling them to avoid the area as well. We understand that Andy Sheehan is now ready. Andy, do you have a little more information for us?
Okay, so we are here. We know now that they had pinned down this gunman in the third floor of this building. We know now that this gunman has surrendered to the police. Apparently, they had him pinned down. There was an exchange of gunfire. Apparently, he has been injured. He crawled out from a crawl space, and he has surrendered. Only thing we know about him is that he is a white male and that he has a beard. In this exchange of gunfire, we know that there were 2 more police officers who were shot. We do not know their condition. We know that earlier a police officer was shot in the hand or sustained some non-life-threatening injuries. In this exchange of gunfire on the 3rd floor of the synagogue, there were 2 police officers who were shot. Again, we do not know the extent of their injuries. We now have in this horrific incident that 8 people have been killed. 8 people have been shot and were fatally wounded by this gunman who came to this synagogue earlier this morning, shot at least 4 people on the main floor, went to a basement of the synagogue, and apparently shot and killed at least 4 more people. 8 people dead in all. Other people have been shot. We do not know the extent of their injuries. As you can see, this situation is still an active one, and for police, they have cordoned off this entire area for several blocks. The synagogue is in a very quiet neighborhood in Squirrel Hill. It is across the street from the Children's Institute, a institute for rehabilitation of special needs kids. There are very few incidents in this neighborhood. This synagogue, the Tree of Life, is a conservative Jewish synagogue. This morning, they had scheduled a Shabbat service. I'm also told that there was also scheduled was a bris, a circumcision ceremony in the Jewish tradition. So the synagogue was probably jam-packed with people. I live in this neighborhood. I live just a block away from the Tree of Life. It is a very active congregation, very vibrant and active congregation. Big crowds around the synagogue on all the Jewish holy days. And so, you know, on a Saturday morning for Shabbat and for this other ceremony, the synagogue would have been full of people. So one can only imagine the terror that took place here this morning. Police from all over the region have responded. They have cordoned off the area. When I got here about 40 minutes ago, you would see police officers, dozens of them, who were crouched behind their vehicles with semi-automatic rifles in SWAT gear. The Allegheny County SWAT team was here. The City of Pittsburgh SWAT team. They had the building surrounded. I'm saying about 20 minutes ago, we saw everyone mobilized. Those officers who have been crouched down on Shady Avenue went to stormed the building. Apparently they had this gunman then cordoned off, pinned down on the 3rd floor. We know that there was an exchange of gunfire. 2 officers would have been shot at that point. We do not know their condition. We understand that the gunman, who is only described now as a white male with a beard, was also injured, and then after some negotiation, he surrendered.
Andy, thank you very much for that update.
You know, that law enforcement from throughout the region, you know, has been mobilized here. We also see, I am up on Northumberland Street, and that's the home of the police station and of a fire bureau. We're looking now at members of the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire who are assisting in this effort. This is a sort of an unprecedented occurrence in Squirrel Hill. This is one of a number of mass mass shootings that have occurred in America, and now it's being visited, upon, a very quiet and stable community of Squirrel Hill in the city of Pittsburgh. We're here. We're waiting word. We do not see from here any of this arrest taking place, this gunman being taken into custody, but we understand from police sources on the scene that in fact is what happened. But back to you.
All right.
Andy, thank you so much. And Brenda, I think what is noticeably different there is you can see kind of the scene clearing in that place where he is. I know he's about a block away from the synagogue, but just a few firefighters there and one police vehicle. So it seems like something has occurred at the synagogue.
As we said earlier, just about every officer from every district has been dispatched to this area. We want to thank those officers for doing a great job. We understand that the suspect has now surrendered, possibly injured. He was found crawling on that third floor where he had been confined at the synagogue. Now, Andy says now 8 people have been confirmed dead. 4 of those people were killed on the main floor of the synagogue. 4 others were killed in the basement. And I'm just getting a text message from friends who go to that synagogue. And we understand that a smaller synagogue uses the basement for their services. So it was 2 synagogues there. Well, so Megan is now standing by to tell us what else she's learned.
Megan?
And that is
Good morning. Yeah, we are hearing that people who work at KDKA have friends who have family members who were inside the synagogue whenever this happened. One woman that we know who had her 2 brothers that were inside the synagogue. We are working to talk to them and to get the very latest from when this all happened, what went through their minds, and what happened inside the synagogue. Obviously, we are still really early on. The number that Andy Sheehan has been giving you, that's the number right now. We are hearing reports that the number could be higher, and also we originally were told 2 officers shot. We are told that number could continue to rise. We, of course, are still standing by. We're waiting for an update from Pittsburgh Police as well as Mayor Bill Peduto. We were told to stand here at the intersection of Murray Avenue and Northumberland to wait for an update. We're told that Murray Avenue is their staging ground. That's where they yelled for all of the officers to go as soon as the first arriving officers received fire from outside of the synagogue. They were told to use their police vehicles, to use whatever they could as a shield in order to get out of the way. We're standing right now behind a line of Pittsburgh police officers as well as state police officers, and there are some officials that are a little further down. For instance, just Ritz Fitzgerald, for instance, I see him there. They're talking to officers. So some of the leading officials in the city of Pittsburgh have now arrived here on Murray Avenue, and they are getting briefed. As Andy Sheehan mentioned, that suspect is in custody. We are told he is a male, a white male. We were told originally he was a heavier set white male wearing jeans with a beard. They also said that they found some magazines in the hallway. They also found shell casings throughout the building as they began their search in order to find victims and find people that were barricaded inside. They also were looking at a possible package that was being evaluated on the first floor. We're not sure if they believe that that's at all related to the suspect or suspects. At this time, we do know that there is one suspect in custody. However, we have not heard reports if there could possibly be more than one suspect. And we right now, again, are at the corner of Murray and Northumberland. We know that 3 people at least were rescued from the basement. They were trying to get others out. The people who called 911 reported that they were hiding, that they were barricaded inside. They were hearing multiple gunshots. At least one person calling police reporting that that person had been shot and called 911, struggling to breathe, yet calling 911 and asking for them to send help, to send any ambulance or any police officer in the area that could possibly help out and come here and offer backup. We're going to stand by here at the staging area. They won't let us go any closer because they say it's not safe. Right now, police officers on motorcades have been coming through, and we hope to hear from Pittsburgh Police and also from Mayor Bill Peduto. Obviously, right now they're gathering the information because that information continues to change by the minute. Local hospitals have already gone into preparation mode in order to make sure they clear room in their emergency departments. We, of course, will come back with the very latest as soon as we receive any more information. Back to you guys in the studio.
Developing situation right now, so much that is still unknown.
Now you have Susan Copen is on the phone. Susan, good morning.
Good morning, Brenda and Heather. So I just got off the phone with the former president of the Tree of Life, and I asked her to give me perspective on the building, to give me the layout of the building and how many people she believes would have been in the building at the time. So she said that there are 3 congregations that live in that building, and all 3 sections of the building would have been in use for the Saturday morning services. In her opinion, there would have been between 20 and 30 people in the building at that time of the morning services, starting at 9:45. There would have been some of the older people in the congregations who would have been at the synagogue. They're called the morning minuars. They show up to set up for Shabbat, to set up for the services. And I asked her about security in the building. Do you have to be buzzed in? Are the doors locked? What is it like on a Saturday morning? And she said, on a Saturday morning, as they prepare for services, the doors are open. They are open to everybody. So in her opinion, whoever the shooter is someone who could have just walked right into the building. During the week, the doors are locked and you have to be buzzed in to get in. But on a Saturday morning, this person could have simply just walked right into the building. I also just got off the phone with Brad Orsini. He is the Jewish community security chief. He is somebody who was hired by the Jewish Federation of Pittsburgh because of security concerns, because of the fear of something happening. He is on scene. He said he didn't have any information to share with us, but he would talk to me later. But, of course, security, front of mind. Brad Orsini, the Jewish community security chief, someone hired by the Jewish Federation of Pittsburgh because of situations like this and the reality of the world that we live in right now. But again, 3 different congregations that live in that building in Tree of Life. All 3 sections of the building would have been in use. Approximately 20 to 30 people in the building at that time. And in the former president's opinion, the shooter could have simply just walked right into the building on a Saturday morning.
Unbelievable. Susan, thank you so much for that information. And as she was just reporting, from what Susan understands, 3 congregations call the Tree of Life home. And they would all be joining there this morning for their Saturday services beginning around 9:45 this morning. Andy Sheehan had received information earlier this morning as well that a bris was also scheduled to take place this morning. And a bris is usually a very traditional thing in the Jewish community where you may gather at the synagogue. Usually the child is very, very young, maybe even an infant, just a few days old when something like this would take place.
And Susan was also saying that service begins there at 9:45 on Saturday. We're going to toss to Andy right now. I'm going to step out for a bit. Ken Rice is replacing me, but let's go now to Andy with more information.
Yes, there are people here that were in this. There are people here that were in the synagogue this morning. They are huddled. They are crying. They are in shock, and they are in grief as the reality of this situation is just starting to sink in. I had a chance to talk to some of them. They do not want to appear on camera. They are shaken, and they are grieving. And this has just been a sort of a knife through the heart of this neighborhood. People are, in fact, in shock of what has happened. I am getting word now from police sources that this man, I have a tentative identification on him. I don't want to share that at this time. I'd like to try to confirm that with law enforcement. But I am told that he came into this synagogue and he shot people yelling that all Jews must die. That he was a gunman motivated by anti-Semitic fervor, and shot up this synagogue this morning in a common Saturday morning occurrence, a gathering at the Tree of Life synagogue for Shabbat, Sabbath services. Also, I'm told that there was a bris, a Jewish circumcision ceremony in the basement, that he went through the building shooting almost indiscriminately vehemently shouting these anti-Semitic spoutings about all Jews must die. He has been taken into custody. We do not see that, but we do know that he shot through the building, that people were huddled, others fled, and that in the initial response of law enforcement, that one police officer was shot. We're told that he may have been shot in the hand, but that his wounds were not life-threatening. But then there was a general all-hands-on-deck order from police agencies throughout the region. Allegheny County SWAT, City of Pittsburgh SWAT surrounded the building with heavy artillery, and then about an hour ago, they rushed the building, and that there was an exchange of gunfire between police officers and this suspect on the third floor of the building. 2 officers were shot in that exchange of gunfire, but we're told also that the suspect, the gunman, was also injured somehow. I don't know if he was shot or not, but then after a negotiation, he did surrender. He is in custody. We do not see him. We have not seen any activity of him being taken away, but we are told by police sources that he is in custody. I will do some more digging to try to sort of confirm the identity of this gunman before we release his name. But the situation now is somewhat under control. The wounded, we know that we have confirmed tragically that 8 people are dead. I'm told that there may be other fatalities. We know that other people have been shot this morning. This is just, a horrific mass shooting that, has become all too common in this country and now has been visited upon Squirrel Hill in the city of Pittsburgh. Just sort of unbelievable occurrence here, an unbelievable tragedy that's occurred here. Right, it would be in my own personal backyard. I live very close to here, so it's just a shocking, horrific event that's happened here, and it'll be some time before all this sort of sinks in.
Ken Rice.
Back to you.
Andy, it's Ken Rice. I know that that's your neighborhood. You've been doing an exemplary job this morning under unbelievable circumstances. As you're giving us information on the suspect, I understand that it's early, that details are largely unknown, but is there any indication this is someone who lives nearby, works nearby, has any connection whatsoever to that synagogue or the Squirrel Hill neighborhood?
We do not know that. We know only that he has given the police officers his name. We know the details that we have about him are scant. Only that he is a white male, that he is bearded, that he has a name, and that he came in, burst upon this scene, shouting these anti-Semitic slogans while he unleashed gunfire on unarmed people who were here only to worship God, and it's an extremely cowardly, brutal act that he's perpetrated upon these people who are only here for services this morning. Ken, as you know, I mean, as people know, in this neighborhood is changing over the years, but it has always been known as sort of the Jewish neighborhood of the city of Pittsburgh. There are 4, maybe 5 synagogues in Squirrel Hill. They run from conservative to Orthodox to Reformed Jewish synagogues. It's the culture of this neighborhood. It is known as a Jewish neighborhood. It's actually probably only about 30 or 40% Jewish, but this is a tight and loving, diverse neighborhood now that we don't have religious or ethnic tensions in this neighborhood that I'm aware of. But this has been visited upon this neighborhood. This has been visited upon us right now.
Andy, thank you very much. What we also don't know is the condition that the suspect is in. When we last heard, he was pinned on the 3rd floor before he surrendered and was taken into custody. At that point, the last report we had received was that he was crawling and possibly injured.
All right, we're going to go live now to Megan Schiller. She's speaking live with the CEO of the the Jewish Federation.
Right now on KDKA. So for everyone that's tuning in right now, can you say your name and explain your title for people that are watching at home? What do you manage?
I am Jeff Finkelstein. I'm the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh. We are the main fundraising planning organization for the Jewish community. Part of our function actually is we employ a Jewish community security director who is actually on his way in. He's a 28-year veteran with the FBI, so we look at the issue of security throughout the Jewish community.
Where were you this morning when you heard the news first?
I was in my house here in Squirrel Hill.
Can you paint a picture of how, when you heard that, what was going through your head at that moment?
I was in Israel till yesterday, and landed back in Pittsburgh late yesterday afternoon, and a little jet lagged, and when I heard that, everything just total sadness, emotion, worry, and I ran over here as quickly as I could.
I heard that someone who I believe oversaw the synagogue previously, that you guys have had discussions in the past about this kind of situation, that the FBI has come and consulted on this kind of thing. Is that the case?
Yeah, that is correct. We've done lots of training on things like active shooters, and we've looked at hardening facilities as much as possible.
Describe for me how many people would have been inside the synagogue on a Saturday morning, and what types of people would have been in there, what they would have been doing.
So I can't tell you exactly how many were in there. It depends if there was some type of bar mitzvah or other special event which would bring more people. I would guess a Tree of Life, a typical Saturday morning, would have, at that time in the morning, maybe 50, 60 people, I guess.
You talked to Mayor Bill Peduto. What did he pass along to you?
He just said we'll do everything he can. The city will do everything it can to help out. And I also heard from Keith Rothfuss this morning, who's on his way here as well. Really appreciate all the help from our local politicians.
Do you have security guards there during Saturday morning services? How big is security an issue for you guys?
I'm not a member of Tree of Life. I can't comment on their security practices. You'll have to talk to someone from the congregation.
And officer, we just heard from Chris Togneri that there is at least one, he was in custody, the shooter's in custody. Hearing that, and then after what's been happening this morning, how does that make you feel, sir?
Now I'm just sad. I'm really, I don't know what to tell you. My heart goes out to all these families. This should not be happening. Period. It should not be happening in a synagogue. It should not be happening in our neighborhood here in Squirrel Hill.
Can you describe the situation at Wilkins and Shady? We're told it's not just one synagogue, right? There's a couple buildings there.
There's one building. There are several congregations that share the same building.
Can you tell me a little bit, if in that room, if people were trying to get out of that room, are there exits a number of exits available for that? What does it look like?
I don't know which room they were in this morning. I can't comment. I'm sorry.
What's next for you in your position? What do you have to do? Who do you have to call?
So we're already in touch. I've been in touch with my colleague Brian Schreiber, the CEO at the JCC, and with our Jewish Community Security Director Brad Orsini and our Community Relations Director, and we're going to figure out what we need to do as a community to pull together, and that'll probably happen over the next 24 hours.
There are many cities that are streaming Pittsburgh News Live that are not familiar with Pittsburgh, and they don't understand the Jewish community in Squirrel Hill. Can you paint the picture for people that are watching that don't know Squirrel Hill?
Yeah, so Pittsburgh is very unique as far as its Jewish community goes. A little over 50, we just finished a community study, and it shows that a little over 50% of the Jewish community of greater Pittsburgh lives in or around this one neighborhood of Squirrel Hill. It's a high concentration of the Jewish community. It makes it very special, actually.
And just for people who are joining us right now, could you just repeat who you are, sir, and where you're with?
Yeah, I'm Jeff Finkelstein. I'm the president and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh.
Our other reporter, Andy Sheen, said it's a conservative synagogue. Can you describe what that means?
A conservative synagogue is one that is traditional yet open to change and adaptation to modernity. I think it's the easiest way to say it. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And if we are still out here with us, we were just speaking with the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh. We are here in the staging area. We hope to also hear again from Mayor Bill Peduto. He had come up to us a little bit ago with the Pittsburgh Police spokesman, Chris Togneri. He said once he gathers more information, he will then address the media. So that will likely be the next update from us. We're at the corner of Murray and Northumberland. You just heard from him. He said that he will now go and alert many people, and he described for many people that are watching beyond Pittsburgh what this means for people in Squirrel Hill and for people of the Jewish faith. We, of course, will break back in whenever we receive another update here in Squirrel Hill, again at the corner of Murray and Northumberland, which is where they have the media stage. They won't let us get any closer. Murray Avenue was the staging center for police. It has seemed to die down a little bit right now in terms of the officers that were running through in tactical gear and ambulances. We still hear some sirens in the distance. Right now, we're going to continue to talk with neighbors, anyone who possibly could have heard the gunshots. We're only a few blocks from the Tree of Life Synagogue, but for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Megan, thank you for the update and for the interview. Again, the last update that we received, 3 officers shot. Their conditions are unknown this morning. The last update we received from Andy Sheehan, getting his information from sources, 8 confirmed fatalities that took place inside that synagogue.
And Andy adding the necessary proviso that there may be additional deaths. 8 confirmed. There may be additional. Police won't be able to say until they have a full grasp of that situation. Let's go to Andy right now.
Here, IFP, or no?
Andy, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, so we are back here at Northumberland and Shady. We're still about a block away from the Tree of Life Synagogue. We see people that were in the services this morning. They are now at the perimeter area. I've spoken briefly with some of them. They are in shock, and slowly the reality of this horrific situation is sinking in, and they are now in mourning, and they are crying. I've spoken with them briefly. Police officers and detectives are telling us to hold off. They are trying to take statements from these people. They are now going to do sort of a forensic remapping of this event, and they want to take witness statements before they talk to any media to find out what happened. Recapping, we know that a suspect is in custody after a shootout with police on the 3rd floor of the synagogue. This after he shot and killed at least 8 people. We know that in all 3 police officers were shot. and wounded. We know that one police officer initially was shot, not in a life-threatening manner, but may have been shot in the hand. We know that 2 officers were shot in the exchange of gunfire with this gunman on the 3rd floor, but we do not know the extent of their injuries. We know that there was a negotiation, that the gunman was injured, and that there was a negotiation, and that he eventually crawled into the custody of police. We do not see the gunman. We did not see him being taken away from this vantage, but he is in custody, and police are taking statements from him. We know from police sources that he came into this building that was crowded with Shabbat and people attending a bris ceremony, and indiscriminately shot up the building, shouting anti-Semitic statements that all Jews must die. We know that this is a hate crime. We know this is a horrific mass shooting that's happened throughout the United States of America, but now it has happened within the city of Pittsburgh, in this very quiet, known as Squirrel Hill, known sometimes as a Jewish neighborhood, probably about 30–40% Jewish population, but known throughout the history of the city of Pittsburgh as having a large Jewish population. Apparently why this gunman selected this neighborhood and this synagogue. Back to you.
All right, Andy, quickly before we go, we heard there may be, several dozen people attending the Sabbath services this morning. Do you know where are people? Are they still on the scene? Have they been taken somewhere? What's the status of those who were witnesses and not among the injured?
What can we do?
All right, we may have lost Andy Sheehan. Heather, go ahead.
We did want to get back to Megan Schiller, and she is standing by with the former president of Tree of Life, who can maybe provide a little bit more insight into what would take place on a Saturday morning there. Megan.
Thank you. His name is Michael Eisenberg. He's the immediate past president of Tree and Life Synagogue. He said he stepped down from the position a few months ago, and he's going to speak with us right now. He can offer some insight about what all would have been happening at the hour that the gunman went inside the synagogue. What would have been happening? You said around 9:45, right?
9:45. There are three simultaneous congregations services that are being held in the main part of the building. Tree of Life is having a service that has about 40 people in it. Just below that service area, there's a basement area where New Light congregation would be having their Shabbat service. They would also be have around 30 to 40 people. And then just adjacent to Tree of Life's service area, Congregation Dor Hadash is in the rabbi's study room, and they would have approximately 15 people in there. Just all of these are just off of the main entrance to the building.
We were hearing reports of people being found in an atrium and in a basement. So the atrium is just that entranceway area?
There's a common atrium area where it's a central part of the building. It leads up to the services, but oftentimes there are people milling around in that area, either going to the ladies' room, men's room, or the coat room.
If I'm a person that's walking past the corner of Wilkins and Shady at that time, can I walk in freely? Is there anyone that would greet me at the door or stop me?
Not typically. On a day like today, the door is open. It's a religious service. You could walk in and out. Only on the high holidays is there a police presence at the entrance.
You mentioned to me when you were president there, again, if you're just tuning in, you were the last president, the immediate past president. How big of a concern was security for you?
It was a major concern for me, for us. We were working with the Department of Homeland Security to evaluate exit routes. I just spoke to our maintenance person who was able to get out because the doors doors were easily opened from the inside to allow him to get out of the building. But it was a major focus working with Brad Orsini at the Jewish Federation. He's a securities expert, what to do in an active shooter situation, active shooter training. We were working with the other synagogues on what to do if something horrific like this happened.
Who else have you talked to that was inside at the time of the shooting, and what have they told you so far?
The main person, the one person that I did speak to, I know really well, the Augie, the maintenance person, one of our maintenance people there. He's been there 25 years. He is usually a very cool and collected person. He was shaken. He saw one of our congregants down, but he knew he was in the bathroom, and he was able to get out of the building again because these exit doors were working well, and I just can't tell you how thankful I am just to have do that one piece of one task that Homeland Security told us to do.
Because in the past, you couldn't push through the exit doors?
They weren't easily opened, and they had safeties on them so that they couldn't open either way. But now he was able to get out. I mean, he could be alive because of this.
A few blocks away myself.
Where were you when you found out that this had occurred?
I was heading up to the service. I'm there I was there last night for a service. I go up there around 10 o'clock in the morning, and one of the vice presidents that I work with on facilities now that I stepped down, he called me. He works for the city emergency management, and he said he just got word that there's an active shooter at Tree of Life. Go up there and see if this is true. And I tried to get up. I only live a block away from the synagogue, and I tried to get up Shady Avenue, and it was police cars everywhere. There were guns drawn, rifles. I was surreal.
We first thought it was a drill. Whenever it came over the police scanner, we thought we couldn't even believe it. Have you heard about any people that were victims inside their positions, or if you knew of them?
No, I'm sure. I know everyone there. I know everybody in the building. I know that this. I almost don't want to know, but I have to know the tragedy that occurred inside.
What have you been talking with the other people that are past presidents or in a position of power within the Jewish community here in Squirrel Hill? What has everyone been saying to you?
Well, I mean, all we had up till now is I called all the tried to call a lot of, I couldn't reach, but the other past presidents. I spoke to the current president, but we were all either not in the area or we were en route and we just couldn't get in there. I mean, I was walking, like I said, I was walking up Shady, and all of a sudden just hear these shouts from the police officers, just get out of here. You knew it was not a drill.
Had you ever had issues in the past with people coming in, people that were suspicious in any way or did anything that it caused you to be concerned?
No, we've never had any threats. I will tell you, I've always had a very watchful eye because of what's going on in the current climate. You know, you see these bombs being mailed across the country, and our security was really just that nobody's ever tried. You know, it was just the fact that nobody ever tried to do anything because, you know, like most religious institutions, we have an open door.
I asked the CEO of the Jewish Federation the same question I'll ask you. Can you describe for people that are watching that aren't from Pittsburgh, that don't know Squirrel Hill, what this means for the Squirrel Hill community, that they would be targeted in this manner?
It just means that moving forward, this is a real occurrence and that we need to learn from this. And you want to be proactive and do things in light of this happening. It will be a catalyst for more security in the future, I'm sure, across all congregations, all religious institutions, because this is reality.
But you're glad if you hadn't done that one thing, which many would think is a simple security measure, who knows how many people use those exit doors to get out.
Right. It was something that I was listening listening to the walkthrough. I was listening to the Homeland Security experts, and a lot of this comes down to ability to afford security. But to free up a door many times is free. Just use it. And it doesn't cost anything. And we did it. And a guy that we love in the congregation, Augie, it could very well be alive because of it. Because when he went to use that door, he got out of the building.
And he was not in the basement. Are there ways to get out of the basement?
There are, yeah. Yes, there are. And a New Light congregation who their New Light sanctuary is in the lower floor of the building. They know the route to get out.
What's next for you?
Next for me is going to be more training, saying this. It's not that when I would get up as president in front of leadership and say this could happen. Now it's like this did happen. We have to put forth efforts to secure our building, and all the other leaderships across Squirrel Hill and probably across the country are going to have to do the same.
Thank you for taking the time to talk with us. Thank you. All right, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. That was the immediate past president of the Tree of Life Synagogue, walking us through what it's like inside the synagogue. We are hearing reports that possibly the governor has arrived. We're going to go and try to find more officials, and we will be live again as soon as we get more information. But for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Megan, thank you very much for that update. We are still waiting for an official update from authorities there. We have not heard from them officially yet. As you can imagine, they've been extremely busy up until this point. We believe that the suspect is in custody. His name has not been released. We're hearing some names floated around, but at this point, it's unsafe to say exactly who it is.
Before we go back to Andy Sheehan, if we can, I believe we can roll some tape of a spokesperson for the Pittsburgh Public Safety Department, Chris Togneri. Do we have that?
The suspect in the shooting is in custody. We have multiple casualties inside the synagogue. We have 3 officers who have been shot. And at this time, we have no more information because we are still clearing the building and trying to figure out if the situation is safe, if there are any more threats inside the building. So that's all we have at this point, but the shooter is in custody. We have multiple casualties and 3 officers shot. Thank you.
Can you take a step by step?
Mr. Mayor, could you add anything at all?
We're being told.
Once the situation is stabilized, there's still a lot of information that's missed. We're just going to wait and get. We want to be sure when we have everything. So we'll be coming back to you. There are fatalities, but we're not commenting yet on what there are.
We'll be back. We'll be back to advise the media on a regular basis, but at this point, that's all we have.
When there is an official briefing, we intend to bring that to you live.
And you could see some of the county officials there. We had County Executive Rich Fitzgerald, Mayor Bill Peduto on scene, hearing reports now that Governor Tom Wolf is also there near the synagogue as well.
And this has gotten the attention of the president this morning.
He tweeted about 10 o'clock this morning, and this was just minutes after the report started coming out about what had happened. He said, watching the events unfolding in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, law enforcement on the scene, people in Squirrel Hill should remain sheltered. Now, again, this was earlier this morning. We don't know if that's still the request from local law enforcement. He adds, looks like multiple fatalities, which we do know at this point is true. Beware of active shooter. Now, the latest update we have is that the shooter is in police custody, his name not being released. The last update we got on his condition is that he is possibly injured when he was pinned on the 3rd floor of the Tree of Life Synagogue. They were reporting that he was crawling on the floor, appeared to be injured, but again, we have not received an update on who he is or his condition.
I believe Andy Sheehan does have an update for us. Andy?
Well, Ken, I am talking to people on the scene, officers, sources that I have. We have 8 confirmed dead this morning. I am told by people on the scene, one source says that there are 11 people dead. That is unconfirmed, but this is a horrific tragedy here in the city of Pittsburgh. I do have information on the suspect. Those people, this is unconfirmed information, but we have a name of Rob Bauer. He is a 48-year-old. He is a heavy-set white male who has a beard. This is all the information we know, and I'm telling you that that is unconfirmed, but the people that are giving me that information are reliable sources, and so I am telling you now. I have no other information about this suspect except for a name. I don't know if he is a resident of this area, city of Pittsburgh, but we do know from these same sources that he burst into this synagogue at 9:30 this morning building and shot indiscriminately throughout the building, killing at least 8 people. Shooting 3 police officers. One was shot earlier in this whole melee. That officer was not did not receive life-threatening injuries. But then in the shootout later on the 3rd floor of the synagogue, 2 other officers were shot, and we do not know their conditions. We know that that he burst into this synagogue and that he was shouting anti-Semitic statements. I'm quoting him. People quote him as saying that all Jews must die. We're told that this was a Saturday morning Shabbat Sabbath service, and that there was also a bris ceremony going on. So the Tree of Life was packed at that time. There are people here a block away from the synagogue that were in the synagogue this morning. I've spoken to them briefly. They are giving statements to the police right now, and the police do not want them speaking with the media because they are doing sort of a reconstructive, forensic reconstruction of what happened, and they will be witnesses later on. So they are sort of reconstructing what happened. Rob Bauer is in custody right now. We do not know his whereabouts, whether he's been taken to the hospital. We're told that he sustained some injury in this shootout. We don't know whether he was shot or there was some sort of other injury, but there was a negotiation after he was pinned down, and that he then agreed to surrender and crawled to police, where he was taken into custody. Officers continue to arrive here. You know, this was an all-points bulletin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. We are following a tragedy in Pittsburgh this morning. At least 8 people have been killed after a gunman opened fire at the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh. This happened on Saturday morning. Typically, it is the busiest time of the week for any synagogue. Several others have also been wounded in the attack, including at least 3 police officers who engaged in a shootout with the suspect before taking him into custody. Our Pittsburgh station reports those who were killed were actually in the basement of the building and also in the main floor as well. Here's what police had to say just a short time ago.
The suspect in the shooting is in custody. We have multiple casualties inside the synagogue. We have 3 officers who have been shot. And at this time, we have no more information because we are still clearing the building and trying to figure out if the situation is safe, if there are any more threats inside the building. So that's all we have at this point, but the shooter is in custody. We have multiple casualties and 3 officers shot.
Joining me now, Paul Violas. He's a CBS News law enforcement and security analyst. Paul, the situation seems to have been contained relatively quickly. What is the protocol for a situation like this and this kind of an incident, particularly with a synagogue?
Well, Rena, you mentioned the correct word, and it's containment. The Pittsburgh Police Department.
Paul, unfortunately, you're breaking up. Is there a way that you could stand in one area, Paul? Unfortunately, the line is breaking up.
Can you hear me now, Rena?
Yeah, it's perfect. Great.
Okay, great. You mentioned the correct word. The word is containment, and that's exactly what Pittsburgh PD had to do. That's why they're still clearing buildings. They believe they had one shooter and only one shooter, but they're going to continue to clear buildings to ensure that there was nobody else. That's what they're doing right now, is complete containment.
When the suspect surrenders, which is what police, we believe, happened here, what tactics do you have to take to get someone like this, who, our understanding all morning, he was located on the 3rd floor of this synagogue, communicating with SWAT? We believe he was injured. What happens in that type of situation?
Well, the very first thing that happens is SWAT team has to locate the shooter, which of course they did, and they did so real quickly. But the most important part is isolating the shooter, making sure that he can't or she can't hurt anyone else. Once they close him in, they have to shut off all exits. This person has to feel there's absolutely no way out, and that's exactly what they did, and they did it real quickly. At that point, now they have leverage and they have a bargaining chip in order to get him to surrender, which is exactly what happened.
Paul, I know there are so many people who attend places of worship, synagogues, churches. particularly if you are a parishioner who attends a synagogue. We know NYPD has already upped security at synagogues throughout New York City. What should folks be concerned about, particularly as they worry as they enter a place of worship?
You know, Rena, that's such a really important question, especially now. Hate crimes are up about 12%, and we know over the last 4 years they continue to rise. But as specifically as it relates to anti-Semitism, Jews are, over a study the FBI just recently did, Jews account for over 54% of the targets of a hate crime. So, you know, the probability of risk here with hate crimes in the United States has risen dramatically. And your question is poignant, to say the very least. When we start asking ourselves, what do we need to do in order to protect ourselves when we go to a house of worship? That's a frightening question, even though it's one that people keep asking. And it's something that, whether it be a synagogue, a mosque, a church, whatever it may be, it's something that these religious leaders are grappling with right now. I know I work with quite a few of them on a variety of different fronts about security, a balance of security, and providing peace of mind and safety at the same time.
You talk about peace of mind and safety at the same time. You know, we heard from one of the former president of this particular synagogue, the Tree of Life, who had said that they had actually taken precautions. They have a former FBI agent, 20-year veteran, who was giving guidance for all these various synagogues throughout this area. When people employ that sort of thing, we believe that they could have even undergone active shooter training. What do synagogues need to know to be alert in that type of situation?
Well, we would have to know more about this particular situation. And clearly, when you hire someone with that kind of credential, you know that you're going to get really top-shelf counsel. But that still doesn't stop someone, as it appears this individual barges in and starts screaming, you know, all Jews must die, and he's heavily armed. I mean, that's not going to stop that, unless, of course, and Rena, you know, you and I have talked about this before, unless, of course, we go to access control at the front door of all houses of worship and metal detectors. And I don't know that we're going to go there. It's still something that we have to find a balance for, Rena, and we just haven't found that balance yet.
And Paul, when we hear that, we have heard that NYPD is fortifying synagogues throughout New York City to make sure parishioners are okay. In that instance, what does NYPD do to make sure they are safe? Well, first part of it, believe it or not, starts with intelligence gathering, and NYPD's intel unit is second to none. I mean, they're phenomenal, and that's gathering information off the internet, off the underground, the dark net, as well as other sources, as to any probability of risk that may be brewing at that point in time for that house of worship. And then it's counseling them on proper physical security, proper access control, strategically placing closed-circuit television cameras, incorporating artificial intelligence software so that if there are people that need to be kept out or be aware of, they can do so preemptively, just to name a few. And then working with them on active shooter training, and then expeditious evacuation drills that are non-fire related. All of those things are what we see police departments working with houses of worship on. Based on what we know at this point, which are just reports from our station, our Pittsburgh station, KDKA, we have heard throughout the morning that this was a white male, potentially with a beard, possibly in his 40s at this point, coming from our station there in Pittsburgh. And also shouting out anti-Semitic remarks as he was shooting indiscriminately into the synagogue. What does that tell you? Well, it tells me that it pretty much goes right along the lines of the quintessential profile that fits someone that perpetrates acts of violence such as this, from the age to the race to the gender. We'll probably find out a lot more about him as we move along, bearing in mind, Rena, you know, what we know at this point, with him in custody, police are going to need securing search warrants for the home, vehicle, devices such as laptop and phones to see if he worked with anybody, how he planned it, and who he's affiliated with. All of that's going to be happening right now. At this hour, police are assessing if that synagogue is safe to go back into. We know there was a bris ceremony, a circumcision ceremony for an infant that was expected to take place. 9:45, the services, Shabbat services, were expected to be held. We believe the shooter entered. Early accounts are roughly 9:30 this morning. When we talk about protecting a synagogue like this and this type of a situation, Paul, what is priority number one if you find yourself in something like this? If you're actually there, you know, and
this is something that's so important for us to keep our arms around and for our viewers to understand. Active shooters is something that we contend with quite a bit, whether we be at a house of worship or we're in a mall or whatever the case may be. The first step is to try to find a location where you're safe at, where you can at least find cover, not just concealment meaning something to stand behind, but cover, something that will protect you from any kind of line of fire. Turn your cell phone to silent. Make sure that you can't be detected. These are the first two things. Try to find an exit. Third or fourth is, if you can evacuate safely, you can ascertain that there's a clear path to evacuate, then take that evacuation route. If it's not clear and safe, then close yourself in and stay there until you get an all clear from police.
Fascinating to hear you say make sure you seek some sort of shelter and then also to turn your cell phones off.
Yes, well, turn them on silent at least, because the last thing, and I've worked cases like this, Rena, the last thing we want is for somebody to shelter in place, keep their cell phone on, the shooter's still active, and their phone rings.
Yeah.
So that's it. It's very, very important.
Very, very important to silence your phone. I want to bring in retired FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole. She joins us now by phone. Mary Ellen, based on what we have heard, also an account that the shooter came in shooting indiscriminately, shouting, "All Jews must die." What strikes you about this?
Well, a couple of things. That this was, it had at least some planning, that the shooter would have known what this facility was and who would be there, that what the religious affiliation was, and that, again, that takes some research, even if it's a minimal amount, and that he went in there and shouted. He wasn't going in there quietly, so he wanted them to know what his feelings and attitudes were. So I think that certainly suggests part of the motivation for why he did that, and there certainly will be more additional motivation. And it also sounds like he went in with the intention for maximum lethality, and that term means to shoot and kill as many people as possible. Now, that will be confirmed once law enforcement speaks to the survivors to find out, did this individual walk around and shoot people? Did he just shoot particular people? But it sounds like it was initially it was indiscriminate. He just went in there to shoot people. But it is important from my perspective as a behavioral analyst to know how he did those shootings.
I'm sorry, Marilyn.
Yeah, how he did the shootings is important, which means if he ran in and he shouted that statement, but then did he walk around cool, calm, and collected as he's inside shooting people? And, of course, it's very traumatic for the victims, but that tells me a lot about his thinking and his thinking strategically if he's cool, calm, and collected while he's in there.
That's fascinating to hear you say. If someone is cool, comes in shooting, cool, calm, and collected, what do you read from that?
Well, that tells me that his ability to be so cool under pressure like that, that's actually a personality trait. And that says that when people start saying this person is crazy or this person is unstable, just his behavior inside that scene would say to me, no, he was not, because he was thinking so strategically.
When you talk about thinking so strategically, Jeffrey Finkelstein, who's the president and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh, said they had just done a study on the Jewish community of Pittsburgh, and they found out a little over 50% of the Jewish population in Pittsburgh actually live in this particular area, Squirrel Hill area. There are at least 4 synagogues, is our understanding, in this small vicinity. What does that tell you about why he targeted the synagogue?
Well, certainly that would suggest that he might very well know that is the area where the synagogues are. And excuse me.
Yeah, I know you're getting a sip of water, Mary Ellen. I'm just fascinated also what you're telling us about the profile of this man in this area. Mary Ellen O'Toole is joining us now. She is a former FBI profiler and knows much inside the mind of suspects like this who choose to do these acts of violence. Mary Ellen, are you a little better?
I am better. I'm sorry.
Okay. No.
My asthma is kicking up.
Don't apologize.
Yes. He would have, if he was familiar with that area, and it suggests that he was at least somewhat familiar with the area, he could have gone and looked for which synagogues had the most activity, or which were the biggest? Or were there events taking place during this morning's ritual? So he could have targeted the right place. But what that also suggests is that he's been in this area before. Mm-hmm. He's looked around. He's walked around. He's familiar with how to get in and how to get out. Not intimately, but at least familiar enough. And what they'll do is they'll pull, obviously, the video cameras to see, because in many of these shootings, there's always, oftentimes, the shooter will go in days ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Mary Ellen, I want to give you a second to sort of catch your breath and get some water to make sure your asthma is okay. I also want to highlight to our folks that this particular synagogue that was shot into is known as the Tree of Life Synagogue. It is a conservative synagogue, and by conservative, I don't mean it's politics. I mean it's not Reform or Orthodox. The former president of this Tree of Life Synagogue actually spoke earlier about security. I want to play a bite for you.
No, we've never had any threats. I will tell you, I've always had a very watchful eye because of what's going on in the current climate. You know, you see these bombs being mailed across the country. And our security was really just that nobody's ever tried. You know, it was just the fact that nobody ever tried to do anything because, you know, like most religious institutions, we have an open door.
We have an open door, and that door certainly opened today as services took place at 9:45. We believe the shooter entered right around that time. There was a bris taking place, a circumcision ceremony for an infant is scheduled to take place this morning. Former members of this synagogue have told us that 20 to 30 people usually are here around that time worshiping. There are 3 different congregations inside that building who usually worship on Saturday morning for Shabbat services. I want to bring back in former FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole. Mary Ellen, we know now the governor and the FBI are on the scene at this point. They are working to assess whether that synagogue is safe. It still remains under lockdown. When you see the FBI and they enter a situation like this, what do they do starting off?
Well, they blend in with the responding officers who are already at the scene. So the SWAT team from the FBI will probably be there. Also negotiators, just in case they're needed. They'll also bring in the our evidence response team, who will blend in with the evidence response teams that are already on the ground with Pittsburgh Police Department, and they'll just start working the scene. They'll also bring in most likely victim witness people that will work with the victims that will be interviewed ultimately to determine what they saw, but also to provide them some comfort. So they'll actually just blend in with the officers who are already on the ground.
And Mary Ellen, in your experience, just based on what little we know right now about a potential profile of who this suspect is, who is now in custody, what stands out to you? Who does this type of act of violence?
Here's what I think is really interesting, but it's also so important to know, is that an act of violence like this doesn't just start this morning. It really starts in their thinking and in their kind of in their planning and in their mind, and it starts in their brain, basically. And it can go back for months or for years that they're thinking about their hatred, and it's just becoming even more and more intense. And then he may post things online about how he feels about Jews and other groups, and then take steps to acquire the weapon, to practice. But the thinking about committing a crime like this really predates the crime itself. It's not something, they don't go hand in glove. So it's the thinking first, and then it's the act itself. And it's during that thinking period of time that we know there are red flags to tell people close to the shooter or neighbors or maybe somebody that he works with if he's employed. These are the signs to look for, but particularly with people that are more in a living situation with the individual. Because leakage is probably one of the most preeminent warning flags, which is telling somebody ahead of time what you're going to do. And in so many of these cases, there is leakage beforehand, announcing either online or to somebody else, I've had it, this is what I'm going to do.
Not right now. Mary Ellen O'Toole, a former FBI profiler. Mary Ellen, I want to thank you very much for joining us and giving us some perspective on all of this.
You're very welcome.
Thank you again, Mary Ellen. I'm Rena Ninan here at our broadcast center in New York. We have been following this active shooter situation that has taken place all morning long. What we know right now, 8 people confirmed dead at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. An area known as Squirrel Hill is where the shooting took place. It's believed that 50% of the Jewish population live in this area who are part of the Pittsburgh community. At this hour, police are telling us that they do know that they have the shooter in custody. They are working to assess if that synagogue is safe to go back into at this point. We know here in New York, NYPD is fortifying all synagogues throughout the city and potentially also throughout the country to make sure places of worship are safe in this country. So today at 9:30 a.m., we believe the suspect did enter this area, did start indiscriminately shooting and shouting, "All Jews must die." We believe that this particular synagogue had undergone some sort of training to protect their citizens in this synagogue in case of this type of a situation were to happen. I want to return you now to live coverage of our Pittsburgh station, KDKH.
Clearing this section, we're right at the corner of Murray Avenue and Northumberland. So those motorcycles now have gone through. I also want to let you know we talked to Rabbi Chuck Diamond. He said it's going on year 2 since he was a rabbi at the Tree of Life Synagogue. He said since there were 3 services going on, there would have been 3 rabbis that were present in the building. Rabbi Klein, Rabbi Perelman, and Rabbi Myers. Rabbi Klein is a female rabbi and the other 2 are males. He said that they would have been leading or preparing to lead those services that would have started just before 10. He said he has not made contact with any of them. He said Rabbi Myers is the one who took over from him and is currently in charge and leading that Tree of Life Synagogue. Those are just 2 of the interviews that we've done in just the past couple minutes here on the scene. All of them saying that up until now, whenever they discussed security, they said, well, what if it happened, or if it could happen, this is what we would do. He said now they're going to say it did happen and they will take more security measures going forward. And we are told, as Heather mentioned, Governor Wolf on scene here. We have yet to hear from Governor Wolf. We've also yet to talk with Mayor Bill Peduto, except a couple passing words. He said he's currently just trying to get up to speed with the latest information, and he is expected to address the media. Also, you probably heard a very quick update from Pittsburgh Police spokesman Chris Togneri. All he would say for us right now is it's still a very active situation, multiple fatalities, and now they tell us they're going to need us to move out of the way as they get another Pittsburgh police cruiser out of this area. Again, we're at the staging area of Murray Avenue and Northumberland. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio, and you'll come back to us in a little bit. Hopefully, we will get another update from Pittsburgh Police within minutes out here in the staging area. All the media has congregated at this intersection, and we are hoping to talk with city officials in just a few moments. Okay.
Megan, thank you. Some comments on Twitter coming now from Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League. Quote, "We are devastated. Jews targeted on Shabbat morning at a synagogue, a holy place of worship, is unconscionable. Our hearts break for the victims, their families, and the entire Jewish community. We are actively engaged with law enforcement to understand the extent of this anti-Semitic attack, and we will work together with communities across the country to push back on prejudice wherever it appears." Again, that's from Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, ADL.
And we've heard a tweet from President Trump earlier this morning as well. Governor Wolf putting out a statement saying that whatever resources the city needs, he will be sending them, and he is on scene, as we could just see from that live shot. This all unfolded around 10 o'clock this morning. Services began at Tree of Life at 9:45 with 3 different congregations using that building as their home.
Right. You have the Tree of Life congregation, the home congregation meeting. You have New Light congregation, which moved not too long ago. They had their own building elsewhere in Squirrel Hill. They decided to consolidate things. They now are essentially guests of Tree of Life. They have services in the basement.
In the basement of that facility.
There's a smaller congregation still known as Dor Hadash, which meets, I believe, in the rabbi's study. So all 3 were having their services simultaneously this morning when this gunman burst in.
So some of the first information we were getting in from Andy Sheehan on the scene, as he was learning from sources and people there at the scene, is that in addition to the usual Saturday services that they would hold around 9:45, that there was also a scheduled bris scheduled to take place as well this morning, which means in addition to the regular congregation, you're going to have additional families there gathering for this celebratory occasion.
Right. A ritual circumcision typically happens on the 8th day of a Jewish child's life, Jewish boy's life. So yes, it would have been a busy place. There would have been a lot of activity. A typical synagogue on a Tuesday afternoon would be relatively quiet. On a Saturday morning,
very busy.
That's when you would have people there on a weekly basis, and that's when this gunman decided to strike. Once again, in addition to the 8 fatalities confirmed, there is an unknown number of wounded. We know that multiple patients have been sent to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital. It is possible that other hospitals in that area may have received patients. We're working as we speak to gather all of this information and to find out the extent of those injuries.
And Andy believes that that number may have increased because we do not know the extent of those injuries. We don't know if some of them were life-threatening as they were rushed to the hospitals. We also know that 3 officers were injured. Andy was hearing from some of his sources that one of the officers may have been struck in the hand, but again, we don't know the severity of the other 2, and we are still working to get more information. John Shumway appeared to see one officer carrying another or helping, assisting another officer into UPMC Presbyterian, where we understand a number of patients are being treated.
People are saying this is an anti-Semitic act because of what the gunman said. The gunman was heard shouting anti-Semitic rhetoric, including "all Jews must die," as he began indiscriminately firing at people at this congregation at Tree of Life this morning. Tree of Life, one of several prominent synagogues in the Squirrel Hill section of Pittsburgh. There at the corner of Wilkins and Shady. You have Rodef Shalom, Reform congregation on 5th Avenue, not far from St. Peter, or from St. Paul, excuse me. You have Beth Shalom, which is just a couple of blocks away, just off of Shady Avenue. But this is a landmark in the Jewish community. It's part of the foundation of Squirrel Hill, and it's almost impossible to imagine the number of families, the number of lives that have connected at some point with this congregation for some type of ceremony, for a relative's observance of something. It is the kind of place that has been a part of many lives over many generations.
And we know that it's impacted people even here at KDKA, friends, know people who attend there, attend themselves. We are still working again to get all of the details confirmed. 8 people confirmed dead that we know of. We understand that when the gunman entered, as Ken had just mentioned, was shouting anti-Semitic slurs, saying all Jews must die, reportedly. In the first floor, on the first floor, we understand that that is where 4 people were shot and killed. Again, a number of others injured. Down in the basement where New Light congregation holds their services, and they were maybe just about 15 minutes into it, 4 other people shot and killed there.
All right, we have an update now from John Shumway at Presbyterian Hospital. John, go ahead.
Yeah, we are waiting still to hear numbers from UPMC on exactly the number of people we have here. But I want to make clear one thing that UPMC called me to let me know. The suspect is not here. I talked to Allegheny General Hospital just a second ago, and they tell me that they have 1 patient there being treated. They would not confirm that it was the shooter, but they did indicate that there is 1 patient at Allegheny General Hospital who's being treated. The rest have come to UPMC facilities. Now, again, UPMC issuing a statement just before noon saying that they are treating multiple patients here at UPMC. They're not giving us any indication on the severity of the injuries, but clearly there were a lot of ambulances that arrived here and a lot of police officers has arrived here. Let me step out of the way so you can see what's going on behind me. Most of the ambulances that arrived early on with the victims have now cleared out of here. For the most part, what we have is a heavy police presence. And in fact, I don't know if you can see him at the moment, but there's an officer up there who has a K-9 unit. They're just making sure that this ER area is very secure. And there's a logic to the idea that they would not bring the shooter to the same hospital where the victims came. But again, Allegheny General Hospital is not confirming that the 1 person that they are treating is the shooter. But UPMC has told us very specifically the shooter in this did not come to a UPMC facility. He was taken somewhere else. And, of course, AGH is the only other level 1 trauma center here in the Pittsburgh area. Now, UPMC tells us that they are still trying to sort everything out inside. They have apparently a lot of people they're dealing with and a range of injuries, the severity of which they have not revealed to us as yet. But they called everybody and their brother into the emergency room, as they do in a level 1 trauma center in a situation like this, so that they would have multiple people on hand to handle the victims. And at one point, there were quite a few of the medical staff completely gowned with a mask on and everything, standing outside waiting for the next victim to arrive in an ambulance. I will tell you now that that has changed. Everyone is inside at this point. And again, the detectives, in fact, the first vehicle you see there, it looked like it was 3 homicide detectives who got out of it and went inside. A lot of questions to be asked of the victims when they can talk clearly. And we've also seen family members arriving here. I want to go back to something that we mentioned a little bit earlier, where there was a city police car who arrived, lights and sirens. I mean, he was flying. And he came up went directly to the entrance to ER. And he got out, ran around to the other side, and it appeared that he helped a SWAT team member out of the vehicle and inside ER. We could not see at that point any injuries or what exactly the SWAT team officer's situation was, but clearly he was delivered here by a fellow officer. In the foreground, you can see now the police K-9 unit that is walking the area, and the detectives returning to their vehicle as well. The situation here actually is very calm at this point. Most of the, obviously, the activity earlier to bring the victims here has subsided, and now it's just a matter of the professionals of UPMC and their Trauma 1 unit doing what they do to minimize the damage that was done by this shooter. And again, I want to mention again, the shooter apparently was not brought, and in fact, UPMC very specifically called me to say that the shooter was not brought to the UPMC facility, and Allegheny General Hospital confirming just before I came on the air that they are treating 1 shooting victim at their hospital. And again, I use the word victim because he was wounded. They won't say anything more about that. They say they'll let us know a little bit later on today more information. We're still waiting here at UPMC to hear numbers. How many people were brought here? What was the severity of their injuries? Where are they now in that process of recovery? And as soon as we hear anything, and they're promising to give us information as quickly as they can get it all sorted out, because it's very confusing apparently inside the ER at this hour. As soon as they can get that all sorted out and get us the information, I'll obviously get it to you guys, Ken.
To the unknown number there at UPMC Presbyterian and the one at AGH, are you aware of any victims from Squirrel Hill being treated at any other local hospitals?
That was the indication. According to the spokesperson for Allegheny General, in all of their facilities, they only have 1. And UPMC giving the strong indication that most of the victims were brought here, although, again, they have not given us many more specifics other than that. We're just sort of waiting, and I'm watching my phone where I am promised I'll get that information as soon as they're willing to give it out. But clearly, I mean, there are other UPMC hospitals very close by, but this is the level 1 trauma center. This is where they bring the most severely injured. This is where they bring those critical patients, and they literally pull the healthcare professionals from all over the hospital down to ER when a situation happens, so that they have the specialist right there handy who can deal with whatever the circumstance might be, whatever a patient might need. They have the best of care waiting right there at their elbow to be able to get in there and give them the best information. That's what a level 1 trauma center does. That's what they do here at Presby. That's what they do at Allegheny General over on the north side of Pittsburgh as well. And they did. They called everybody in when this happened, prepared to handle as many people who would come. The only question now that we're waiting to hear, Ken and Heather, is exactly how many people are here and how they're doing.
We will check back with you shortly. John, thank you.
And while we were still waiting to hear from local officials, President Trump just tweeted just minutes ago, events in Pittsburgh are far more devastating than originally thought. Spoke with the mayor and the governor to inform them that the federal government has been and will be with them all the way. I will speak to the media shortly and make further statements at the Future Farmers of America. He must be holding some sort of event there later this morning or this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll make every effort to bring you those comments live. Just another note, again, because this is in such a busy part of the city, it has wide-ranging effects. Carnegie Mellon University, just blocks away from Tree of Life at Wilkins and Shady, CMU has canceled all university-sponsored activities today. In a note to campus personnel, CMU says that the shooting suspect is in custody. There had been a shelter-in-place order on the campus. That has now been lifted, but again, all activities for today have been canceled. CMU does mention that it has counseling available for anyone who may need it in their campus community at the Counseling and Psychological Services Center.
Okay, so this all began shortly before around 10 o'clock this morning. Again, still waiting for information on how many people were injured. 8 confirmed fatalities. We are, again, waiting for more information from officials. Megan Schiller is at an area where a lot of the media have gathered and waiting to talk with officials, and she joins us once again live. Megan, do you have any updates for us?
I'm joined right now with Rabbi Chuck Diamond, and we talked with him earlier. However, I don't think any of what he said has made air yet, so we wanted to come back out here live and speak with him. Could you describe your position and when you were with the synagogue?
Yes, I was the rabbi of Tree of Life for the Simcha, which is for 7 years. We were merged together. Before that, I was a rabbi for the Simcha. We shared the building for 3 years.
Where were you when you found out?
I was at home. I live right up the street on I live right up the street around the corner. And I started getting phone calls.
Can you talk about how many rabbis would have been inside around 9:45?
Possibly 3 rabbis. There are 3 congregations who share the building. So there's Rabbi Perlman from New Light, who was in the basement. There's Rabbi Cheryl Klein, who was in the social hall. And there was Rabbi Myers.
We take you now to President Trump.
We'll be going there. I guess some of you will be going with me, and we'll be making a major statement. It's a terrible, terrible thing what's going on with hate in our country, frankly, and all over the world. And something has to be done. Something has to be done. But it looks like the results are coming in, and they're far more devastating than anybody originally thought in the morning. In the morning, they thought that it was a shooter, but they had the shooter, or they soon would. But the results are very devastating. You're seeing the numbers come in. So we'll be speaking to you at the conference, the Future Farmers of America conference, and it's just a shame to watch this and to see this for so many years. So much of it is absolutely a shame. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, do you think you need to revisit gun laws earlier this year?
You talk up, please.
Gun laws, Mr. President.
Well, again, this has little to do with it. If you take a look, if they had protection inside, the results would have been far better. This is a dispute that will always exist, I suspect, but if they had some kind of a protection inside the temple, maybe it could have been a very much different situation. They didn't, and he was able to do things that unfortunately he shouldn't have been able to do. I hear the police were outstanding. I heard the police did an incredible job, and as you know, numerous police were badly injured. But again, law enforcement did a fantastic job. But we're going to have a very complete statement for you. The results are coming in of what took place, how it took place. Again, law enforcement was outstanding, as always. I mean, as usual and as always, law enforcement was really outstanding. They stepped up to the plate. But Pittsburgh, great community, incredible people. I spoke with the governor, I spoke to the mayor, and to see this happening again and again and again is just a shame.
Mr. President, do you think there's anything you can do, because it happens again and again, to end this kind of violence?
Well, it's a violence that's, you look at the violence all over the world. I mean, the world has violence. The world is a violent world. And you think when you're over it, it just sort of goes away, but then it comes back in the form of a madman, a wacko, I think one thing we should do is we should stiffen up our laws in terms of the death penalty. When people do this, they should get the death penalty, and they shouldn't have to wait years and years. Now the lawyers will get involved, and everybody's going to get involved, and we'll be 10 years down the line. And I think they should stiffen up laws, and I think they should very much bring the death penalty into vogue. Anybody that does a thing like this to innocent people that are in temple or in church, we had so many incidents with churches, they should really suffer the ultimate price. They should pay the ultimate price. I felt that way for a long time. Some people disagree with me. I can't imagine why, but this has to stop. So we're going to have a statement at our stop with the young farmers.
Mr. President, towards the beginning of your presidency, you met with the NRA. You said maybe you were the president who could help solve this. Do you see that now as a possibility?
It's a case where, and again, nobody knows exactly what took place yet. It's too soon. But this is a case where if they had an armed guard inside, they might have been able to stop him immediately. So this would be a case for if there was an armed guard inside the temple, they would have been able to stop him. Maybe there would have been nobody killed except for him, frankly. So it's a very, very, very difficult situation. And when you look at it, we can look at it two ways. But again, if they had somebody to protect people. Now, isn't it a shame that you even have to speak that way? Isn't it a shame that we even have to think of that inside of a temple or inside of a church? But certainly the results might have been far better.
That's what I'd like to follow up with you on. Do you think that all churches and synagogues should have armed guards?
I hate to think of it that way. I will say that. I hate to think of it that way. So we'll see you with the future farmers.
Is that what you're suggesting?
No, it's certainly an option. I mean, in this world, this is a world with a lot of problems, and it has been a world with a lot of problems for many years, many, many years. And you could say, frankly, for many centuries. I mean, you look at what goes on. But certainly you want protection, and they didn't have any protection. They had a maniac walk in, and they didn't have any protection, and that is just so sad to see. So sad to see. The results could have been much better. It is a very, it's a very difficult thing for me to stand as president and to watch any of this go. You know, before I ran for office, that I'd watch instances like this with churches and other things. I'd say, what a shame, what a shame. But it's even tougher when you're the President of the United States and you have to watch this kind of a thing happen. It is so sad to see. So we'll see you at the with the young farmers. A lot of them are out there.
Do you think there's anything you can do with the NRA? Earlier this year you said you could
we're always talking. We're always talking to them.
President Trump weighing in there on the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting that has left 8 people dead and multiple injuries more. We know folks have been headed now. The injured have been headed to hospitals in the area. The president weighing in, saying when asked if there should be tougher gun control regulations put into place, the president saying instead that more fatalities could have been prevented at that synagogue if there had been an armed guard in place, and also saying that there should be tougher death penalty laws instead of tougher gun control laws. I'm speaking to Joe Spacek, our producer in the control room. Joe, should we now listen in to our chat earlier with CBS law enforcement and security analyst Paul Violez? The situation seems to have been contained relatively quickly. What is the protocol for a situation like this and this kind of an incident, particularly with a synagogue?
Well, Rena, you mentioned the correct word, and it's containment. The Pittsburgh Police Department.
Paul, unfortunately, you're breaking up. Is there a way that you could stand in one area, Paul? Unfortunately, the line is breaking up.
Can you hear me now, Rena?
Yeah, it's perfect. Great.
Okay, great. You mentioned the correct word. The word is containment, and that's exactly what Pittsburgh PD had to do. That's why they're still clearing buildings. They believe they had one shooter and only one shooter, but they're going to continue to clear buildings to ensure that there was nobody else. That's what they're doing right now, is complete containment.
When the suspect surrenders, which is what police, we believe, happened here, what tactics do you have to take to get someone like this, who our understanding all morning he was located on the 3rd floor of this synagogue, communicating with SWAT? We believe he was injured. What happens in that type of situation?
Well, the very first thing that happens is SWAT team has to locate the shooter, which of course they did, and they did so real quickly. But the most important part is isolating the shooter, making sure that he can't or she can't hurt anyone else. Once they close him in, they have to shut off all exits. This person has to feel there's absolutely no way out, and that's exactly what they did, and they did it real quickly. At that point, now they have leverage and they have a bargaining chip in order to get him to surrender, which is exactly what happened.
Paul, I know there are so many people who attend places of worship, synagogues, churches. Particularly if you are a parishioner who attends a synagogue. We know NYPD has already upped security at synagogues throughout New York City. What should folks be concerned about, particularly as they worry as they enter a place of worship?
You know, Rena, that's such a really important question, especially now. Hate crimes are up about 12%, and we know over the last 4 years they continue to rise. But specifically as it relates to anti-Semitism, Jews are, over a study the FBI just recently did, Jews account for over 54% of the targets of a hate crime. So, you know, the probability of risk here with hate crimes in the United States has risen dramatically. And your question is poignant, to say the very least. When we start asking ourselves, what do we need to do in order to protect ourselves when we go to a house of worship? That's a frightening question, even though it's one that people keep asking. And it's something that, whether it be a synagogue, a mosque, a church, whatever it may be, it's something that these religious leaders are grappling with right now. I know I work with quite a few of them on a variety of different fronts about security, a balance of security, and providing peace of mind and safety at the same time.
You talk about peace of mind and safety at the same time. You know, we heard from one of the former president of this particular synagogue, the Tree of Life, who had said that they had actually taken precautions. They have a former FBI agent, 20-year veteran, who was giving guidance for all these 4 various synagogues throughout this area. When people employ that sort of thing, we believe that they could have even undergone active shooter training. What do synagogues need to know to be alert in that type of situation?
Well, we would have to know more about this particular situation. And clearly, when you hire someone with that kind of credential, you know that you're going to get really top-shelf counsel. But that still doesn't stop someone, as it appears this individual barges in and starts screaming, you know, all Jews must die, and he's heavily armed. I mean, that's not going to stop that, unless, of course, and Rena, you know, you and I have talked about this before, unless, of course, we go to access control at the front door of all houses of worship and metal detectors. And I don't know that we're going to go there. It's still something that we have to find a balance for, Rena, and we just haven't found that balance yet.
And Paul, when we hear that we have heard that NYPD is fortifying synagogues throughout New York City to make sure parishioners are okay, in that instance, what does NYPD do to make sure they are safe? Well,
first part of it, believe it or not, starts with intelligence gathering, and NYPD's intel unit is second to none. I mean, they're phenomenal, and that's gathering information off the internet, off the underground, the darknet, as well as other sources, as to any probability of risk that may be brewing at that point in time for that house of worship. And then it's counseling them on proper physical security, proper access control, strategically placing closed-circuit television cameras, incorporating artificial intelligence software so that if there are people that need to be kept out or be aware of, they can do so preemptively, just to name a few. And then working with them on active shooter training, and then expeditious evacuation drills that are non-fire related. All of those things are what we see police departments working with the houses of worship on.
Based on what we know at this point, which are just reports from our station, our Pittsburgh station, KDKA, we have heard throughout the morning that this was a white male, potentially with a beard, possibly in his 40s at this point, coming from our station there in Pittsburgh. And also shouting out anti-Semitic remarks as he was shooting indiscriminately into the synagogue. What did that tell you?
Well, it tells me that it pretty much goes right along the lines of the quintessential profile that fits someone that perpetrates acts of violence such as this, from the age to the race to the gender. We'll probably find out a lot more about him as we move along, bearing in mind, Rena, you know, what we know at this point look at the custody. Police are going to need securing search warrants for the home, vehicle, devices such as laptop and phones to see if he worked with anybody, how he planned it, and who he's affiliated with. All of that's going to be happening right now.
At this hour, police are assessing if that synagogue is safe to go back into. We know there was a bris ceremony, a circumcision ceremony for an infant that was expected to take place 9:45. The services, Shabbat services, were expected to be held. We believe the shooter entered. Early accounts are roughly 9:30 this morning. When we talk about protecting a synagogue like this and this type of a situation, Paul, what is priority number one if you find yourself in something like this?
If you're actually there, and this is something that's so important for us to keep our arms around and for our viewers to understand. Active shooters are something that we contend with quite a bit, whether we be at a house of worship or we're in a mall or whatever the case may be. The first step is to try to find a location where you're safe at, where you can at least find cover, not just concealment meaning something to stand behind, but cover, something that will protect you from any kind of line of fire. Turn your cell phone to silent. Make sure that you can't be detected. These are the first two things. Try to find an exit. Third or fourth is if you can evacuate safely, you can ascertain that there's a clear path to evacuate, then take that evacuation route. If it's not clear and safe, then close yourself in and stay there until you get an all clear from police.
Fascinating to hear you say make sure you seek some sort of shelter and then also to turn your cell phones off.
Yes, well, turn them on silent at least, because the last thing, and I've worked cases like this, Rena, the last thing we want is for somebody to shelter in place, keep their cell phone on, the shooter's still active, and their phone rings. Yeah. So that's it. It's very, very important.
Very, very important to silence your phone. What are we doing?
Anti-Semitic statements saying at one point all Jews must die.
Our CBS Pittsburgh station KDKA has been monitoring this situation. We want to bring you back to their live coverage.
That 4 people were shot and killed there, multiple others wounded. In the basement then, another 4 shot and killed, and then more wounded in that location. We understand the gunman went up to the 3rd floor, and that is where he eventually surrendered and was wounded somewhere along that process, described as crawling out in the surrender.
I believe we have Andy Sheehan with us now with some new information. Andy.
Well, Ken, we're still on the scene. Things are kind of winding down around the synagogue. They are searching the building. They are leaving no stone unturned to find out if there was anyone else with this gunman. It is believed at this point that he acted alone and, that he had no other accomplices. I am piecing together information about the gunman. We are identifying him as a Robert Bowers, B-O-W-E-R-S. B-O-W-E-R-S. He is 48 years old. He's a heavy-set white male with a beard. There are Twitter accounts. There was a Twitter account that has been taken down under the name of Robert Bowers. Earlier this morning, he tweeted something about the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, which is a Jewish refugee relief organization that brings Jewish refugees to the United States. Under a name of Robert Bowers, there was tweets concerning this organization bringing people into the United States and quote-unquote slaughtering our people. And he ends it off saying, "I am going in." This is under the name of Robert Bowers. Now, this is piecing together from law enforcement sources that this is the name of the gunman who perpetrated this horrific act this morning, who is in police custody. We reported earlier that he shouted anti-Semitic statements, "All Jews must die," and shot indiscriminately into the synagogue, killing at least 8 people, perhaps as many as 11. But it's piecing this together. We see a profile of an anti-Semitic person who took action into his own hands, apparently very upset about Jewish immigration. Ken?
The location of the suspect right now, do you know where he is?
We do not know where he is. We know that he's in police custody. We don't know whether he was taken to a hospital. He was said to have been injured during this shootout with police on the third floor of the synagogue. We don't know if he was shot or injured some other way, but apparently he was injured, and this prompted the negotiation between the police and himself, and he crawled in towards police and then into custody. We haven't seen him. I understand that law enforcement on the scene did not want him to be photographed, so he was sort of taken out of here surreptitiously to some location, whether that's a police headquarters somewhere or a hospital.
Andy, if we can go by what has happened in other mass shooting situations around the country, I would say it's safe to assume that by now police have been to his home. They probably have his computer. Perhaps there was an effort to make sure that his home wasn't booby-trapped in some way. But all of these things that we've seen in so many other places, we can only assume would be happening with the same type of precautions, the same type of initial investigatory procedures would be happening here.
Well, that's true, and apparently this Twitter account, which I saw earlier like an hour ago, has been taken down. So police are trying to piece together would be at his home, wherever that is. We don't know whether he's a resident of the city of Pittsburgh, but this would be sort of the forensic information that they would like to have at this point. Somebody did take this down. It wouldn't have been the gunman himself, so presumably that was law enforcement. But again, this suspect apparently was tweeting this morning about this act. At the end, he said, I am going in, and this would be sort of a premeditated act that he had planned against this synagogue.
All right, Andy, what's the status right now of the officials that we've seen on the scene? From where you are, can you see where the police chief, the mayor, the county executive, does it appear that they're preparing to brief the public?
I am on the other side of things. I'm on Northumberland Street, which would be south of that, and they would be actually on the north side of it. And there's, this is sort of an 8-block area that's been cordoned off. Almost, I would say probably 5% of the neighborhood of Squirrel Hill now has been cordoned off. And I've not seen the mayor or Rich Fitzgerald or any of those people. They're on the other side of this scene for me. You can see there's a lot of people, a lot of noise still, a lot of hardware and artillery still coming into this area, but it is, a situation where things are being sort of wrapped up, and I think that we'll start getting official confirmation of the information that we've been trying to provide to you, but the information we have so far has been good. And bad at the same time. I mean, it's horrific information that we're getting. At least 8 people dead. I'm told by law enforcement sources that as many as 11 people are dead. 3 police officers have been wounded, and they are doing this investigation now to find out, the motivation of this gunman.
All right, Andy, keep us posted. Thank you.
And we're just getting word from Megan Schiller, who is at an area not far from the synagogue where a lot of the media have gathered, and they are waiting more information from officials who are at the scene. We have just heard that the public safety director for the city of Pittsburgh, Wendell Hisrich, is expected to give an update in roughly 15 to 20 minutes. So we're standing by for that. It's unclear at this point if other officials will join him in that briefing, if we are going to learn more about the injuries to law enforcement and to the people who were congregating in the synagogue this this morning.
We have a second tweet this morning as well from this afternoon, I should say now, from the president. Earlier, he had tweeted that he was watching the events unfolding in Pittsburgh and said he was keeping an eye on things. We have a second tweet, which appears to have been issued right before he took off for Indianapolis and spoke to reporters. The second tweet from the president this morning says, events in Pittsburgh are far more devastating than originally thought. Spoke with mayor and governor to inform them that the federal government has been and will be with them all the way. I will speak to the media shortly and make further statement at Future Farmers of America. So he already did speak to the media and expressed that things would have been different if this synagogue had an armed guard. Pointed out that there was no armed protection at that house of worship this morning, and he is now on his way to Indianapolis, and we expect to hear more from him when he gets to that event with the farmers.
At one point this morning, we did hear that the synagogue may have had their own security, but at this point, we do not believe that anyone was armed. Again, this happening around 10 o'clock this morning as services for Shabbat were taking place around 9:45 is when they were scheduled to begin. Andy Sheehan was also getting some information that a bris was also scheduled for this morning, and that is a very traditional circumcision ceremony that takes place in the Jewish community. That was also scheduled for today, according to Andy Sheehan. President Trump, when asked about the armed guards, he says, I hate to think of it that way. I hate to think about it that we have to have armed guards in churches, synagogues, and places of worship. But he says that they had a maniac walk in and they did not have any protection. That was something that he said before he boarded Air Force One this morning.
He said this has been a problem for centuries. So more coming from President Trump, more coming from the Pittsburgh Public Safety Director as we continue to watch the situation unfold here in Squirrel Hill, where a suspect is in custody after killing. Our information is at least 8 people at the Tree of Life congregation at Wilkins and Shady, right in the heart of Squirrel Hill this morning as those Sabbath services were underway. The gunman apparently injured, location at this point unknown. Multiple victims injured at least 2 hospitals. The bulk of them appear to be at UPMC Presbyterian Hospital. Family members of those injured have been showing up there as well. We are not getting any information yet on the severity of the injuries and a firm number on how many are being treated.
We also don't know the ages. Were there children at the services? That's something that we still don't know. David Highfield joins part of our live coverage this morning. He is near the scene as well. Good morning. Good afternoon, David.
Yes, Heather and Ken, we are at Shady in Northumberland, just up the street from the Tree of Life Synagogue. And of course, an absolutely horrific situation here. And people in this neighborhood who were told to shelter in place, stay in place earlier, now they are walking around and people are just sort of trying to take in what happened. It's kind of impossible to do that. And I want to bring in someone who lives nearby here, Mindy Kaplan. You're out walking your dog this morning, and you actually found out about this. How?
My son called me from the University of Maryland. I had no idea what was going on. We hear sirens all the time because of the fire station, so I didn't think anything of it. And he called to make sure we were okay. And I said, what do you mean? And he told me what happened. I immediately put the TV on and saw what was going on. I still can't wrap my arms around what's happening here.
You were saying you don't belong to the Tree of Life Synagogue, but you certainly know people that do. What are you thinking this morning? You said you've even heard some possible names of the people that have been killed or wounded.
Absolutely. We do not belong there, but we have a lot of friends and some family members that belong. And, you know, we're just starting to hear trickling in of names and, you know, possible injuries. And it's just,
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. We now have the name of the man who opened fire this morning at a Pittsburgh synagogue. He's 48-year-old Robert Bowers. We'll have more on his history as we learn it. But our Pittsburgh station, KDKA, reports as the gunman opened fire, he yelled, "All Jews must die." The death toll is changing, but several people have been killed. Several others were also wounded in the attack, including 3 police officers who exchanged fire with the suspect before he finally surrendered. This happened at the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh. KDKA also reports that those who were killed in the basement of the building and on the main floor. Here's what police said just a short time ago.
The suspect in the shooting is in custody. We have multiple casualties inside the synagogue. We have 3 officers who have been shot. And at this time, we have no more information because we are still clearing the building and trying to figure out if the situation is safe, if there are any more threats inside the building. So that's all we have at this point, but the shooter is in custody. We have multiple casualties and 3 officers shot.
Pat Milton is a senior producer for our CBS News investigative unit, and she joins us now by phone. Pat, what more do we know about this suspect?
Yes, we are learning it's a very fluid situation, but law enforcement sources are telling us that the gunman reportedly shouted anti-Semitic slurs as he was going through his shooting rampage. He was armed with a possible AK-47 assault rifle and 2 pistols. We're also being told that the gunman at one point had barricaded himself in a room inside the synagogue. As you reported, 3 police officers from Pittsburgh City were wounded by the gunman, but none of those injuries are believed at this time to be life-threatening. We have no motive, and we have multiple casualties, but we do not have any firm numbers on the number of people that were killed or injured.
Pat, what are law enforcement saying about where this investigation goes from here? Do they believe it was one suspect who acted alone?
They're not sure at this time. It's a very fluid situation. They have the man in custody, which is a major first step, and now they're trying to find out his background, trying to find out motive, and try to interview him.
And as for folks who may attend synagogues, churches, mosques, places of worship throughout this country, does law enforcement here in New York and around the country believe that they have reason to be concerned?
Yes, there is reason. We know that in New York City, the police department there has secured various locations as a precaution in their synagogues and their houses of worship.
And Pat, at this hour, what are police really zeroing in on at this point?
I guess they're just zeroing in on why he did this, and they're trying to build a case, a fluid case, as to evidence that he is the lone shooter.
All right, our Pat Milton, senior investigative producer from our CBS News investigative unit. Pat, I want to thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to take you now to President Trump, who spoke earlier talking about the synagogue shooting situation. He was also asked by reporters as to whether this situation calls for tougher gun laws.
So we've been following very closely the events of Squirrel Hill. I'll be speaking and making a statement at the Farmers of America. You see what we're doing, the Future Farmers. They have the big conference, and we'll be going there. I guess some of you will be going with me, and we'll be making a major statement. It's a terrible, terrible thing, what's going on with hate in our country, frankly, and all over the world. And something has to be done. Something has to be done. But it looks like the results are coming in, and they're far more devastating than anybody originally thought in the morning. In the morning, they thought that it was a shooter, but they had the shooter, or they soon would. But the results are very devastating. You're seeing the numbers come in. So we'll be speaking to you at the conference, the Future Farmers of America conference, and it's just a shame to watch this and to see this for so many years. So much of it is absolutely a shame. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, do you think you need to revisit gun laws earlier this year?
You talk up.
Gun laws, Mr. President.
Well, again, this has little to do with it. If you take a look, if they had protection inside, the results would have been far better. This is a dispute that will always exist, I suspect. But if they had some kind of a protection inside the temple, maybe it could have been a very much different situation. They didn't. And he was able to do things that, unfortunately, he shouldn't have been able to do. I hear the police were outstanding. I heard the police did an incredible job. And as you know, numerous police were badly injured. But again, law enforcement did a fantastic job. But we're going to have a very complete statement for you. The results are coming in of what took place, how it took place. Again, law enforcement was outstanding, as always. I mean, as usual and as always, law enforcement was really outstanding. They stepped up to the plate. But Pittsburgh, great community, incredible people. I spoke with the governor. I spoke to the mayor. And to see this happening again and again and again is just a shame.
Mr. President, do you think there's anything you can do? You said it happens again and again to end this kind of violence.
Well, it's a violence that's, you look at the violence all over the world. I mean, the world has violence. The world is a violent world. And you think when you're over it, it just sort of goes away, but then it comes back in the form of a madman, a wacko. I think one thing we should do is we should stiffen up our laws in terms of the death penalty. When people do this, they should get the death penalty, and they shouldn't have to wait years and years. Now the lawyers will get involved, and everybody's going to get involved, and we'll be 10 years down the line. And I think they should stiffen up laws, and I think they should very much bring the death penalty into vogue. Anybody that does a thing like this to innocent people that are in temple or in church, we had so many incidents with churches, they should really suffer the ultimate price. They should pay the ultimate price. I felt that way for a long time. Some people disagree with me. I can't imagine why, but this has to stop. So we're going to have a statement at our stop with the young farmers.
Mr. President, towards the beginning of your presidency, you met with the NRA. You said maybe you were the president who could help solve this. Do you see that now as a possibility?
It's a case where, and again, nobody knows exactly what took place yet. It's too soon. But this is a case where if they had an armed guard inside, they might have been able to stop him immediately. So this would be a case for if there was an armed guard inside the temple, they would have been able to stop him. Maybe there would have been nobody killed except for him, frankly. So it's a very, very, very difficult situation. And when you look at it, we can look at it two ways. But again, if they had somebody to protect people. Now, isn't it a shame that you even have to speak that way? Isn't it a shame that we even have to think of that inside of a temple or inside of a church? But certainly the results might have been far better.
That's what I'd like to follow up with you on. Do you think that all churches and synagogues should have armed guards?
I hate to think of it that way. I will say that. I hate to think of it that way. So we'll see you with the future farmers.
Is that what you're suggesting?
No, it's certainly an option. I mean, in this world, this is a world with a lot of problems, and it has been a world with a lot of problems for many years, many, many years. And you could say, frankly, for many centuries. I mean, you look at what goes on. But certainly you want protection, and they didn't have any protection. They had a maniac walk in, and they didn't have any protection, and that is just so sad to see. So sad to see. The results could have been much better. It is a very, it's a very difficult thing for me to stand as president and to watch any of this go. You know, before I ran for office, that I'd watch instances like this with churches and other things. I'd say, what a shame, what a shame. But it's even tougher when you're the President of the United States and you have to watch this kind of a thing happen. It is so sad to see. So we'll see you at with the young farmers.
And President Trump now en route to that event. We're going to bring it to you live as soon as we get that. But for now, I want to bring in more about the president's remarks. White House columnist for The Hill, Niall Stanage, he joins me now by phone. Niall, you actually wrote a column looking at the divisiveness in this country, and you said in that article that it precedes President Trump.
It does, certainly. There's no question that there has been increasing polarization in this country dating back decades. Obviously, polarization is one thing. Actual acts of violence of the tragic type we have seen today, Rena, are different, but there is, many people would assert, a connection between the two, and that is where the problem arises.
Now, we heard the president's remarks when he was asked by reporters whether this situation, this fatality, the deaths at the synagogue, should push forward more tougher gun control legislation. And he said no, there should actually be an armed guard inside that synagogue. That would have made a difference. How do you think that's going to be received, particularly by folks of the Jewish faith?
I'm sure that many people will be upset about that. I have seen a number of people on social media and elsewhere talking about the fact that there are many synagogues and other buildings that are in some way related to the Jewish faith that already have armed security guards of some kind. more perhaps specifically to this instance today, obviously we know that 3 police officers were unfortunately shot during this incident in Pittsburgh. So you put those two things together, and I think the point is not so much that it is inherently a foolish or bad idea as the fact that I think it will strike many people as tonally off for something that the president might say in the immediate wake of these events.
Now, we also talk about how one of the reporters actually mentioned it very early on in the president's administration. Many people were hopeful that maybe he would be the one who could work something out with the NRA to deal with gun control. Has that hope completely faded?
Largely, I think it has. I mean, his comments pertaining to armed guards in synagogues today were very parallel to his belief or his call for increasing security in schools after tragedies regarding mass shootings in that regard. So it seems as if he has moved away from the idea of gun control laws.
So what changed, Niall? Do you know why he went from one position to the other?
Well, the NRA certainly exerted its political muscle behind the scenes and publicly, criticizing him for comments that he made that seemed to be advocating for stricter gun laws. I recall there was a meeting at the White House, so the specifics elude me right now, Rena, after which he adopted a much more NRA-friendly position on this issue, frankly.
So does this come down to votes, having the NRA support? Is it that his base really believes so strongly in the Second Amendment they don't want anything curtailing that?
It's a combination, I think, of that belief among his base and the fact that the NRA remains a very well-organized lobby, a very well-organized organization, willing to put considerable money into political races, including, one might add, that it contributed considerable amounts of money to President Trump's initial bid to get elected in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you could hang with us for a second, I want to also bring in Paul Violas. He's a CBS News law enforcement and security analyst. Paul, we know that a suspect has been apprehended, a 48-year-old white male. Jackie, excuse me, we have got a press conference, actually. Paul, if you can stand by just a second, I want to take you here live. And this is, remind me again, Jackie, exactly who we're hearing right now?
For doing what they have done to make us safe and to respond
All right, we're going to listen
quickly, so effectively to this tragedy. And I want to turn it over to Wendell.
Wendell Hesrick, City of Pittsburgh Public Safety Director. As the mayor mentioned, we've had a tragedy here today. The work of the first responders has probably prevented it from becoming much more tragedy than what it is. The scene is very bad inside. There are multiple fatalities. There are at least 6 injuries, to include 4 police officers. The police officers' injuries at this time are non-life-threatening. The other individuals are critical and serious in nature. They were taken to 3 of the level 1, level 2 trauma centers here in the city of Pittsburgh, that being Allegheny General, UPMC, and UPMC Presby and UPMC Mercy. At this time, I'd like to say that we have established a phone number with the assistance of the FBI for any questions from victims' families. That number is 412-432-4400. Once again, it's 412-432-4400. A Victims Assistance and Reunification Center has been set up at Chatham College on Chatham campus at Berry Hall at 106 Berry Street. We will have grief counselors there, as well as the Red Cross. Please allow about a half hour for the final plans on establishment of that center. However, there are individuals working to have it up and running as soon as possible. A further brief press conference will be held at the County Emergency Operations Center at 4 p.m. this afternoon, of which the elected officials and first responders will give you, as well as the FBI, will give you an update. At this time, this is being considered a federal violation, and the primary investigative agency will be the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I would like to personally thank the many first responders that had responded to this incident today, to include the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, Pittsburgh Bureau of Police, the EMS, Allegheny County Police, and FBI, ATF, and numerous others that I can't even count how many first responders are here that are providing assistance. This will be a lengthy crime scene. We're asking people that don't need to be in this area, please stay away from it so that both the investigators and first responders can do their job. I will emphasize at this time there appears to be no active threat to the community. This individual that we believe the subject that is responsible for this has been taken in custody. That's all I have.
Can you go over what happened?
I don't. That's going to be part of the investigation.
Can you give the numbers one more time for us? For the injuries.
On the injuries, we believe 6 injuries, 4 of which are police officers. So it's a total of 6 injuries.
How many fatalities?
I will not discuss that yet until we are sure of the number.
It's been reported.
I don't want to get into that at this point.
It's been reported that he screamed, "All Jews must die." Is that true or false?
There's a lot of information. I'd be very cautious on what you hear and what you don't hear at this time. Like I say, we have numerous investigators here. I would ask that if anyone has any information regarding the investigation, that they also call that 412-432-4400, and that will put you in contact with the FBI.
Wendell, can you tell us what the situation was in there? How many people about were inside?
I don't have that
was
answer.
A service going on?
I do not want to give you. My understanding was there was a service occurring.
Has the security been lifted? Can people in Squirrel Hill leave their houses?
That is correct. However, we are setting up a very hard perimeter around the crime scene, and we ask individuals to stay away from that. So there will be a very secure presence around the crime scene just to protect the integrity of the investigation.
What kind of weapon was he using? Did any weapons recovered off this person?
I don't want to get into that.
You believe he acted alone, 100%?
I don't want to get into that. Right now, what we have is one subject in custody from the scene. Whether or not, as all these investigations, we have to look into every imaginable fact to find out if there is anyone else that's been involved in it.
Is there any evidence of a bomb?
I'm sorry?
Is there any evidence of a bomb?
There is not. Explosive ordnance disposal teams went through the scene, and there is no evidence of any IEDs or any further threat.
Wendell, for a moment there, you sounded very emotional. Hand was placed on your shoulder. Tell me how you feel right now.
It's a very horrific crime scene. It's one of the worst that I've seen, and I've been on some plane crashes. It's very bad. All right,
What's his identity?
I do not want to get into that. Like I say, there's a very active investigation going on right now.
Have you identified him?
I'm sorry?
Who are we going to hear from at 4 o'clock?
You will hear from myself, the SAC, Special Agent in charge of the FBI, the U.S. Attorney, as well as the elected officials.
A lot of moving parts today. What's the next step here?
The next step is secure the crime scene. The FBI has both assets from both Western Pennsylvania and from D.C. en route here, so they will be running the investigation and the crime scene with the support of both the Allegheny County Police and the City of Pittsburgh Police.
Did the shooter actually attend the synagogue at any?
I have no idea. I'd like to also mention the state police. They've been instrumental in helping us out as well.
Just to be clear, is it 6 people or at least 6?
As far as the injuries, right now we're at 6 injuries.
Did you identify the gunman?
It's an active investigation. I mean, obviously we know who the gunman is, but I'm not going to bring that up now.
Why are the feds conducting the investigation?
As I mentioned before, this falls under a hate crime, being it's a Jewish synagogue, so it will be basically a federal investigation with the assistance of the locals, county, and state police.
Is the shooter among those injured?
The shooter was taken to the hospital, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm still out here.
It's a very horrific crime scene. It's one of the worst I've seen, and I've been on plane crashes. It's very bad. Those were the words from Wendell Hizrich. He's the Pittsburgh Public Safety Director. He made those comments when asked why his voice was cracking. He was emotional. An official put their arm on his shoulder. This dovetails with what the president has said when the president earlier said it is far worse than we expected. I want to bring in Paul Violas. He's a CBS News law enforcement and security analyst. He joins us now. Paul, we're talking about the aftermath of this crime scene. You just heard that public officials say that. Paul, can you hear me?
Rena?
Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Rena, yes, go ahead.
I was just saying that we heard the description from the head of Pittsburgh Public Safety saying it is very horrific, this crime scene, one of the worst. And he said, I have worked on plane crashes before. Can you walk us through exactly what investigators might be dealing with on the ground inside that synagogue?
I can tell you right now that, well, from two perspectives, Rena, and I think to quickly piggyback on something that was said when someone commented to the director of public safety that he was emotional. I will tell you that 38 years of doing this, if you've lost the ability to get emotional when you look at something like that, you've lost the humanity that you need in order to have that position. So that's quite common and to be expected. I applaud him for for showing that during this particular time. It's composed and straight and direct. What investigators are doing right now, Rena, is preparing for court. They are making sure that that crime scene is immaculate. It is non-compromised. There is no way of contaminating any of the evidence whatsoever. They've contained it by creating a very solid perimeter. There'll be a uniformed officer at the entryway to that crime scene, and absolutely no one, and I mean no one, will come into that crime scene unless they have a reason to be there. They'll have crime scene techs that will be placing evidence markers around the entire area, and if there's more than one crime scene, meaning if it occurred on different levels, they'll be doing the same thing. So they're sealing everything off. Now they have to make sure, think of like a clean room. They're going to make sure that they don't contaminate the crime scene. So they're going to protect every fiber, every shell casing, everything, to ensure that when this goes to court, that a good, solid defense attorney won't be able to kick this case because of a compromise in the crime scene. That's what's going on right now as we speak inside that building.
What is so tragic and horrific part of this is that this was a place of worship. It was where these parishioners were attending Shabbat services, and there was also a bris, which is a circumcision ceremony. It usually takes place in the first week of life for babies. There could have been more people here. We don't even know the age, were there children involved? And to hear that public safety director say that it is absolutely horrific inside this synagogue. How do you protect yourself? Because I know folks who might be attending churches, mosques, synagogues are wondering, am I safe in this country to take my family to a place of worship?
You know, Rena, that is the question that we have been grappling with now, and you and I have covered a number of incidences such as this over the last several years. That is the question that everybody is grappling with. I never openly, try to criticize the sitting president, but in listening to that soundbite, I think it really is important to say and to go on record, and I'm saying this, that we cannot put this on the officials at the synagogue as if to say if there was armed security in there, this wouldn't have happened, it would have been less. We don't know that. And this is a tragedy. They are the victims, and we simply cannot put this on them. So I just want to start by saying that. The second thing, Rena, coming back to your question, is we have to make a decision. We all, whether we're going to a mosque, whether we're going to a synagogue or a temple, a church, whatever house of worship that we are blessed enough to go to, we have to come to a decision. That is, how much security do we want? How much security do we need? Are we going to incorporate that in our limited budgets? How are we going to assess what our level of risk is? And at the end of the day, Rena, and this is a question for all of our viewers and any listeners that will listen as well, do we want to put metal detectors at the front of our entryway? Do we want to see armed security and armed law enforcement inside our houses of worship to protect us? That, Rena, is the question.
Paul, you know that there are many people throughout the country who are former law enforcement, and they help with security, securing areas, offices, places of worship. What should folks be doing, even if you have a place of worship that might have a total of 5 people attending? How do you protect yourself?
That's a good question. The first thing that I always suggest to clients is try to have somebody that works for the church check social media just to make sure that, and you can do this very easily, to make sure that there isn't someone disgruntled or someone that's saying anything against A, your particular religion, or B, your particular house of worship. Because, as Mary Ellen pointed out earlier, and, she's as good as they come, people broadcast. They boast about get-even plans. They talk about things before they do them, and oftentimes it's done in social media. So step one in protecting yourself, have someone inside your house of worship monitor social media chatter to see preemptively if you have a problem. The second thing is church councils need to start to look at preemptive measures in protecting their house of worship, and that could be either A, incorporating closed-circuit television cameras outside, or B, actually having someone that's that's present during their services, that's armed. It can be someone that's not necessarily in uniform. It could be an usher that's professionally trained and certified in law enforcement. But that's the next step that I believe that we're going to take, is having someone dressed as, a parishioner and someone that's attending, but armed in the event, God forbid, something like this were to happen.
Paul, you always worry about copycats. We were talking about this with the bombing, the bombs that were mailed throughout this country from east to west coast to high-level Democratic officials. I want to ask you, when we talk about something like this, what's the fear about copycat crime, somebody else who becomes motivated maybe somewhere else in the country? High probability, Rena, and the reason for that is because the behavioral makeup or the pedigree of this particular individual is someone that seeks attention, and they get attention. This individual is getting a lot of attention. And as I mentioned before, and I quickly want to reiterate, it's important for us to understand the empirical data behind this, is that hate crimes have increased steadily over the last 4 years. We had a 12% jump from last year to this year, and 54% of that's being targeted towards Jewish people. So, we have a high probability of risk here. We understand that. And it's really incumbent upon us to make sure that we start incorporating more preemptive measures. When we look at the attention that these guys are getting from things like this, the next guy that's watching, an iconic network like CBS and CBSN that's going to cover something like this triggers this internal note to them to say, well, wait a second. If I do this, then I'll get the same attention. Yesterday we didn't know this guy existed, and by the end of the day today, Rena, the entire world's going to know his name. I know you build profiles on these types of people in particular. What makes somebody come into an innocent place of worship where people were doing nothing more than practicing their faith and cause them to indiscriminately shoot into the building, into people savagely, viciously, and throwing out slurs? Well, Rena, the thing to remember is that no one ever just snaps. This happens over a long period of time, and they tell people about it. We see this behavior mature over a period of years. Sometimes it starts with the way they were brought up and the manner in which right and wrong was defined in their house, or if they had a predetermined hatred while they were growing up against certain types of groups or colors, etc. That's really kind of metastasized as people grow older and they start to align with certain groups. As we saw, and I believe you and I covered Charlottesville together, we saw the same exact thing, the same exact hate that grew in Charlottesville. This is something that's growing in our country, and it's growing at a record pace right now. I mean, this is something we really need to pay attention to. You talk about the Jewish community in America. Remind me again of the study. Why do you believe that this is such a focal point when it comes to hate crimes? I think that anti-Semitic behavior has been, or should have been, but has been a large concern statistically, empirically in the United States. We just don't pay enough attention to it, and that's the unfortunate truth. But anti-Semitic treatment and anti-Semitic hate crime have been the focal point for many years. Paul Violas, I want to thank you very much. CBS News security consultant, law enforcement authority. Thank you very much for joining us, Paul. My pleasure, Rena. I want to take you to Israel. Shabbat has ended, the Sabbath has ended, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has addressed the shooting today. Let's listen in.
I was heartbroken and appalled by the murderous attack on the Pittsburgh synagogue today. The entire people of Israel grieve with the families of the dead. We stand together with the Jewish community of Pittsburgh. We stand together with the American people in the face of this horrendous anti-Semitic brutality. And we all pray for the speedy recovery of the wounded.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I want to return you now to our CBS Pittsburgh station, KDKA. They are monitoring the situation. This is their live coverage.
Moved here in 1960. I'm concerned they're in their 80s. I'm concerned for a lot of older people that don't turn inside more than they need to when this happens. And hopefully the next few days things will slowly return to the best they can.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Yeah, so, I mean, just people are in shock, and, gratefully people are, coming together tonight. There'll be different services at different synagogues, the community coming together in mourning, in sorrow, and I think in resolve, that they are a strong community here, and that life will go on after this horrific tragedy. As you can see, things are sort of breaking down here. Traffic starting to loosen up. The presence, this has sort of been almost an armed military presence that has taken over this neighborhood that's beginning to dissipate right now. And we will stay on scene and give you more updates as we go along. Back to you.
Andy, thanks so much. Very moving to hear from the Public Safety Director this morning. At first, just saying the scene inside is very bad, and then when questioned further, he said, I've been to plane crashes, and this is horrific, one of the worst things he's ever seen. This is hitting hard, not only for those who are in that neighborhood, but for those who have to respond to this and have to break the news to those who have lost loved ones, those who have to care for the victims, the 4 police officers who were injured. So many repercussions coming from this, and it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. We are still waiting to learn more about the suspect, who's been identified as Robert Bowers, according to our sources. Just one additional piece of information, that he's from Castle Shannon. Reportedly from Castle Shannon. Yeah, that's something new that's coming in that we're just learning, is he's from Castle Shannon. And again, we don't know for certain right now if the shooter was taken to one of the 3 hospitals where victims are being treated. We know that UPMC Presbyterian is treating a few patients, AGH also treating 1, UPMC Mercy treating 1. We were told that 6 people were injured, including 4 police officers. We believe that the suspect was also injured, so that would definitely add up to the numbers that we're hearing. All right, you may have missed this earlier, but President Trump commented on what's happening in Pittsburgh this morning as he was getting ready to leave the White House for a visit to Indiana. We have a video of that right now. We can show that to you. All right, we'll attempt to bring that to you in a moment. But the president spoke as he was leaving for Indianapolis, and he promised further comments once he arrived in Indianapolis to speak with the Young Farmers Group. But here's the president on his way to Indianapolis this morning.
So we've been following very closely the events of Squirrel Hill. I'll be speaking and making a statement at the Farmers of America. You see what we're doing, the Future Farmers. They have the big conference, and we'll be going there. I guess some of you will be going with me, and we'll be making a major statement. It's a terrible, terrible thing, what's going on with hate in our country, frankly, and all over the world. And something has to be done. Something has to be done. But it looks like the results are coming in, and they're far more devastating than anybody originally thought in the morning. In the morning, they thought that it was a shooter, but they had the shooter, or they soon would. But the results are very devastating. You're seeing the numbers come in. So we'll be speaking to you at the conference, the Future Farmers of America conference, and it's just a shame to watch this and to see this for so many years. So much of it is absolutely a shame. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, do you think you need to revisit gun laws earlier this year?
Talk up, please.
Gun laws, Mr. President.
Well, again, this has little to do with it. If you take a look, if they had protection inside, the results would have been far better. This is a dispute that will always exist, I suspect. But if they had some kind of a protection inside the temple, maybe it could have been a very much different situation. But they didn't. And he was able to do things that unfortunately he shouldn't have been able to do. I hear the police were outstanding. I heard the police did an incredible job, and as you know, numerous police were badly injured. But again, law enforcement did a fantastic job. But we're going to have a very complete statement for you. The results are coming in of what took place, how it took place. Again, law enforcement was outstanding, as always. I mean, as usual and as always, law enforcement was really outstanding. They stepped up to the plate. But Pittsburgh, great community, incredible people. I spoke with the governor. I spoke to the mayor. And to see this happening again and again and again is just a shame.
All right, the president there speaking after he spoke is when we got confirmation that this is now a federal investigation and considered a hate crime.
That's because, because it falls under the hate crime category. FBI is now taking over. We expect to hear from the FBI around 4 o'clock, but right now we want to bring in Pam Serrano. She is at Allegheny General Hospital, where we know at least one victim is being treated.
Yes, Heather and Ken, we are at AGH, and we also want to note here that KDKA-TV has received multiple reports. They are unconfirmed reports, but from various reliable sources that the shooter may be here at the hospital. So I'm going to go ahead and let Rob Hobson, my photographer, go ahead and zoom in over my shoulder here. First, let's go ahead and look at one of the entrances to the parking garage at Allegheny General Hospital. Clad in dark colors, you can see that there is a security guard there at the entrance to one of the parking lots here at Allegheny General Hospital on the north side, almost as if he is guarding the entrance there. We were at Major Crimes earlier and were not even allowed into the building, which is not necessarily standard protocol there, although that door always remained locked. And I did just speak to someone who came out of Allegheny General Hospital. She was here visiting a loved one, and she said, as she quotes, that security was going nuts inside of Allegheny General Hospital, that there were guards running around with walkie-talkies, and she took some photographs that she shared with us and we sent to our newsroom as well. Not sure if we will have those available to you during this first report, but they showed at least a dozen police cars as she was shooting down with her camera, her cell phone camera, from a hospital room inside Allegheny General Hospital. And you can't see it from our vantage point, but from her vantage point inside AGH, you could see almost a dozen police cars from the window there, and also people coming out of those police cars into the hospital. Again, we don't know, in fact, if the shooter of the synagogue is here, but we are receiving multiple reports that he may, in fact, be here. So we will stay on top of this story from this angle to bring you the latest. I was actually, just as a quick side note, at St. Paul's Cathedral in Oakland, not far from Squirrel Hill, of course, for the noon mass, and you could hear the police cars just zooming past St. Paul's Cathedral, and the priest there during our services offering up prayers for those who were killed today, and ending with, "Have mercy on us all." So that is the latest right now from Allegheny General Hospital on the north side. Pam Serrano, KDKA-TV. Heather and Ken, back to you.
Pam, thank you. And we can just add to that we had word from UPMC via John Shumway that the suspect is not at a UPMC facility, which lends credence to what we're hearing from our sources about AGH. But we also heard from the public safety director that there was at least an additional victim, perhaps more, at UPMC Mercy Hospital.
That's right. We believe at least one person treated at Mercy, one at AGH, and 4 at UPMC Presbyterian Hospital. History would not say if the shooter was injured or the severity of the injured, but when we were getting some initial reports around 11 o'clock this morning, about an hour after all of this unfolded, it was reported that he was crawling on the 3rd floor. That's where he was eventually pinned in the Tree of Life synagogue. And when we say pinned, police were able to surround him, get him to surrender in that location on the 3rd floor, and take him into custody. We do not know how he was injured, if it was officers returning fire. We're unsure, because at this point it has not been released by officials.
And 2 other new pieces of information that we got from the public safety director that we haven't commented on is that he confirmed on camera for the first time that the suspect was injured in this confrontation with officers.
He did.
And he also upped the number of police officers injured. We had been under the impression it was 3. Now we understand a 4th Pittsburgh police officer. Actually, we don't don't even know that. We know that a fourth police officer, multiple agencies involved. Responded. We know that a fourth law enforcement officer has now was injured, and again, those are among 6 total injuries, and there is no official confirmation from officials on the record as to the number of fatalities.
That's right.
They're holding off. What you're seeing on your screen is what we have been told by solid, credible, reliable sources. That's solid information. The city is giving way in this investigation to the FBI. Therefore, there's some reluctance to get into the details of what happened, to get into too much of it, because this will be handled by the FBI, the U.S. Attorney. But this information that you're saying is what KDKA-TV has confirmed, as well as the name of the suspect, Robert Bowers, age 48, from Castle Shannon. Great work being done this morning by our team out there in Squirrel Hill, Andy Sheehan, Megan Schiller, David Highfield, and we continue to follow every detail. And you're watching it raw. You understand that as you watch an event like this, there may be conflicting information early on, but as we stay with the story, as we continue to reconfirm information, the picture becomes more clear. And once again, once we get that federal briefing from the investigators who are handling this, who are in charge of this hate crime investigation, we will have much more confirmed on the record, on camera. So
the 4 police officers who were injured, just to let you know, one thing that we did get out of that press briefing is that the injuries to those officers are non-life threatening. However, we do understand that several people are currently in surgery at UPMC Presbyterian Hospital. That's why we want to bring in John Shumway once again. He is live at Presby. He may have an update for us. John?
Yeah, Heather and Ken, let's talk about these numbers for a second, because in dissecting the numbers that we know of, it would appear that when Wendell Hesrich said that there were 6 people injured, and 4 of them being police officers, that in that 6 people injured, he was not counting the shooter, because UPMC has given us a counting of 6 people. So let's run over that again. UPMC currently has 4 victims that they are treating here at Presby. Now, 3 of them are in surgery, and 1 is in stable condition awaiting surgery. So that's the 4 that they are currently treating. A 5th was here at Presby, what was treated and released. And then a 6th patient is at UPMC Mercy at their level 1 trauma center. Came through there on the way to surgery and is currently in surgery. So if you take those numbers and understand that Wendell Hesrich said that we're talking about 6 people injured and 4 of them being police officers, it only stands to reason that some of the people who are in surgery here or awaiting surgery are indeed police officers. So we'll wait to hear more on their conditions. Meanwhile, the 1 person, as you heard from Pam, who was taken to Allegheny General Hospital, I don't believe was in Wendell Hesrich's count, because that is apparently the shooter, and his condition, as we have heard, AGH isn't commenting on. They're going to wait and leave law enforcement to let us know about that. But we know that there are 4 patients currently in surgery, 3 here, 1 at Mercy, and then another patient waiting to go into surgery. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, going into surgery does not necessarily reflect the severity of a patient's condition. It merely means that surgery is necessary to mitigate the damage that has been done. And it was certainly good news to hear from Wendell Hesrich that as far as the police officers go, none of the injuries are life-threatening. We obviously don't know the extent of the injuries to the other people who have been brought in here. So those are the numbers as we have them right now. It's going to sort itself out as the day goes on, but we do know 6 outside of Allegheny General Hospital are being treated. So it looks like with the shooter included, it's a total of 7 people.
Very helpful, John. Thank you for that. Let's return now to Squirrel Hill and Andy Sheehan. Andy, what's the latest you're hearing?
Can you hold that up?
Andy Sheehan, are you with us?
Okay, so we are back here. We're at Northumberland. And, are we on? Go. Oh, sorry. We are back here at Northumberland and Shady. You see that things are kind of winding down here as far as the police perimeter and the activity here at Northumberland and Shady. We are trying on the spot here to try to put together information about the suspect, the gunman here that burst into the synagogue shortly before 10 a.m. this morning and shot up the synagogue, killing as many as as 11 people. We're identifying him as a Robert Bowers, and today we have found some Twitter posts from Robert Bowers prior to the shooting here that were posted this morning. One is seems to indicate a contempt for an organization called the Hebrew International Aid Society, which promulgates Jewish refugee resettlement in the United States from around the world. And I'm going to read this tweet from the suspect. HIAS likes to bring invaders in that kill our people. I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw the optics. I'm going in. Now, this would have been posted just about an hour before the suspect went into the Tree of Life synagogue this morning and shot up the Shabbat services and other services going on at the time, killing a confirmed at least 8 people, perhaps as many as 11 people. He, according to law enforcement sources, he was shouting, "All Jews must die," in shooting up the synagogue. There's another tweet that Robert Bowers showed this morning. It says, "Jews are the children of Satan." Again, you know, obviously, if he is, and we are being told by law enforcement sources that he is the suspect, we're told that he is a resident of Allegheny County, perhaps of the North Hills, and that he obviously is a person of very strong anti-Semitic leanings, who has taken it under his power with heavy artillery to go and shoot up this synagogue this morning. Again, we're piecing together information about this suspect. The public safety director, Wendell Hisrich, will only confirm that he has been taken into custody and that he was taken to a hospital. We're told that you know, he had been pinned down on the 3rd floor of the synagogue, exchanged gunfire with police officers, and was injured. We don't know the extent of his injuries and whether, in fact, he was shot. But that he did have a negotiation after being injured with police, crawled to police, and he was taken into custody. And according to Safety Director Hisrich, he is now at a hospital. You know, at this point, law enforcement will be going to his home, wherever that may be, perhaps potentially in the North Hills. They will be doing a forensic investigation on his computer. These tweets that we were able to secure this morning, get some screenshots of, his Twitter account has been taken down. So that is the substance of that is in the possession of law enforcement, and forensic scientists will be going over that information. So again, we are here. We are in Squirrel Hill, a neighborhood in shock and in mourning right now for this horrific crime this morning, this mass murder. Safety Director Hisrich, an FBI veteran, said that he was quite shaken by the scene, had never seen a scene like it, even though he had been on the scene of fatal airline crashes. You know, that this is just a horrific action of what you might call domestic terrorism. I'll be back here reporting. Now back to you.
Andy, if a gunman is in custody, if a suspected gunman is in custody, you might assume. All right. All right, I'm told Andy doesn't have an audio connection, so we will get back to him later. But we have some more information about these online messages. Right. Andy's referring to them as tweets. They look like tweets. Very much so. But they may not be. But they don't appear to be.
From what we understand, there's a social media site called Gab, a network called Gab, G-A-B, capitalized. And this is very similar to Twitter. The layout is very similar to Twitter. According to some of the very quick research we were able to do on Gab, it is classified as a place where you can have free speech. I still have Robert Bauer's page pulled up before it was taken down. We still have access to it because it's still on our computer screen here. Looks like he joined in January of 2018. We were able to capture some of those posts before the page was removed. And again, we don't know by whom, if it was by authorities. This is just kind of a glimpse into some of the stuff that he has posted.
Now, Twitter and other social media sites have been very active in trying to remove what they consider hate speech or certain types of offensive material. So perhaps this is material that might not have been allowed to remain on Twitter and therefore ended up on this other site called Gab. But again, this is the person we believe to be the suspect injured and in custody at this hour, 48-year-old Robert Bowers. Some conflicting information now on where he's from. Andy indicating perhaps North Hills. We had information it was Castle Shannon. But again, forgive us. There's often conflicting information as we are in the raw stages of gathering this information, and we will clarify that as soon as we can.
Well, and Ken, you and I were speaking earlier about this. Certainly one community knows where Robert Bowers lives because surely there is a police presence there right now.
Good point.
Oftentimes in the immediate moments after, while first responders are still working and that suspect has been identified, long before we know the name of that individual, police are already responding to that home to make sure there is no additional threat.
That's an excellent point. And again, we are going to get more information on this, but it takes time. So we had the initial briefing from the city of Pittsburgh. We heard from the governor, but this is a federal case. This is a federal hate crime investigation. In about a little over 2 hours, we expect to have a briefing from the FBI. In the meantime, people with information that they would like to communicate to the FBI are invited to call a phone number that I'll give you in just a moment. The same phone number can also be called by people with any questions about the victims at Tree of Life this morning. It's on your screen. They're calling it a victims assistance hotline, but again, it's also for those who want to get information to investigators. 412-432-4400. The police also letting us know that an assistance center has been set up on the campus of Chatham University, which is very close there in Squirrel Hill. At Berry Hall, they're offering grief counselors and assistance from the Red Cross. There are no doubt people displaced from their homes right now due to this scene that has been cordoned off, and that's someplace people can go for help.
Following this shooting, as police were just responding...
Can we ask the, what are we looking at here?
This appears to be right over, and I don't know, could that possibly be the suspect's vehicle?
This is from earlier.
This is from earlier. This is from right outside the synagogue. Okay. Right after the shooting took place, as police were still responding and people could still hear gunfire, the area surrounding the synagogue, and this is right at the intersection of Wilkins and Shady Avenue in Squirrel Hill, that area was put on lockdown. I've been reading some posts from people on Twitter and on Facebook. People at coffee shops and restaurants were sheltered in place. Doors were locked. People were terrified. No one had any idea what was going on. We've since learned the horrific details about what actually took place inside Tree of Life Synagogue this morning.
We've been describing the scene there at Tree of Life. Sabbath services, Shabbat services underway on a Saturday morning. 3 separate congregations use that building. In addition to Tree of Life, New Light congregation meets there and has services, as does a smaller congregation called Dor Hadash. Dor Hadash has just sent a note, an email to its congregants. I want to read that for you. It says, "We wanted to let you know that as soon as we have some information regarding this morning's event, we will be in touch with you." Again, this is an email from Dor Hadash to its congregants, not all of whom, of course, would have been at the services this morning. An additional note, it says, "Please know you can go to the JCC, where grief counselors will be available, as well as members of the congregation." So again, that's for one of the 3 congregations that meets at Tree of Life, known as Dor Hadash.
So there are 3 different congregations inside Tree of Life.
Yes.
So Dor Hadash is one of them, Tree of Life, and the New Light,
yes,
which was in the basement. We understand that the suspect barged into the synagogue, kicked in the door, and began to open fire on all 3 levels of the synagogue.
All right, I believe we're going to go to
Bishop David Zubik.
All right, we have Bishop David Zubik on the phone with us. Bishop, are you there?
Do you want me to come there first? Are you still up at the site? Or?
All right, let's take a moment, get our ducks in a row here, and we will bring you some comments this morning from Bishop David Zubik. And then we also have, a lot is in motion this morning. The president will be speaking shortly, we understand, from Indianapolis, where he intends to have another statement on what happened in Squirrel Hill. We'll attempt to bring you that as well.
A lot of people sending their thoughts and prayers, a lot of statements coming in from officials across the state and across the country, different organizations. But we also received notice about blood donors needed, and this came in a short time ago. Vitalent, it's formerly Central Blood Bank, has provided blood to the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center hospitals in anticipation of the increased need, and they are asking specifically for O positive, O negative, and platelet donations. They are needed the most, but of course anybody that can give, they are asking that you do.
That's important information. We also have a comment coming in now from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Quote, "I was heartbroken and appalled by the murderous attack on a Pittsburgh synagogue." He says all of Israel is grieving with the families of the dead. He adds, "We stand together with the Jewish community of Pittsburgh. We stand together with the American people in the face of this horrendous anti-Semitic brutality, and we will pray for the speedy recovery of the wounded."
Powerful statements there, and we want to try and thank you very much for being patient with us in this very fluid situation. We want to attempt to bring in Bishop David Zubik once again. Bishop, are you with us?
I am with you, Heather. Thanks.
Please share your thoughts this morning, Bishop.
Oh, I mean, these things are always so tragic, but when they come so close to home, it just really pierces the heart. And I just am so much praying for all the members of the Jewish community, for sure, who are suffering so much with this horrific tragedy today.
I don't know if you heard, we had an interview earlier with the former rabbi of the congregation, and he was asked if this was the kind of thing that he ever thought about when he was presiding over services. He said he thought about it all the time. What do you make of that?
Well, sad to say, I think some of the incidences that have happened over the course of the last 5 years, you do worry about that. You know that this random violence takes place, almost daily, and when it happens so close to home, you just really hope that something can happen amongst us as members of society, that we can stop the hatred and stop the violence.
Bishop, President Trump spoke a short time ago before he boarded Air Force One to head to Indianapolis. He was asked about armed security guards in houses of worship, and he said, "I hate to think of it that way, but they had a maniac walk in and they did not have any protection." Has that ever crossed your mind, adding armed security to your churches, your parishes?
Well, I think, obviously that's a discussion that's happening in schools and in every area. It seems to me we have to work at the root cause of violence, and that's what we have to pay special attention to make sure that we start to work on finding ways that we can resolve this kind of violence and this kind of hatred.
Bishop, this happened in a house of worship where people are coming together on a Saturday morning looking to do good in the world. Looking for community, looking for a sense of belonging, looking for spirituality. You have consoled people in, I'm sure, many instances where tragedy has occurred. What can you say to the people who have been touched by this? What can those of us who may not have a direct connection do to ease their pain on a day like this?
Well, we have to stand with each other and share, not only our sympathy but our empathy. I think also as people of faith, we have to also join our hands and hearts in prayer as well, too.
And Mass begins in the Catholic churches around 5 o'clock. Are there any special services planned for this evening?
Well, what I've done is I've asked all of our pastors to, at every Mass this weekend, to make sure that they purposely invite all the faithful to be able to pray for our Jewish sisters and brothers.
Bishop, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Just heart goes out again to everybody who's suffering, but especially for our Jewish community. They're such wonderful people.
All right, Bishop David Zubik, thank you for that. We continue to follow the developments as we near 2 p.m. We'll give a wrap-up in a couple of minutes, but before we do, let's, not a wrap-up, I should say, we'll bring you up to speed on information you may have missed. But before we do that, let's go to Andy Sheehan quickly.
So was there a bris there today?
It was a baby name.
Baby name.
Hello?
Not yet.
Go? Okay. Hi, we are back here now we are at Shady and Northumberland, about a block away from Tree of Life Synagogue. I am here with Alvin Birkin, who is the Rabbi Emeritus of Tree of Life, and also the only Jewish police chaplain. So, Rabbi, my condolences for what has happened this morning.
Thank you, Andy. I'm in a state of shock, absolute shock.
And the neighborhood, the congregation and the neighborhood's in shock.
Absolutely. This is a peaceful place. And this happened in a place where I spent every Saturday morning for the last 35 years. And my wife was sick this morning and asked me to please stay home.
Please stay home.
Yeah.
And what do you know of what happened?
I really only know from news reports. I just found out that one of our regular attendees, was shot and killed. So I'm just in a matter of shock right now.
So I understand that people are meeting over at the JCC, the Jewish Community Center. That's where families are going now, and they will be apprised of the condition of their loved ones if they have been shot or wounded.
Right, that's where I'm headed.
You're headed there.
Yeah.
And you're also a police chaplain, are you?
I am. So this zone here, Zone 4, which is right here, is where I serve, and also we serve in general to help the police do their job. And today they went beyond the call of duty. I understand that 3 of them are pretty badly wounded.
And I understand that if the police had not acted, this terrible tragedy would have been worse than what it is.
Right. Last I heard was that before they caught him, he was sequestered in my office, which is up on the 3rd floor.
Can you describe that to me?
Well, I could almost see it from where we are. It's a beautiful study, and on the 3rd floor, it's sort of quiet and peaceful. I overlook Wilkins Avenue, so I see where the action is. But this is an unbelievable event. Unbelievable.
He was behind your desk, I guess.
He may have to barricade himself, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't. They wouldn't let me in now to see it, so okay. I don't really know.
And it's shocking. I mean, as a rabbi, you know that anti-Semitism exists, but and you're probably on guard about that.
We actually do hire off-duty police for the high holidays, which was a few weeks ago. But on a normal weekend, we don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, the president had a statement today about, well, had there been an armed guard?
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Do you think there should have been? Or?
Well, every level of security helps. So I think an armed guard, sadly, I've been in Israel over the last 50 years, and Israel takes these precautions very seriously.
How shocking is it that this happened in this neighborhood of Squirrel?
This is a remarkable neighborhood. We are within the city limits of Pittsburgh. Very peaceful, very beautiful. Old trees, old buildings. It's really an amazing neighborhood to raise a family in, which is what I did. So it's distressing on many, many levels.
I'm a resident of Squirrel Hill. I'm a Catholic. Jews, Catholics, Asians. We're a diverse neighborhood now, and we all get together.
I just got off the phone with Cardinal Wuerl, who reached out to me, which was very kind considering the troubles he's having. But we're old friends.
What will you be counseling people, and especially the police officers? The police officers are shook up.
Of course. They just need to know that the community is with them. And we are grateful to them for the fact that they put their lives on the line every single day. I'm a former Navy chaplain, so I have a little experience in terms of military. But this event is just beyond comprehension.
What do you tell your congregation? What do you tell police officers?
They just have to do the best they can for everybody, and including themselves. I have no magic bullet, you'll pardon the expression, to make the pain go away.
No. And we will, this is forever change, this neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's true. We'll always be referred to as the neighborhood where a shooting took place. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay.
So, just devastatingly tragic incident today that, as the rabbi said, will forever scar and forever, identify this neighborhood as a place where this terrible mass shooting took place. Back to you.
heard from a rabbi, and moments before that, bishop, and you know, neither can really explain. You can't begin to explain it.
We want to interrupt to take you to Las Vegas. Vice President Mike Pence spoke about the deadly synagogue shooting just moments ago.
Crescent Hardy back to the United States Congress. Thank you all for being here today. Before I get started, let me address an issue I know is on all of our minds and all of our hearts. This morning, suddenly and without warning, a gunman opened fire at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The suspect is in custody, but our hearts break for the fallen, their families, the injured, including 3 police officers. The facts are still coming in, but we commend these courageous law enforcement officers for their swift response in the midst of this attack. As Las Vegas knows all too well, what happened in Pittsburgh today was not just criminal. It was evil. An attack on innocent Americans and an assault on our freedom of religion. There is no place in America for violence or anti-Semitism, and this evil must end. I'm pleased to report to my fellow Americans that the President has directed the full resources of the federal government to support the investigation and the prosecution. And as the President said, anyone who does such a thing in a temple or a church should pay the ultimate price. For now, we urge every American to pray. Pray for the members of the Tree of Life Synagogue, for the fallen, the injured, and their families. Psalm 34 reads that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted. And let that be our prayer for them today. And let's also pray for the strength and wisdom to do everything in our power to bring these senseless acts of violence to an end. So help us God. Thank you for that. And thank you for coming out today. Thank you for coming out for a good man and a great cause. And I know the real reason you are here is because of Crescent.
Vice President Mike Pence weighing in, quoting scripture, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted, when talking about the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh. I want to bring in CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's actually on the ground in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Caitlin, I know you were covering a different political event, but tell me what you know.
Hey, Rena, good to be with you. So I'm in Clarks Summit, Pennsylvania, which is about 6 miles outside of Scranton. So we're in the northeastern part of the state, which is about 5 hours from Pittsburgh. But I was here to cover campaign events because that Pennsylvania, of course, is at the center of the political world because it has many candidates running for office, for Senate, for governor, for congressional, federal offices. Most of these candidates have canceled events throughout the state today in light of this shooting. I was just with Congressman Matt Cartwright, who represents this area that I'm in. I was supposed to follow him around to various events that he had scheduled throughout the district today, and he told me that he is canceling all of them. He said he has been deeply affected. He's in a deep state of shock and horror. He said, it deeply affects me to see what happened to our country. He said, it deeply affects me to see what's happening in our country is what happened in places in Europe in the 1930s and 40s, of course, referring to World War II. He said there is no question that this was a gross act of anti-Semitism. And he said someone who did this was clearly deranged, filled with hatred and bigotry. And you heard also, of course, from the president today calling for the death penalty, also saying that more protection could be needed and things would have worked out differently, he said. It is important to note that police officers were shot here as well. So the congressman I was talking to very much focused on the anti-Semitism component of this, but again, lots of campaigns suspending and canceling events today in light of the shooting.
Yeah, as you can imagine. Caitlin, I know we're just, a little less than 2 weeks now from midterms. I know it's nearly impossible to gauge how an act like this could affect the ballot box, but based on what you're talking to folks there, have you spoken to folks in Pennsylvania from the Jewish community? And we know, I mean, this is also a state that was hit by the Catholic scandal as well, the sex abuse scandal. How do you think religion and faith might play when people cast their ballots this midterm season?
Well, I can tell you that when I got here, and I've kind of been stopping into various different shops in the area that I'm in to try to talk to voters, and this was as the news was breaking. So for a lot of them, I was kind of telling them that the shooting had just occurred. So they were kind of reacting in a state of shock and horror and just lamenting the fact that this has become commonplace in this country. And so that's certainly the reaction soon after hearing this, of course. You've heard, though, from the president's daughter weighing in, Ivanka Trump weighing in on Twitter, condemning acts of violence against Jewish people. She, of course, herself is Jewish, having converted, and her husband is as well. You've heard the vice president there in that clip also condemning acts of anti-Semitism. You didn't hear as much from the president. The president focused more so on the death penalty. He said that should be used for whoever did this, stricter death penalty laws, and also arguing for more protection, as he said. And so I think you're going to hear a lot of reactions in the political world and outside of it focused on this being just an egregious act, and we'll kind of go from there.
Remind us again about Pennsylvania and the politics, and do we have a sense of where it was leaning at this point?
Right. So a lot of really interesting races happening in Pennsylvania, and there is a specific focus on Pittsburgh because the surrounding areas, there are a couple of different districts that are of interest in terms of being very competitive this cycle, and areas that Donald Trump was popular and that he won, but are leaning Democratic this time around as it relates to the congressional races. There's also a very competitive governor's race. Both candidates, of course, have suspended their campaign events, and you saw the governor going to the site today to talk about it. The current governor is a Democrat. You also have the current incumbent Senator Bob Casey running for re-election against Lou Barletta, who is a Trump supporter and is a Republican. So that is not as competitive as a race as it has been in previous cycles. The state, certainly in federal races, leaning more towards Democrats this time around. But Pennsylvania is a state that the president won. The district that I am currently in, he won in 2016, but they also voted for a Democrat as their representative in Congress. So the president does have a lot of supporters in Pennsylvania. It is a state that voted for him in 2016, but has voted for Democrats for the past 2 decades, at least on the federal level.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, CBSN political reporter on the ground in Pennsylvania, was with Representative Matt Cartwright as he is seeking a U.S. House seat. I want to thank you very much, Caitlin, for giving us a little perspective on how this is also impacting the state of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you so much.
You bet. I want to return you to our CBS Pittsburgh station, KDKA, monitoring the situation with live coverage.
You can call 412-432-4400. That will get you in touch with the FBI, who is now conducting this investigation. If you also have information that may help their investigation, you can call this number. But again, that was set up very quickly to help family members of the victims in this great time of need.
And we're covering the various angles of this story. We're focused on the scene in Squirrel Hill, on the investigation there. We're focused on the suspect. Robert Bowers, the investigation into his background, motive. We're also focused on the victims, some of whom remain in surgery as we speak. John Shumway is at UPMC Presbyterian Hospital, has been keeping us posted over the last few hours. John, what's the latest there?
Yeah, Ken, we just got an update from Mercy that patient that they have in surgery is still in surgery as we speak, and they are continuing to work on that person. Here at Presbyterian Hospital, they have 3 people in surgery and another remaining in stable condition and waiting to go into surgery. As far as we know, that situation has not changed. And, of course, the conditions of those who are in surgery, they use the term stable to indicate that they're able to move them from the emergency room to the surgical area in order to get them what they need in order to mitigate the injuries, but it doesn't indicate the severity of the injuries, which could be anywhere from, as we heard, all non-life threatening, fortunately, as far as the police officers go, but it could be up to critical condition. We don't know about the 2 patients other than the police officers as far as the severity of their injuries and how critically wounded they were. But if you do the numbers, that's 5 people at UPMC Presby. 1 was treated and released, 1 at Mercy Hospital, and then, of course, we know the 1 person at Allegheny General Hospital who is believed to be the suspect. We've been told by multiple sources it is. Allegheny General won't confirm that, although we certainly expect to hear more on that at 4 o'clock. Now, I want to make a couple of points here. Allegheny General, UPMC has told me that they are going to actually take part in that 4 o'clock press conference and will probably give us a little more details on exactly what they were dealing with here in the ER this morning. I will tell you that we have heard that this was an all-hands-on-deck kind of situation in this Trauma One Center as well as at Mercy when this happened, because they drew everyone from throughout the hospital down to the ER to handle the number of people coming in. Also, UPMC just put out this statement saying, "We're grateful for the outpouring of support for those wishing to donate blood in the wake of today's tragedy. At this time, UPMC does not need blood donors, but those wishing to give blood should go to the Central Blood Bank." So UPMC is asking people, don't come to the hospitals if you're looking to donate, but please turn instead to the Central Blood Bank for your donations, which of course are always needed, but in a situation like this where we have multiple casualties and surgeries going on, that need of course is multiplied. Also, the donation center that are open today, you can find them at the Blood Bank's website, and there are 5 centers that are open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So if you want to give blood, just don't come to the hospitals. Work through the Central Blood Bank for that. But again, we're waiting for updates on the conditions. And guys, it looks like probably at that press conference at 4 o'clock where David is this afternoon, they will have the ER docs there to explain exactly what they were dealing with, the extent of the injuries, and the current conditions. But with 4 of the 6 being police officers, it is only logical that at least some who are in surgery at this hour are indeed police officers. That's pretty much what we have for you at this point.
All right, John, good information. Just let's clarify this about blood donations. No, people should not be showing up at the hospital, but Central Blood Bank, which is now known as Vitalant, Vitalant, if you want to contact them, they put out word this morning that blood donations were in fact needed, and that they would be keeping their donation centers open until 5 p.m. So open extra today to accommodate those who might want to come and donate blood. So if you are interested in doing that, in donating, the word from Vitalant, the former Central Blood Bank, is that donations are needed. Again, you can contact Vitalant if you're interested in donating.
And they do have several locations: Butler, Cranberry, downtown, Harmer, Fox Chapel, Greensburg. There are so many to mention here, so just check on their website. They do need them, as Ken mentioned.
All right, let's go back to Andy Sheehan, not far from Tree of Life. Andy?
Yeah, again, Ken, we're out here about a block away from Tree of Life, and you know, people in the neighborhood have been coming here to where, you know, this blockade is, where the police had blocked this off, and trading information. what have you heard? People know that, you know, some of their friends and loved ones are now deceased, and they are talking to each other. Have you heard this? Have you heard that? And then shaking their heads, and then you know, crying as the reality of this is starting to set in. I'm understanding that a couple blocks away from here at the Jewish Community Center, the JCC, which is basically the hub of the entire Jewish community in Squirrel Hill, people are meeting there, and that's where they are getting, you know, good information about the extent of the injuries and the identities of people who have lost their lives today. We are learning more now about the gunman who we identified as Robert Bowers, 48 years old, apparently.
We want to interrupt to take you live to President Trump. He's just arrived in Indianapolis, where he's scheduled to hold a campaign rally. Let's listen in.
Involved, everybody's involved, and I spoke with the Governor Wolf. I spoke with the mayor of Pittsburgh, who's a terrific guy, and he is devastated. So we'll have a lot of information over the next hour, but a lot of people killed, a lot of people very badly wounded. And they say as a crime scene, it's one of the worst. That some professionals that have seen many, many crime scenes, they say it's one of the worst that they've seen. So we'll be back with you in a little while. I'm going to, in my remarks, open with a statement about what took place. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, President Trump is now en route to a campaign rally for farmers. We're going to take his events live as soon as he makes them as well. He has just landed in Indianapolis. We want to return you now to our CBS Pittsburgh station for live coverage, KDKA.
He was especially upset about Jewish immigration refugees coming into this country, and this, and somehow in this twisted head, premeditated and preceded this terrible tragedy. Speaking just a while ago with the former rabbi here, the Rabbi Emeritus of Tree of Life. Tree of Life is actually it contains 3 different synagogues, 3 different congregations. The original Tree of Life, another congregation called New Life, and another one called New Generation. So they would, all 3 synagogues would have been, you know, holding services today. We heard a bris, a baby naming, and in addition to the traditional, the weekly Shabbat or Sabbath service. So 3 congregations assembled here today, full of people. The rabbi also said that when talking about what happened today, he said that you know, the suspect was pinned in his office, his former office, which is the 3rd floor of the synagogue, and described it to us, you know, a big desk, and you know, we're to understand that the gunman had barricaded himself in there and exchanged gunfire with police, and during that crossfire, he was injured. We don't know whether he was shot, but he was injured in some way and is now taken to the hospital. Ken?
Andy, you might assume that if the suspect is in custody, that police also have recovered 1 or more weapons, but I don't want to assume anything. Do you have any information on that? What types of weapons, if you have anything?
I don't have information on the weapons, but I know that, you know, he was heavily armed, and you know that, you know, we have this grim tally, and we know that you know, this many people were shot and critically wounded, and also wounded, and are now in the hospital. 4 police officers. So obviously he had multiple rounds and multiple magazines, and came in this premeditated and heavily armed. And the exact weaponry we do not know at this point.
Fair enough, Andy. Thank you. And let's remember what the Public Safety Director, Wendell Hisrich, said earlier. first responders prevented this from being an even worse tragedy. There was a confrontation with this gunman. We now understand it was in the former rabbi's office on the 3rd floor. But the public safety director crediting law enforcement with preventing this from being even a worse tragedy than it is. And again, you have to just step back and think about the courage, the bravery that's required when shots are being fired and you're running toward the danger.
There's no hesitation at all with those men and women. No hesitation at all.
So again, 4 police officers among those injured, 4 law enforcement officers. We understand that they all are expected to survive, but we don't have specifics on their conditions. And what must be agonizing for those with some connection to Tree of Life, with someone who may have been at the services this morning, is if you can't get a hold of people, where's the official information? We have no names to share. No names of victims, no names of injured. But as we can tell you, as Andy has been reporting, people are gathering at the Jewish Community Center in Squirrel Hill at the corner of Murray and Forbes. There's also at Berry Hall at Chatham University. Grief counselors are available. The Red Cross is setting up to assist people in whatever way they can. And the community is coming together. There are makeshift memorials. There are people offering food, and it's an inevitable side effect of tragedy that you see this type of outpouring of support.
We've heard from a lot of officials locally, across the state and across the country. There was a statement just released by Attorney General Josh Shapiro just a short time ago. This came in just about 2:17 this afternoon. In the statement he issued, he says the violence against the Tree of Life congregation today is horrific. It is an assault on the liberties of our country and Commonwealth that we're founded to protect. When any community is targeted with violence, intimidation, or discrimination, it threatens all of us and must be condemned. That this attack took place in a house of worship where congregants seek safety and peace is particularly perverse and is an attempt to intimidate people of faith that attempt will never succeed. Again, that was a statement just coming in from Attorney General Josh Shapiro about 15 minutes ago.
Excuse me. President Trump has arrived now in Indianapolis, where he's going to be a part of a rally and a future farmers convention. He says he will. He's landed. We see the video of him, but he's going to be speaking further about the tragedy here in Squirrel Hill this morning once that event gets underway.
It appears he did make a few brief statements when questioned by reporters as soon as he got off of Air Force One and is getting set up for that rally. But again, we are awaiting more information on that, and we will take it live. We are just hearing now that we will carry that press briefing live when he begins to make his statements.
We have victims injured in Squirrel Hill this morning being treated at 3 hospitals this morning, at UPMC Presbyterian, UPMC Mercy, and at Allegheny General Hospital. Some in surgery. At least one has been treated and released. John Shumway pointing out this morning that just because we're hearing that someone is in surgery, you really can't conclude much about. You don't want to jump to any conclusions, but these are the facts as we have them. Several in surgery, one treated and released, and the suspect. There's information that the suspected gunman who was injured in the confrontation with police this morning is among those being treated at the hospital right now.
And we don't know exactly his condition. If officers were able to question him right around 11 o'clock, so about an hour after this shooting took place, after the gunman barged into the synagogue, Tree of Life Synagogue, at the intersection of Wilkins and Shady Avenue. About an hour later, police were able to take that suspect into custody, but not before 8 people were killed. We do not have the names or ages of those victims. We don't have the names or the ages of the victims who are currently being treated at the hospital, including those officers who were injured.
We've heard from a couple of people this morning, at least one, if not 2 rabbis. We've talked to a couple of former rabbis at Tree of Life who've said that they would have armed security. They would have police officers present on the Jewish high holy days of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, when there is a very large turnout for services. But for a typical Saturday morning Sabbath or Shabbat service, they don't. The president pointing out that his first comments this morning pointing out that there was no protection, and perhaps if there had been an armed officer at this synagogue, things may have been different.
And we spoke with Bishop David Zubik about that after hearing the comments from President Trump, and he said that we need to get to the root of this problem and focus more on love and compassion. But it is certainly something that a lot of people are wondering and questioning at this point. We are expecting an FBI press briefing at 4 o'clock, so in about an hour and a half. David Highfield has been moved. He moved his location from near the synagogue now to the County Emergency Services headquarters, where that press briefing is expected to take place, and we expect a number of officials to be speaking at that press briefing.
And who is Robert Bowers? Who is this 48-year-old suspect who's been identified as having anti-Semitic postings on social media? What was the root of his beliefs? These are things that so many people are looking into right now. Here's some of what we have found under the name Robert Bowers on social media. He's indicated hostility toward Jews. He's indicated hostility toward an agency that settles, I don't want to misspeak.
For more than 130 years, HIAS has been helping refugees rebuild their lives in safety and dignity. That's the organization we believe that he is referring to in putting that HIAS. And this is just one of the posts that you were just seeing on your screen there. Those were found on a site called Gab, which is very similar to Twitter, although Gab claims to allow for free speech. Some of that content may have been removed by a social media site like Twitter. We believe again that that is the suspected gunman. In those posts, clearly you can see the direction he was going. One of his last posts said, "Screw your optics, I'm going in."
HIAS is formerly known as the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, now just goes by HIAS. They have issued, and Bowers had indicated some hostility toward this organization in his posts on social media. HIAS has a statement now saying that it refers to itself as a global Jewish nonprofit that protects refugees. Its statement says there are no words to express how devastated we are by the events in Pittsburgh. The loss is our loss. Our thoughts are with the Tree of Life congregation, our local partner, Jewish Family and Community Services, the city of Pittsburgh, and all of those affected by this senseless act of violence. As we try to process this horrifying tragedy, we pray that the American Jewish community and the country can find healing.
And there are certainly so many families impacted by this, so many in that Squirrel Hill community and beyond impacted by this. There were 3 different congregations inside Tree of Life, all of them getting ready or in the middle of their Shabbat services that were scheduled to begin at 9:45. Just minutes later, that's when the gunman came in. We understand that Bishop David Zubik is now live in Squirrel Hill. He's joining Megan Schiller.
Go ahead. Been quiet. There's a lot of sobs in the congregation because everybody feels the deep pain that a moment like this brings about in all of us. And I think that we continue to take a look at our culture that's becoming so much more toxic with being intolerant with each other. And I think we just really, especially as people of faith, have to really work hard to tear down the walls, and to look for ways in which we can really respect each other the way that God has created us in his image and likeness.
Bishop Zubik, how do you explain to people this level, this kind of hate that we saw on display today?
Well, there is no explanation for it. I mean, unless you have that kind of mindset to have hate like that, it's hard to understand how that could happen, and especially the level of what this was all about as well too. It's something that's getting worse, and we certainly have to look for ways to say never again. We keep on saying that, and things continue to get worse.
How do we continue to build bridges, not just in this community, but even across the nation?
Well, I think for people of faith, there's 2 important things. First of all, it's a matter of really connecting with God, and then second of all, if we're going to be people of faith, then we've got to believe that God's created each person as sacred, and so we have to be able to look for the face of God in the face of every person that we meet.
And Bishop Zubik, can you talk a little bit about the fact that when you go to a church, that's a place where a lot of people feel safe. When you go to a synagogue, I would argue people feel the same bit of safety there. And this is happening in a spot where people want to feel safe.
Well, and I think that incidents like this that happen almost every day are making people, because it's something that's happening randomly, and people obviously have to be very much concerned about their own safety.
We're being told that there was somebody, or there was no security, to our understanding at this point. Do you think that's something that all religious faiths need to consider now when it comes to going to service in congregations?
I think what we have to do is start to address the core issue, which is to take a look to see what's in our own hearts and work on that. And we've got to work on that, certainly as faith communities, but we have to work on that as a community as well, too.
What's next for you today?
Well, what I've done is I've asked all of our priests at every one of our masses this weekend, which begin at 4 o'clock this afternoon through tomorrow night, to make sure that we have a special prayer for the members of the Jewish community and then for all of us, that we can learn what it means to be peaceful people.
And tell us what brought you here. What brought you to the scene here?
Well, I wanted to stop to see my good friend Rabbi Bisno, because he and I are good friends, and I was concerned about what was happening at Rodef, so I stopped to see him, just to give him my support, and then we received the request to come to maybe do some interviews, so I was happy to be able to do that.
And then in terms of your message for the victims and their families, what would you tell them with heavy hearts we all have?
Yeah, I think, stay close to your family and friends, stay close to God, because that's going to be the only way that all of us can get through it, but especially the people who are family members of victims.
What was it like today at Rodef Shalom when you showed up and met your friend Rabbi Bisno?
Well, we hugged. The congregation had all, because they were in lockdown as well, too. Whenever they received news of this happening, they locked down Rodef as well. And most of the people had gone from their services, but Rabbi Bisno was there just saying goodbye to the other people that were there. But there was just a bond of friendship that he and I have that crosses over the lines of our faith differences, but it's a bond that says we're human beings together and we're both men of God, and we need to be able to support each other, which we have.
Were members of his congregation there this morning as well, Frank?
Well, during the time of the violence, yes, and he's just said that they heard the sirens going up Fifth Avenue, and they announced that there was a lockdown, and that there would be more information given to them once people knew what was happening.
What would you say to people that say that these things make them lose faith?
I would say this is an opportunity to grow in faith, because it's only the power of God that can help us to think about where we are in life. This kind of action is not of God. And the fact of it is that this is an opportunity for us to come closer to God when instances like this happen. We've seen it happen over and over again. The problem is, within a couple of weeks after an event has happened, then people go back to their own ways. And I think we have to consistently keep on building on our strong relationships with each other and with God.
And Bishop Zubik, one more time, how did you find the news? Can you tell us again?
Sure. I was we had a conference today of Catholic women. There were about 1,000 women at the Hyatt Airport near the airport, and I received the news right after I gave communion. I was having Mass with the women, and then that's how I announced to the women, and we spent about 10 minutes.
All right, we wanted to break away from Bishop David Zubik just for a moment, because we are just getting new information in.
All right, let's go live to Baldwin. Ralph Iannotti can join us live. This is some activity there related to the investigation. Ralph, bring us up to speed on what's happening.
Thanks very much, Ken. We're in Baldwin Borough, the 5300 block of McAnulty Road. This is where the suspect lived, we're told, in an apartment behind me. Police have cordoned off this road, so we can't get any closer at the present time. But we believe Robert Bowers, the suspected gunman in today's shooting at that synagogue in Pittsburgh, we believe he lived in an apartment down here in the 5300 block of McAnulty Road in Baldwin Township. Again, police are keeping us way back here. We suspect there's some FBI agents here, along with the police, trying to process this apartment, see what they can come up with in terms of evidence or whatever. But we do know that we've been here for a little while now, and police have blocked off this area, so we can't get any closer, at least at the present time. Once again, this is McAnulty Road, Baldwin Township. Police have blocked off this area, so we can't get any closer. But this is where the suspected gunman from the synagogue in Squirrel Hill was living, as far as we can tell. Now, this shooting this morning obviously was a horrific crime, according to the public safety director of Pittsburgh, Mr. Hisrich, who said it was just a horrible scene in there. We know repeatedly we've been reporting, and it's worth repeating, there were at least 8 fatalities that we can tell you about. 6 people were wounded, including 4 police officers. But again, we're in Baldwin Borough. This is McAnulty Drive, the 5300 block, where the suspected gunman lived in an apartment. Police have blocked off this area, so right now they're not allowing us any closer to get any video. Back to you guys in the studio.
Ralph, thank you.
And just noticing, Ralph, before we let you go, an interesting array of emergency vehicles there. Police, fire, there was a dive team vehicle. Describe what else that we may not be able to see on camera. What other activity you can observe?
Well, again, we can't see very much from our vantage point because they have this road blocked off, but we see the South Baldwin Fire Departments here, along with the Allegheny County Police Bomb Squad, and, of course, Baldwin Borough Police. Again, as we noted earlier today, the FBI has taken the lead in this investigation because it's a hate crime, so they're the lead investigators at this point. Police have cordoned off this area. We're not allowed any closer, but we're in Baldwin Borough, the 5300 block of McAnulty Road, excuse me.
All right, Ralph, and just looking at the map and your location there, it doesn't look like you're very far from South Baldwin Social Club and just down the street from the McAnulty Elementary School as well in Baldwin.
All right, Ralph, keep us posted as you learn anything more there. But again, as we continue to learn more, information becomes clarified. Some conflicting information earlier about where the suspect lives. Apparently, we've zoned in on it now, and we will be waiting eagerly to hear what, if anything, of consequences found there at his home.
So at this hour right now, what we are awaiting is an FBI press conference scheduled for 4 o'clock. We expect much sooner than that, though, to hear from President Trump, who has arrived in Indianapolis before he boarded Air Force One to leave for Indianapolis. He mentioned that he would be making some remarks once he landed and got on site of this Young Farmers Convention or event that he would be speaking at.
And before we switched over to Ralph, we were hearing from Bishop Zubik speaking with reporters there in Squirrel Hill. He added a piece of information that was new to us, that Rodef Shalom, which is a Jewish congregation on 5th Avenue, not far from Tree of Life, that they were locked down there. So again, you think about the tragedy that happened right at Tree of Life, but the word of that spreading, people hearing the sirens, people hearing that something happened at Tree of Life, and then that fear spreading, and then lockdown procedures going on at least at that one synagogue, if not other houses of worship in Squirrel Hill and other entities. We know that CMU had locked down its campus for a while and then went on and canceled the rest of university activities for the day. Again, this is just in such a dense, busy part of Pittsburgh that the ripple effects are many.
And we heard from a lot of people that were in nearby businesses, just the area surrounding Tree of Life. They were in lockdown. Some people were, simply grabbing a cup of coffee. They were put on lockdown because at that point, when this all started to happen, no one knew exactly what was happening.
Right, and they're still asking people to stay away from that area, from the corner of Wilkins and Shady. As police continue their investigation on the scene, they're asking people who have no other reason to be there to stay away. We continue to monitor the situation at 3 hospitals where victims have been transported. We're going to keep a close eye on the situation in Baldwin, where it appears police are gathering clues about the suspected gunman, and we are, as Heather said, awaiting that 4 p.m. briefing from the FBI, which is now taking over this investigation, a hate crime, as the public safety director for the city of Pittsburgh referred to it, and the people of faith we're hearing from this morning, the leaders, Bishop Zubik, the Rabbi Emeritus of Tree of Life. They're as shocked as the rest of us and as unable as the rest of us to make any sense of this. Rabbi Alvin Birkin, the Rabbi Emeritus, saying that this was beyond comprehension, and then we just heard Bishop Zubik a few minutes ago saying there is no explanation.
What I thought was just, it made my heart stop. A former rabbi of Tree of Life, Alvin Birkin, was speaking earlier this afternoon, and he said that his wife asked him to stay home this morning because he wasn't feeling well. He would have normally been at Tree of Life for services, for Shabbat services, which were starting at 9:45 this morning, and his wife asked him to please stay home, and he did, and it wasn't long after that he learned what had happened in his house of worship, where he was the former rabbi, a place where You could say it was his second home. It was a place for many people to come, to worship, to gather, to be with their friends and their family, to feel safe in that house of worship.
What no one knows at this point is if there was any connection that this suspect had to this particular congregation or anyone there. There are a number of synagogues right there in Squirrel Hill as well as around the Pittsburgh area. Tree of Life is where this happened. Beth Shalom is just blocks away. Road of Shalom is blocks away. Temple Sinai on Forbes Avenue within a short distance, and several smaller congregations in that area as well. It is a very dense neighborhood. People refer to it as the home of Pittsburgh's Jewish community, but it's not just that. It's a melting pot. There are churches in Squirrel Hill. There are other faiths that are represented there, and it's a place where everybody goes, right? I mean, Squirrel Hill is a busy, vibrant Pittsburgh neighborhood, and I think many people have occasion to go there for all sorts of reasons, all of the time.
All right. Well, we just got word from Governor Tom Wolf. He has ordered all Commonwealth flags on the Capitol complex, at Commonwealth facilities, and throughout the state to be lowered to half-staff, effective immediately in response to what took place this morning at Tree of Life Synagogue. And we heard from him earlier. He actually arrived shortly after the incident and after the suspect was taken into custody. He arrived there at the scene. We heard from him just briefly this morning. He spoke just saying that this was a horrific accident, not a horrific incident, rather.
All right, David Highfield is going to be, already is keeping a close eye on the investigation as it develops. David, what do you have for us now?
Yeah, Ken and Heather, we are awaiting this press conference coming up at 4 o'clock. We are outside Allegheny County Emergency Services, their operations center here in Point Breeze, and we expect to be briefed by a number of people. Of course, people are hungry for information. They want to know as much as possible. Ken, you were asking there whether this suspect, 48-year-old Robert Bowers, may have any specific connection to the Tree of Life Synagogue, and we don't know that right now. Certainly, we're going to ask about what is going on at his apartment in Baldwin, where Ralph Iannotti is, as they enter that apartment, and they will do that with great caution, just to make sure that they are safe. Who knows what is in that apartment in situations like this? They take extreme caution moving in, but we expect to be briefed here by the FBI Special Agent in charge in the Pittsburgh area. His name is Robert Jones. Also, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District, Scott Brady, and John Shumway has learned that some UPMC ER doctors will also join this press conference to talk about some of those folks that were injured and taken to Presby. We know 4 police officers are among those injured, and in fact, I want to show you some video from the very early stages of this. One of our photographers, Tim Lawson, arrived on the scene. This is not far from the Tree of Life Synagogue there in Squirrel Hill, and you can see some of the police officers. Police officers were called from all over the area and told just to arrive, try to help. You can see some of them suiting up and putting on helmets. You can see them with rifles. They were initially, many of them, sheltered behind vehicles, and then they moved in, and that is whenever they were able to pin this suspect, apparently in an office on the 3rd floor. We also have some video there. It appears to be a rabbi coming out of the building with his hands up. Again, there were 3 congregations that assembled with services in that building at the Tree of Life Synagogue. Consolidation to use fewer buildings. In the basement was the New Light Synagogue. That's where they were congregating. And this gunman, Robert Bowers, is what he's being identified as, barged in, yelling, "All Jews must die." He shot 4 people on the main floor. He shot 4 people in the basement as well, and those 8 people have passed away, and then others were injured. We know of 1 police officer early on that we believe was shot in the hand, and then we believe that the other officers who were wounded in the direct confrontation when he was pinned on the 3rd floor. But we will certainly try to get as much information as possible. We will ask about whether Robert Bowers has any sort of criminal history. We will ask about those social media tweets that we have also discovered. But I will say that many times when it's an ongoing investigation and they're early in the investigation, officials are very hesitant to reveal too much. Obviously, they will reveal as much as they can. They want to keep the public notified, but at the same time, they want to make sure that they have all their information correct, and they also don't want to reveal something that might jeopardize their investigation. But obviously, the situation right now in Baldwin, a very, very interesting one, as officials and investigators go into the apartment believed to belong to the man who's being identified as the suspect in this, Robert Bowers, 48-year-old Robert Bowers, and they search his home. That will be a very careful process, and we will ask questions about that as well. But, you know, Wendell Hisrich, from Public Safety Director, describing the scene inside the synagogue there is just something as horrific. You know, citing that some of the first responders have been to plane crashes, but this was just absolutely horrific. So we will wait, and this press conference coming up here, we will ask as many questions as we possibly can get answers to, but we expect to hear not only from local law enforcement, but from the U.S. Attorney and FBI, because the FBI is now involved in this because it is very obviously a hate crime. This was not a domestic situation that somehow unfolded at the synagogue. The reports are that this man was yelling, "All Jews must die," as he barged in to this synagogue. So because it's a hate crime, that is why federal authorities have taken over the investigation. But we expect to hear from them. We also expect to hear from these UPMC ER doctors who are making their way over here. I'll tell you, we have seen some officials showing up here already, certainly other members of the media, but we are still a little ways away, more than an hour, about an hour and 10 minutes at this point. We will bring you that press conference live when it begins, and certainly we hope to get as much information out to people as possible. You know, people there in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood, many of them that I talked with didn't even necessarily know those folks, but the folks inside, they were members of the Tree of Life Synagogue, but they did certainly have a reaction to all of this, just how horrific it is. In fact, let's listen to what some of them had to say. Oh, okay. I misunderstood there. We don't have any of those interviews right now, but I can tell you that two of the people that I interviewed, they actually heard about it from loved ones that heard about it internationally. They heard about it because this story is so horrific that it is being reported all over, and so that is why they first learned about it, and then they came out. They're sort of gathering in the streets there to be part of the community as they try to understand this, and this starts to sink in for people. We will remain here, and we'll have the press conference for you coming up at 4 o'clock. Right now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, that press conference, I believe that we will get a number of questions answered there.
There's word now, Heather, from the president that he may cancel a rally that was scheduled to happen in Illinois this afternoon. The president is in Indianapolis to speak to the Future Farmers of America convention. After that, apparently, he had a rally scheduled in Illinois. He told reporters on Air Force One that they were considering canceling that rally because of what happened here in Pittsburgh today. The president also adds he has spoken about the tragedy in Squirrel Hill with Governor Wolf and Pittsburgh Mayor Bill Peduto. All right, Andy Sheehan is live in Squirrel Hill, I believe, with yes, the gentleman who represents that neighborhood on City Council, Corey O'Connor. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ken, I'm here with Corey O'Connor. He is the councilman from District 5, which is the council district that covers Squirrel Hill, and these are your constituents. And what is the mood of the neighborhood today? You've been talking to your constituents, people in a state of shock and grief.
Yeah, we just walked up and down Murray and Forbes, and it's shocking to all of us. It is a very strong, close-knit community, and they're not going to live in fear, but this is something that really hits home to so many of us. And having so many synagogues in our neighborhood, everybody's really coming together and talking to one another, and we're just going to take it one day at a time.
We've become this is my neighborhood too, and we've become a very diverse neighborhood. We're Catholics, Central Catholic, and Jewish neighborhood with a large Asian population here now, very diverse neighborhood, and everybody gets along.
And that's what makes Squirrel Hill such a great neighborhood. It's probably one of the most diverse in probably not only the city, maybe even across the state. And this hits home to everybody. And we saw people from different religions, ethnicities. They're all gathering, doing vigils, talking about having vigils. Just that's where our minds are right now. And I think it's obviously to the victims and their families, and we hope that others who were in this incident have a quick recovery as well.
So there will be a vigil tonight, we're understanding, at Forbes and Murray, which would be sort of the central business district, an outside vigil?
Yeah, that's the heart of the neighborhood. That's what is being discussed right now, not all the details, somewhat around 6 o'clock. So hopefully, I'm sure if people follow social media, there's a lot of high school kids and kids that live in the area that are doing it. And I think that's great that, the residents want to stand up for their community.
Yeah, so it's so sad.
Yeah.
We've seen people come here, the streets blocked off, but people have come, they're sort of exchanging information. Have you heard, somebody has been shot in the stomach, someone was shot and deceased. This is kind of the scene we're seeing around here.
Yeah, I think people are trying to gather as much information. The tragic part is, people are still looking for, some family members as well. So, right now it's a state of shock, and just pull together and let's get through this, and we'll move on after this.
Thanks so much.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hang in there.
All right, thanks.
All right, take care.
All right.
So that is the mood here. Apparently there will be a vigil tonight at Forbes and Murray, which would be, as Corey said, the heart of the business district here. This would be an outdoor vigil. We will be there, and it will bring together all members of this community, in a show of solidarity for the Jewish community, and I'm sure people will come from not all over the city, but from all over the region. People are in a state of shock here. This horrific tragedy has just taken a knife to the heart of this neighborhood. Right now, people are, talking to people, they're just kind of numb. They're coming up here, looking down the avenue to the Tree of Life Synagogue, which everybody knows so well, and just can't imagine that this has happened here this morning, and can't imagine the repercussions going on, forevermore in this neighborhood. As one person, the rabbi said, will be identified as a place where there was a mass shooting. Ken, Heather?
Andy, thank you so much. Right now, we still don't know the identities, the ages of the victims who are currently being treated, the victims who were killed this morning inside Tree of Life, the victims' names and the ages of the police officers who were also injured this morning.
Right. People are desperate for information, looking for answers. One of the places they're gathering is the Jewish Community Center in Squirrel Hill, which is right at Forbes and Murray, where that vigil that we're just now hearing about is planned for this evening. So the Jewish Community Center has been a gathering place for people to share information, to support each other. There's also a setup at Chatham University at Berry Hall where grief counselors are being made available, and there's a phone number. Let's show that once more for people who want to get information and don't know where else to turn. Information about what happened at Tree of Life that they may have some personal interest in, or if they have information they'd like to share with investigators, they can call that number on your screen, 412-432-4400.
President Trump spoke before he boarded Air Force One this afternoon. We also know that Vice President Mike Pence has spoken about what took place this morning in Squirrel Hill. Take a listen.
What happened in Pittsburgh today was not just criminal. It was evil. An attack on innocent Americans and an assault on our freedom of religion. There is no place in America for violence or anti-Semitism, and this evil must end.
Vice President speaking in Las Vegas, where, of course, there was that horrific shooting. The number's even much greater than what we've seen in Squirrel Hill today. But not to mitigate what people in Squirrel Hill are going through this afternoon.
That's a community that suffered.
As details continue to come in, and we continue to learn more about the suspect, identified as Robert Bowers, 48, from Baldwin, a large law enforcement presence right now outside his apartment. We speculated earlier that wherever his residence turned out to be, that would be the case, as the investigators would want to try to learn everything they could about this person and what his potential motivation might have been.
I think what's important too, when we had the press briefing around 1 o'clock or so this afternoon from city and county officials, we heard from them that Bowers, there was no longer an active threat. So we knew even if police had converged on an apartment or a home somewhere in a community, they no longer perceived that area and the person to be a threat. He was in custody, and they had identified where he lived and had secured that location.
Right. Rabbi Chuck Diamond lives around the corner from Tree of Life. He's the former rabbi there. He said he thought about this type of thing all the time because that's the world that we live in. He said there is hate in the world, but we have to have tolerance, and what we can do to fight hate is do good things, acts of love and kindness, and certainly that's the spirit that will no doubt be infusing this vigil that we now understand is in the works for the corner of Forbes and Murray at around 6 o'clock tonight.
And there still is a police presence in Squirrel Hill. Of course, they need to get into the synagogue. They need to do their investigation, conduct a thorough investigation inside the building. What we haven't heard about up to this point is, how did Bowers arrive there? Did he come in a vehicle? They're just little details that we don't know yet. Are they searching other places that he may have visited, or again, just very small details that we don't know the answers to. Ken, I think that you also brought something up. What tied him to this synagogue? Why did he choose this location? Why was this his target?
Was it random?
Was it random?
Right. We don't know.
There were some social media posts. We are able to show you these. These were supposedly made on the social media site Gab, G-A-B in all caps. This is a site that's similar to Twitter, and this is believed to be the suspected gunman, Robert Bowers. Again, he made these posts. This one was 2 days ago. He made a post, though, this morning, prior to the shooting. And I should say allegedly. This is what we believe he believed to authored these. One of the posts says, HIAS likes to bring invaders in that kill our people. I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw your optics. I'm going in. It's tough to read. Tough to take a look at. And again, that page has since been taken down. We aren't sure if that was the case because of authorities, if they were the ones who removed the posts and are currently analyzing it for more information.
Robert Bowers arrested after a confrontation with police officers on the 3rd floor of Tree of Life. We don't know where he is right now. He is injured. We've confirmed that he is injured. We assume he may be one of the victims being treated at local hospitals right now, but we don't have a confirmation of where exactly he is. Some indication that it might have been Allegheny General. We have a reporter there. We're waiting to learn anything solid. We also have victims being treated right now at both UPMC Presbyterian and UPMC Mercy Hospitals. Some of those victims had been in surgery. At least one was stable and awaiting surgery, and at least one victim was treated and released. We know that four law enforcement officers, again, we just don't know for certain
if they're all Pittsburgh
officers. I just don't want to say that. We know that 4 law enforcement officers were among the victims who were injured, and their injuries were described as non-life-threatening. Let's go back to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital and see if John Shumway has an update for us. John.
Yeah, Ken, we can tell you that the head of the emergency medicine for UPMC, Dr. Don Yealy, is headed towards Point Breeze to be a part of that briefing at 4 o'clock and will detail as best he can the injuries and conditions of those who were injured in this this afternoon during the briefing at 4. I have asked if any of the people who went into surgery are out of surgery yet and have not gotten indication that they are. I think probably our lives are so wrapped around entertainment that we see things on television that surgeries happen in a very quick order. And the fact is surgeries don't happen quickly. When they get a patient into OR to do the surgery, regardless of the extent of the injuries, it can take hours in surgery. So it's not surprising that they have not come back with information that anyone is out of surgery yet, and we're waiting to hear more on that. But the earlier indication, 3 in surgery here at UPMC Presby and 1 waiting, as you just mentioned. 1 person treated and released. That certainly is good news. And over at Mercy Hospital, 1 patient in surgery.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. We now have the name of the man who opened fire this morning at a Pittsburgh synagogue. He's 48-year-old Robert Bowers. We'll have more on his history as we learn it. But our Pittsburgh station, KDKA, reports that as the gunman opened fire, he yelled, "All Jews must die." The death toll is changing, but several people have been killed. Several others were also wounded in the attack, including 4 police officers who exchanged fire with the suspect before he finally surrendered. This happened at the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh. KDKA also reports that those who were killed in the basement of the building and also at the main floor atrium. Here's what police said a short time ago.
Suspect in the shooting is in custody. We have multiple casualties inside the synagogue. We have 3 officers who have been shot, and at this time we have no more information because we are still clearing the building and trying to figure out if the situation is safe, if there are any more threats inside the building. So that's all we have at this point, but the shooter is in custody. We have multiple casualties and 3 officers shot.
Well, President Trump also weighed in on the situation just a short time ago. At Joint Base Andrews, he called the gunman, quote, a wacko, and called for stiffer death penalty laws, but he also said that guns had very little to do with the shooting.
Well, again, this has little to do with it. If you take a look, if they had protection inside, the results would have been far better. This is a dispute that will always exist, I suspect. But if they had some kind of a protection inside the temple, maybe it could have been a very much different situation. They didn't. And he was able to do things that, unfortunately, he shouldn't have been able to do.
The president is also expected to speak about the shooting when he addresses the annual convention of the Future Farmers of America. That's in Indianapolis. It's slated to begin any moment now. As soon as he takes the podium, we're going to bring this to you live. Well, Dan Zangrilli is the KDKA reporter on the ground. He joins us now by phone. Dan, what's the latest? What can you tell us?
Well, certainly the scene is starting to clear out as far as the media convergence in the Squirrel Hill community, but obviously a community here just outside of Pittsburgh. As a matter of fact, technically in the city of Pittsburgh is extremely shaken. Neighbors coming out to embrace one another and really try to galvanize with one another here now that things have started to settle in as to the magnitude of the horror that has occurred. And I guess the poignant moment today was Wendell Hisrich, who is the city of Pittsburgh Director of Public Safety, extremely emotional and affected by what he saw, calling it extremely bad inside the synagogue, and that he has been around for a long time and seen a number of plane crashes and worked on those, and he said essentially it's the worst scene that he has ever worked on.
That was really the hardest moment today, and also hearing both him and the president say that the scene inside that synagogue is incredibly grisly, incredibly gruesome. What do we know about those who have been killed, and do we know if that baby who was having that bris, we believe, in the basement has survived?
No, we haven't been informed of anything as far as the status of, or even the names released of the victims, or even the final tally officially. There's a press conference that will be held within the hour, and hopefully we'll have more details.
And Dan, this area, Squirrel Hill in Pittsburgh, this suburb, we know that there is a huge Jewish community in that area. Are other synagogues in the area concerned?
We haven't had an opportunity to chat, at least where I am, with rabbis, though we did hear from Bishop Zubik. He is the head of the Pittsburgh Catholic Diocese. He has reached out to many of his the colleagues in the field of faith here in the city of Pittsburgh, and he is obviously concerned for them and obviously for his own diocese moving forward.
And Dan, give us a sense of what happens with the investigation at this point.
We haven't been able to get any updates on that regard. I'm not sure specifically what you're asking, but as we know, it's still very much ongoing. The scenes are clamped down. The yellow tape is out, and police have closed off a number of roads in the Squirrel Hill community, diverting all traffic around that as they unravel everything. Dan
Zangrilli, KDKA radio reporter. Thank you very much, Dan. He's on the scene there in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood, not too far from that synagogue. Thank you for joining us, Dan.
Thank you.
I want to return you now to our CBS Pittsburgh station, KDKA, monitoring the situation.
You know, because of the way of the world today.
One of the past presidents, Michael Eisenberg, told us that he did go under, he did conduct training, including Homeland Security and police.
Yes, people came in, sponsored by the Jewish community, the Federation of Pittsburgh has a very active program. And
what kind of training did they go in?
Well, I tell you, I wasn't there for that particular training, but it's something, again, as a Jewish professional and with what's going on in the world, even though we've been fairly safe here in Pittsburgh, it's just something that's in the back of your mind. You see somebody, I once had during the religious school time, somebody pulled up in front of the building wearing a long trench coat and went to go into the trunk of his car, and I knew him, but I went out to check it out just to make sure. So you have to, you just always have to be careful, and this is what you dread hearing. I got a call about 10 o'clock from an old congregant who said what they heard. I'm concerned.
Sorry.
I'm concerned about the people who were the early, the people who came on time, and most of them were older. And I just talked to one of their sons who doesn't know where his mother is, and it's a concern. And
so many people showing up to the scene not knowing if their loved one is all right.
Right.
What is your words for them?
It's just to have some faith and hang in there and try to be of comfort to them. It's a very difficult time for all of us, for everybody, but for those who knew people who were there. I called people that I knew, trying to see that they're okay, and one is a doctor, and he said he saw somebody's name on the list who was taken to the emergency room, who was, again, one of those people who were always there on time.
Had you ever talked to the congregation about what if this happened? Would you think they knew what to do?
I never spoke to them about it, no. Again, I had in my mind what I would do in helping people, and it's kind of frustrating that, in some ways wish you were there to help people. You always think like you can be of help to some degree. I had worked in a synagogue in Detroit, Michigan, where I wasn't there in 1962, but a rabbi was killed by somebody who came in. And
we're hearing unconfirmed reports that this was fueled by hate.
That's what it sounds like. There's a lot of anti-Semitism out there, and there's a lot of hate out there. You can just look in the news every day, and it's sobering that it's touched our community. And I've gotten texts from people from Israel, from Canada, wanting to know if I was okay. And it's a terrible time.
The man who was the past president said now when he talks with security officials, he can say, what instead of saying what if.
We want to interrupt you to take you live. The president is expected to speak at this annual Future Farmers of America convention. It's in Indianapolis. He's also expected to address this morning's deadly shooting at a Pittsburgh synagogue. He did speak out earlier when he landed in Indianapolis. He's been tweeting today as well. He was asked whether there should be stricter gun control legislation now that this shooting and these folks have been killed and the synagogue. And he said that the problem may have lied that there was not an armed guard inside that synagogue. And he also says they should really push for stronger death penalty laws first before any sort of gun control legislation. Again, he's addressing the Farmers of America. It's a convention here and an expo. And we're going to listen into the president.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you. When I hear the word future farmer, that's a very, very important term. You're very smart doing that. Future farmer. I hear some people want to go into a business or an industry. I say, I wouldn't want to do that, but I would like to be a future farmer. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. But as you know, earlier today, there was a horrific shooting targeting and killing Jewish Americans at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The shooter is in custody, and federal authorities have been dispatched to support state and local police and conduct a full and thorough federal investigation. This wicked act of mass murder is pure evil, hard to believe, and frankly, something that is unimaginable. Our nation and the world are shocked and stunned by the grief. This was an anti-Semitic act. You wouldn't think this would be possible in this day and age, but we just don't seem to learn from the past. Our minds cannot comprehend the cruel hate and the twisted malice that could cause a person to unleash such terrible violence during a baby naming ceremony. This was a baby naming ceremony at a sacred house of worship on the holy day of Sabbath. Anti-Semitism and the widespread persecution of Jews represents one of the ugliest and darkest features of human history. The vile, hate-filled poison of anti-Semitism must be condemned and confronted everywhere and anywhere it appears. There must be no tolerance for anti-Semitism in America or for any form of religious or racial hatred or prejudice. You know that. You know that very well. You know that very well. You're outstanding people. You were brought up incredibly by outstanding parents in most cases. And I just want to thank you for your understanding, because today, with one unified voice, we condemn the historic evil of anti-Semitism and every other form of evil. And unfortunately, evil comes in many forms. And we come together as one American people. I have just spoken. Go ahead. We should. I have just spoken with the mayor of Pittsburgh, Bill Peduto, terrific guy, and with the governor of Pennsylvania, who I've been dealing with quite a bit lately on the hurricanes and other things, Tom Wolf, two terrific people, to assure the full and complete resources of my administration in the investigation of this attack. We are praying for the families of the victims, and our hearts go out to the wounded law enforcement officers in Pittsburgh, very badly wounded and very brave. The results and the facts will be put out very shortly, but these were very brave officers. These are incredible people of law enforcement, and law enforcement does so much for us, so much for us. They really do. They do so much for us, and they're really unsung heroes. They don't get the credit they deserve, but I've always given them the credit. These are incredible patriots, incredible people. We mourn for the unthinkable loss of life that took place today, and we pledge in their name to fight for a future of justice, safety, tolerance, morality, dignity, and love. We must all rise above the hate, move past our divisions, and embrace our common destiny as Americans. And it doesn't mean that we can't fight hard and be strong and say what's on our mind, but we have to always remember those elements. We have to remember the elements of love and dignity and respect and so many others. As we hold Pennsylvania and the great people of Pennsylvania close in our hearts and prayers, I am glad to be here today in the wonderful state of Indiana. We love Indiana. And to address some people that are going to be so successful, the future farmers of America. Especially after I open up all those countries to you with our great trade deals, because you had the worst trade deals. You had the most one-sided, uneven, unfair trade deals, and they're falling one by one. You know that. We just signed Mexico and Canada and South Korea. And we're opening them up, and you're doing well, and you're going to do much better. You're even doing better. I looked at your numbers from 2 and 3 and 4 years ago. They weren't pretty. It was going in the wrong direction. Now you're going in the right direction. You know it. But before we get on to the farm business, I was in the plane, Air Force One. Did anyone ever hear of Air Force One? Beautiful. See? Anything can happen. If I can fly on Air Force One, then you can be a really, really successful farmer, right? That's what it is. But, you know, as I was flying on Air Force One, I said to my people, because of the horrible tragedy, I mean, I almost shouldn't say this, but people that have done this and do this for a living, tough living, people that went in as first responders, police officers, law enforcement, that have seen many crime scenes, they said this is one of the worst that they've seen. They've seen many horrible crime scenes. They said this is one of the worst they've seen. And we're going to have to come out with very, very powerful punishment for these horrible people that do these things. We're going to have to come out with the ultimate punishment. You know what the ultimate punishment is? It's time. We can't let this happen. It's time. And if it does happen, they have to pay a very big price. And it has to go much quicker. Not 10 years of legal wrangling. And I said on the plane that, number one, I'm going to see these young, brilliant, handsome, and beautiful. You know you're not allowed to say that anymore, but I'm saying it anyway. Handsome. I'm not supposed to say handsome, but you are handsome. And I'm not supposed to say beautiful, but you are beautiful. So I guess I'm just old-fashioned. But I said on Air Force One that I would like you to call into Indiana, Indianapolis, anywhere you want, Indiana, and I wanted to see if you could find a rabbi and a pastor to say grace. And I said, I know we have a tremendous crowd, and I think they'd all understand it. I think most of them would love it. And we found a highly respected rabbi, Benjamin Sendro, who's highly respected. And we found a great pastor. Don't forget, they were given about 8 minutes notice. It's like, can you get over here immediately? And we have Pastor Tom O'Leary from the area. Oh, look at that. They know Tom O'Leary. Look. Wow. And I thought I would invite them on stage. Let's give them a big round and then let them each say grace, say a prayer, because today's a time when we could use a great prayer from a pastor and a rabbi. Please come on, please.
Would you close your eyes and open your heart and pray with me today? Father in heaven, we don't always understand why crazy things happen in our world, but we're reminded that this earth we live on will never be as great as heaven and never as horrific as hell, but we get tastes of heaven and hell. It's in this moment, God, that we would ask for your comfort and your love and your grace and your peace to be upon the victims and their family and their friends in this community of faith that we stand up for. God, I pray for the police officers and their families that were affected. And God, we pray for protection for our police officers. We honor them today. God, we pray for protection in America. We pray, God, that your wisdom and favor would be on our president, President Trump. We celebrate that every heartbeat is a gift. We thank you that you're a God of grace and mercy and love. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Rabbi Benjamin.
Avinu Shebashamayim, our Father in heaven, our hearts are heavy today with sorrow. On this day, which from the beginning of time you declared to be holy, the sanctity of the day, the prayers, the praise were shattered by the sound of gunshots. We first pray that you should send complete healing speedily to the injured and send strength and comfort to the families of those who did not survive. We pray today for moral clarity. Let us not dismiss this as an act of insanity, but let us see it for what it is, an act of evil. As it is written in the Psalms, Ohavei Adonai sinu ra, those who love God hate evil, and this is a nation that loves its God, and this is a nation that hates evil. May we continue under the leadership of our president, who works tirelessly to fight evil at home and around the world. May we join him in that fight. And may we always remember that the presence of a few evil people among us does not define this country. We are blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and for that we thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. Great people. Not a lot of notice. They did a good job, don't you think? That's not easy. That's not easy. And I assume a lot of people are watching. And we appreciate the fact that you allow them to watch. Very much do. One of the questions that I was asked when we said thank you, one of the questions I was asked, will I come to this event? And I said, future farmers, young farmers, I'm coming to this event. And then I was asked whether or not I was going to another event later on in Illinois, which was more or less of a rally, political rally. And at first I was thinking, I'll cancel. And then I said, you know, we can't let evil change our life and change our schedule. We can't do that. We have to go and do whatever we were going to do. Otherwise, we give them too much credit. We make them too important. And you go with a heavy heart, but you go. You don't want to change your life. You can't make them important. These are bad people. You can't allow them to dominate what we do. So I'll go. Not that I want to go, but I think I actually, in reverse, have an obligation to go. I remember when we had the attack in Manhattan. We opened that stock exchange. The next day, people were shocked. A great group of people. The head of the New York Stock Exchange is just a fantastic guy, Dick. And he opened it up, he got it opened. Everybody was standing proudly with him. And the purpose wasn't financial, had nothing to do with financial. It was that we don't want to let people that are evil change our lives. So I think when I'm finished with this, I should go to Illinois. I will go to Illinois. And we'll keep our schedule the way it's supposed to be, and we should all do that. And I maybe recommend that to others also. It's a personal choice, but I think maybe we should recommend that to a lot of other people. In the meantime, it's my honor to be with you right now. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we get down to the business of farming. Does anybody want to talk about farms and farming? And ethanol that I just approved for you. And for the country, by the way. And this group of people that are so ambitious. I saw that level. I came over. I figured I'd take just one quick hand and run up to the podium and the whole place. And I saw that level of ambition. I said, they're going to be very successful people. Then I said, this side, these great musicians, they would never be that way. And they had the same ambition, right? They rushed the podium. A lot of talent. That's good music, by the way. I heard that backstage. I said, that's good music. But my administration is fighting for our farmers every single day. We are replacing unfair trade deals. You have very unfair trade deals, folks. If you look at farming over the last 15 years, it's a steady decline. There's no reason for it. It's now going to be a steady incline. There's no reason for what happened to farmers. Incredible people. We're going to be opening new markets for your exports. We're going to be eliminating job-killing regulations, which we've already done in record numbers. No, record numbers. We will be ending oppressive federal intrusion, and you and your families know exactly what that means. We'll be cutting your taxes, and just like I promised,
President Trump speaking at an event for farmers in Indianapolis, saying that there must be no tolerance for anti-Semitism in America. We are now confirming new numbers, the total dead now 10 in the shooting at a synagogue in Pittsburgh. I want to return you now to live coverage of our CBS station, KDKA, monitoring the situation.
Certainly, we will ask a lot of questions at this press conference about what they know about Robert Bowers. Did he have a criminal history? Did he have some specific connection to the Tree of Life Synagogue? As I said before, it may be difficult to get some of those answers. This is an ongoing investigation. It's certainly in the early hours of this investigation, and sometimes because of that, investigators are reluctant to give up too much information, but we will certainly learn more about what transpired today and where their investigation stands right now. And again, we will hear from this emergency room the head of emergency medicine for UPMC, who will address some of the injured that were taken to UPMC hospitals. So we await that. Again, this has been handed over to the FBI. It is a federal case right now. It's a federal case because it appears based on what 48-year-old Robert Bowers is alleged to have said whenever he walked in, all Jews must die, that this is very clearly a hate crime, and that would fall under federal jurisdiction. So we will remain here. More reporters are arriving right now. This press conference set to get underway in just under a half hour, and we will bring it to you live. For now, reporting live from the Emergency Operations Center, I'm David Highfield. Back to you in the studio.
All right. right, David, thanks. You know, earlier we talked about how, as a result of what happened at Tree of Life, there was a subsequent lockdown at Rodef Shalom, another synagogue not too far away, and the effects that this would have on other congregations. We have word now from the Allegheny County District's Attorney's Office that they are going to have a process, I'll just read this, a process evaluating the safety and potential vulnerabilities of synagogues, churches, and schools. To that end, we have already reached out to leaders of the Jewish community as well as other leaders of the religious and educational community. Again, that word from the DA's office, because this does force you to reevaluate
the safety and security.
Say, what if something like this were to happen here? How would we respond? How can we make it less likely that we would be victimized?
Well, that was a question that was asked of President Trump before he got on Air Force One, before he arrived in Indianapolis, was should there be armed security guards? He says, I hate to think of it like that, but if there was someone at that door, maybe it could have been less severe. Maybe the gunman could have been stopped.
Elaborating, once he arrived at the event where he was speaking in Indianapolis, the president said, I'll just repeat part of this, this was an anti-Semitic act. You wouldn't think this would be possible in this day and age, but we just don't seem to learn from the past. Our minds can't comprehend the cruel hatred and twisted malice. Vile hatred of anti-Semitism must be confronted wherever it appears. The president speaking this afternoon.
And the district attorney, to go back to District Attorney Stephen Zappala, he has been in touch with the United States Attorney Scott Brady, and as this progresses, they will work together to determine the appropriate forum to address these crimes. And again, it is being classified as domestic terrorism at this point. Governor Wolf, in addition to the other statements that he has issued, both at the scene and via email into our newsroom, he has also now ordered that Commonwealth flags be flown at half-staff.
John Shumway has been keeping us apprised of the victims who have been in surgery in some cases, being treated at Pittsburgh hospitals. John, what was your reaction when you heard Andy report about these two police officers who were in critical condition?
Yeah, it kind of confirms the worst fears whenever you hear a situation like this, Ken, that someone who's rushed into surgery out of a level 1 trauma center ER can't be in good shape. And certainly two police officers in critical condition going into surgery, although the report certainly sounds good that the one came out of surgery and while still in critical condition, the doctors are optimistic. And if we go back to what Wendell Hesrich told us way back, it seemed like hours ago, that the officer's injuries were not life-threatening, that certainly is a positive sign as well. So at this point, you would assume that the other officer who is in critical condition is still in surgery. We know that there was a third surgery going on here at Presbyterian Hospital. No word on whether that has concluded. And then one person in stable condition awaiting surgery, and you have to figure that that procedure, now that the OR has been cleared, will begin shortly if it's not going on already. Meanwhile, another surgery going on over at Mercy Hospital, and no word on whether that has concluded, although the last word we heard, that was continuing this afternoon. We have one person who was treated and released rather early from here at Presbyterian Hospital. So the process of getting the medical attention they need is going on, and I just got a text message back to my multiple inquiries saying that Dr. Yealy will have the latest information at 4 o'clock, and there won't be anything prior to that coming from UPMC. And all along throughout the day, as we have been making our contacts with the people we know over at Allegheny General and asking about the one person who was taken there who we have heard from multiple sources is the shooter, Allegheny General is not commenting on his condition whatsoever, not even confirming that it's the shooter. So I think 4 o'clock is what we're all waiting for, and I think there's going to be a lot more information. Certainly UPMC has indicated to me that Dr. Yealy will not only be able to talk about the conditions of the people who are at UPMC hospitals, but also give a little more detail on exactly what happened to them and what efforts the medical staff has had to go through here this afternoon to try to mitigate the severity of the injuries that they have suffered. So I guess 4 o'clock is what we're waiting on, Ken and Heather, all to find out exactly where we are in this process. But certainly the news has been devastating, and let's just hope it stops at 11.
Thank you very much, John.
All right, let's just review how we got here. Early on, we had word that there were victims, there were mass casualties at Tree of Life congregation. Initially, we heard 4 dead. Not too long after that, we had word that there were 8 victims. That has been the case for the last several hours, but now as we approach about 6 hours since this tragedy occurred, the number of killed has been, we're now reporting 11 dead. Andy Sheehan confirming that information, 6 wounded, and we have police officers who are among the injured, at least 6 injured. Forgive me, are we counting the suspect in that number?
I don't believe we are, and there wasn't much information on the injuries the suspect received, how he received them, and I believe when we heard from Wendell Hisrich, the public safety director, earlier this afternoon for the city of Pittsburgh, he mentioned that there were 6 victims being treated at area hospitals, including 4 police officers. He was later asked if the suspected gunman fell into that category of being treated, and he would not comment much further.
All right, so we're unclear on that. We do have a photo we can show you now of the suspect. This is 48-year-old Robert Bowers. He lives in Baldwin on McAnulty Road. His apartment is the scene of a massive law enforcement presence as we speak. Anti-Semitic and other writings are on social media are being attributed to him. Investigators have said that, or at least witnesses have indicated, he was shouting anti-Semitic remarks as he barged into the synagogue this morning, and the president has said this was an anti-Semitic act.
And it has been classified as domestic terrorism, and the FBI is now heading up that investigation. Speaking about those social media posts, these came from a site called Gab, G-A-B, which is a very similar setup, layout to Twitter. It's classified as allowing free speech on this forum, and there were some very strong posts on this site under Robert Bowers' supposed page. We can't confirm if he is in fact the one that authored these, but they fall under his photo and under his page and have been shared numerous times. That page has since been taken down. Law enforcement, of course, is investigating every single avenue of his life and trying to figure out what led to this and what was the motive and behind these attacks.
So we don't know more than we know. As much as we have been able to learn over the past almost 6 hours, we still don't know names of the victims. We don't know specifics of a motive. We don't know specifics of this individual who is in custody, specifics of his background, what may have precipitated this. We don't have names of the people who were injured, including those law enforcement officers. So this is all information we're hoping to get within about the next 20 minutes. But in the meantime, while we wait for that briefing from the FBI, and apparently we'll get some medical information as well. Let's return to Andy Sheehan in Squirrel Hill. Andy, that's your neighborhood, as we discussed earlier. I know you live not too far away from Tree of Life, and people often think of Squirrel Hill, oh, that's a Jewish neighborhood. But as you and Corey O'Connor were discussing, it's actually a very diverse neighborhood. It is a melting pot.
It is a melting pot. It was known as a Jewish neighborhood, but that has changed over time. There's a very large Asian population in Squirrel Hill. In fact, now Squirrel Hill is about 20% Asian, a lot of Indian people. You know, because of the universities, CMU and Pitt, and the high-tech community in East Liberty, a lot of software engineers, people like that. So it has been a very, a melting pot and a very cohesive neighborhood. Very, very tight-knit. I talked to Corey O'Connor, he said that word, and I'm talking to people. I know the neighbors here. I know people from the Jewish community, and they are hearing names, and it is a very cohesive neighborhood, and even though it is diverse, getting new information now about. We're getting back to these officers, the 2 officers that are in critical condition. Again, I'm reporting that one of those officers just emerged from surgery, and the doctors are optimistic. The other officer, I'm told, is still in surgery. These are the 2 that are in critical condition. 4 officers in all who have been wounded today. All of them, I am told, are Pittsburgh police officers. There was a large contingent of law enforcement that converged here from around the country, but those officers that were shot were all Pittsburgh police officers. also, I'm learning a little bit about the weaponry involved here. And now this is not detailed information, but the suspect, Robert Bowers, had a rifle, and my sources tell me that it was a semi-automatic rifle, which would have been a rapid fire. I'm not a firearms expert, and I'm trying to be careful when I report on firearms. Semi-automatic rifle would mean that you would have to pull the trigger for each round to go off, but it is a more fluid than a shotgun. So you can shoot a lot of rounds in a short time with a semi-automatic rifle, if in fact that's the weapon that suspect Robert Bowers had this morning. So more, back to you.
Andy, thank you. Pitt is supposed to play football this afternoon, and they put out a tweet and said, "We played today's game with the heaviest of hearts, sorrowful for the tragic events that took place at the Tree of Life Synagogue. The Squirrel Hill community is on our hearts. We stand strongly united in support of them while simultaneously standing against senseless acts of violence that attempt to divide us." Comments of support coming across the country, the world, in support of the Squirrel Hill community and just the senseless tragedy.
Indeed. The President of the United States speaking for many Americans, saying that hatred of Jews, anti-Semitism must be confronted wherever it appears. He said, "Today with one united voice we condemn the historic evil of anti-Semitism and every other form of evil." He said you wouldn't think this would be possible in this day and age. And already I know there are people commenting on social media saying, no, you very much think it's possible. And in fact, the former rabbi at the Tree of Life said this was something that he thought about all the time. Because unfortunately we have seen this play out again and again in houses of worship, in schools, at an outdoor concert in Las Vegas, and on and on.
It's hard to continue to see this, and you do wonder, how do we stop it? How do we put an end to the violence? You hear that almost as a cliche, we have to end the violence, but when you see this in your own backyard, in your own community, 11 people who won't be going home to their families, officers who know the great responsibility they have to serve and protect, but are still, two of them, in critical condition now. It's just horrific, and we've asked it all afternoon and late morning. Why? Why?
Well, it's the kind of thing that makes people of good spirit and good intention want to come together, and we understand that's in the works for tonight. We're hearing that there's a vigil planned for the corner of Forbes and Murray, right in the heart of Squirrel Hill, right outside the Jewish Community Center, which is serving as a gathering place this afternoon. That rally, we understand, organized in part by some young people, high school students, saying that they don't want this to represent their community, that they want to show what they're about. So we expect that to be getting underway in a couple of hours. And as we speak, and as we've mentioned repeatedly here, we have so many questions, and we hope to get many answers for you within minutes now. We've been promised a 4 p.m. briefing led, we believe, by the FBI, because this has become a federal investigation. The U.S. Attorney, we know, has been in touch, has been consulting with the District Attorney, so local and federal forces putting their heads together on how to handle this case. But because it happened at a synagogue, the Public Safety Director for the City of Pittsburgh says this will be a hate crime investigation handled by the FBI. We're also hoping to get updates on those who were injured at this same news briefing coming up, we hope, in about 15 minutes.
And you could see someone in that video just running. We saw a lot of that in the immediate minutes following the reports. I was listening to our coverage in the very beginning before I got into the studio, and Megan Schiller, who was on the scene very quickly in Squirrel Hill, said that they thought this was a drill. When she was sent out to that neighborhood, they thought that it was some sort of drill until they heard the screams coming over the 911 calls, and then they quickly realized this was not a drill. The response was great. We saw Allegheny County Police, their SWAT team responding. We saw numerous Pittsburgh police officers call this an all hands on deck as everyone rushed to the scene of that synagogue as gunfire was still going on inside. Police officers were able to get the suspects down on the ground ground on the 3rd floor of the synagogue and take him into custody about an hour after the shooting took place. He was taken to an area hospital. We don't know which of the 3. We know that 3 hospitals were treating people from this incident, UPMC Presbyterian, UPMC Mercy, and Allegheny General Hospital. We don't know which hospital he went to, if he has been released at this point, if he has been interviewed, and the seriousness of his injuries. But of course, authorities would like to ask him as much as possible about the acts committed this morning.
This happened, once again, this happened during Saturday morning Sabbath, or what known as Shabbat services. And at Tree of Life, there are 3 congregations that meet. There's the Tree of Life congregation itself, and then 2 other congregations that use that building. The New Light congregation was having services this morning in the basement of the Tree of Life building, and then a congregation known as Dor Hadash was having its Saturday morning service in the rabbi's study. These were all going on. About 9:45 is when this happened, at the time that this man entered the building and began firing indiscriminately, is the way it was described to us earlier, killing 11 people, injuring 6, and then 4 Pittsburgh police officers. We're now, thanks to Andy Sheehan, confirming these officers are Pittsburgh police officers. 4 of them injured, at least a couple, in a confrontation with the gunman, which ended this tragedy. And numerous officials pointing out that this could have been worse. As horrific as this is, had it not been for the bravery of the police officers who confronted this killer, we could be looking at numbers even more tragic.
So the video you're seeing right now is from Baldwin, and just a large police presence there early this afternoon, probably much before we even got on scene there. They were quickly dispatched to the area of McAnulty Road in Baldwin, where Bowers supposedly lived in an apartment. You can see the police presence there, the fire department there, bomb squad there. They needed to make sure that that apartment was secure, that no one else was in danger. This is a common practice we've seen, unfortunately, as these events unfold. Ralph Iannotti has been on scene there, and this is a picture of Robert Bowers, by the way, 48 years old, believed to be the suspected gunman. Ralph Iannotti has been on scene there. He has been able to speak with some of the neighbors in that community, and here's a little soundbite from one of the neighbors from earlier.
But it's a very quiet neighborhood, as you can see. Nothing goes on. It's shocking that something like this would happen, and obviously it goes on a lot, but this hits close to home, real close to home.
Describe this neighborhood.
It's quiet. The most noise we get are airplanes flying over. That's it. And the fire whistle goes off once in a while. That's it. Quiet neighborhood, nice neighbors, get along with everybody.
Nothing like this, obviously, has ever happened.
Yeah.
When you tie it in with what happened earlier this morning in the city of Pittsburgh in that synagogue, what goes through your mind?
It's a shame. It's a downright shame that something with that would happen to those people. Hearts and prayers go out to their families. And the officer's injured, and the families lost their loved one today. It's a sad day.
All right, Robert Bowers, again, 48 years old. He's the suspect. I would just point out that's not a mugshot. This is a photograph that we obtained, I believe, from PennDOT. But Robert Bowers is the suspect in this tragedy at Tree of Life Synagogue this morning, and he is in custody and injured, and we're waiting to get an update on how seriously. The call went out a few hours ago for blood donations. An agency called Vitalant, formerly known as the Central Blood Bank, put out word that blood donations would be good. They had a need for certain types, but were encouraging anyone who was willing to donate today to come out. They were extending their hours until 5 p.m. for this specific purpose. The locations are on your screen. You can find more information, I understand, at kdka.com. Under links and numbers at kdka.com, you can find the specific locations of where you can go and donate blood if you'd like to contribute in that way. Those locations open a little extra today until 5 p.m.
Also, there was a hotline that was set up very, very quickly in response. They wanted to offer a place for family members, friends to get in touch with the FBI to get some information should they need it. That number is 412-432-4400. And again, let me clarify, it's a victim family member hotline. When we were given this phone number at the press briefing that took place earlier this afternoon, we were also told that this number could be used if someone may have information pertaining to the case, information perhaps about the suspect or any information that may help them.
You mentioned information earlier about the Pitt game. Repeat that for me.
Okay, so this was coming from the University of Pitt football team, and they put out a tweet, and let me just pull it up here. They wanted to basically show their sympathy. They said that our hearts are with the Squirrel Hill community. We played today's game with the heaviest of hearts, sorrowful for the tragic events that took place at the Tree of Life Synagogue. The Squirrel Hill community is on our hearts. We stand strongly united in support of them while simultaneously standing against senseless acts of violence that attempt to divide us. I believe that kickoff was scheduled for 3:30 this afternoon.
Okay. Alderdice High School, another Squirrel Hill landmark. This should have been a big and fun day for them. They were supposed to play Westinghouse today in the City League Championship. That game has been postponed because of the tragedy today. The CMU campus had been locked down. It no longer is, but they went ahead and canceled all of the university activities today. Again, as we see the effects of this spread far beyond just the corner of Wilkins and Shady.
And Governor Tom Wolf has also ordered that flags be lowered to half staff across Pennsylvania at Commonwealth Complex and various state facilities. This again is you're taking a look at the picture of Robert Bowers that we were able to obtain. This is the man that police believe entered the Tree of Life Synagogue around 9:45 this morning as services were just getting underway for 3 congregations that are housed there at Tree of Life. Tree of Life has the main floor. There's also let me pull up the name of this. New Light congregation operates in the basement, and then on the 3rd floor, remind me the name of that, Ken?
Well, in the rabbi's study, it was Dor Hadash.
Right.
That congregation met there, and then it was on the 3rd floor that that this came to an end, apparently a violent end, with an exchange of gunfire between police and the gunman. In these social media tweets that have been attributed to the suspect, Robert Bowers, he wrote about an agency called HIAS. It was formerly known as the Hebrew Immigration Aid Society, now just known as HIAS. It's involved in helping Jewish refugees. As you see what he wrote there, he referred to them as liking to bring invaders in that kill our people, and that he can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Who knows what that means, but we're going to talk now to Melanie Nazer. She's the Senior VP of Public Affairs for HIAS. I can't imagine, Melanie, what your reaction was to hearing that there was even the slightest connection with this tragedy to your organization.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're just devastated by this this tragedy. We're a Jewish organization. Loss is our loss, and you know, our hearts go out to everyone who's directly affected by this. It's just unbelievable. What does your organization do? So HIAS is actually the oldest immigration and refugee organization in the world. We've been around since the 1880s. And we started as a Jewish organization helping Jewish immigrants and refugees come to the United States and resettle here. But in more recent years, we've partnered with the U.S. government. So when the U.S. government identifies refugees abroad, no matter where they're from and no matter what their religious or ethnic background, we've helped resettle them into communities across the country, including in Pittsburgh through the Jewish Family Service Agency there. So we have a 140-year history of doing this work.
Melanie, are you often or are you ever notified if your organization is brought into any kind of anti-Semitic social media postings? Have there been previous investigations, not by this individual, but just in general?
You know, we do get some of this. Unfortunately, as we see today, there's a lot of hate and a lot of anti-Semitism and a lot of just fear and xenophobia in this country. So we have seen it before. Of course, never in a million years would we have imagined it would, you know, that there would be something like this that would happen.
And this social media post that is attributed to this suspect says, "I can't stand by and watch my people get slaughtered." Can you make any sense of that at all?
Well, all I can say is, you know, there's a lot of hate, a lot of misinformation, a lot of mistrust. You know, we see refugees and immigrants as you know, we see ourselves in them. So we are all the same people, and any efforts to divide us, based on what we believe or how we pray or what our backgrounds are, is tragic, and that's not really what our country's about. Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you. All right, Melanie Nazar, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We have an update on the blood donation situation. The good news is the word has gotten out.
It has. There's a very, very long line at the location on McKnight Road in the North Hills. However, they're saying that there's such a long line. They're only open until 5 o'clock. They're asking people to come back tomorrow. They're only going to take a few more. So in this situation, because they're only open for another hour, and those are actually extended hours, they're asking people to come back tomorrow. Perhaps call ahead if you are planning to go.
All right, we're getting new information on the suspect, both from Baldwin, where police have been searching his residence, and from Andy Sheehan now in Squirrel Hill. Andy, what do you have?
Well, Ken, I'm understanding the police still have not gone in that house in Baldwin. I am understanding that they are in the process of getting a search warrant from a federal magistrate to search his house and to search and confiscate his vehicle, whatever that is, a car, I'm not sure. But they do need a warrant. There's also some concern as to, in these situations, whether, he has wired or booby-trapped that house, knowing that the police would eventually come to that apartment and would endanger those law enforcement officers. I'm also learning from my police sources about the weaponry that he had today when he went into the synagogue. I'm told that he had an AR-15, which is a semi-automatic rifle, and that he had 2 handguns. Presumably also semi-automatic handguns like a Glock. So 3 weapons in all, ample ammunition, and was able to shoot at will when he went into the synagogue. I have confirmed, as you know, we're confirming that there are 11 people dead and the 4 officers wounded, 2 in critical condition.
All right, Andy, thanks for that update. We are about a minute away from what we were told would be the start of a news conference. Typically, we know better. Often there's a delay, so we are staying.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena 9, and thank you for joining us. We continue to learn more about the morning's horrific mass shooting at a Pittsburgh synagogue. Officials are expected to hold a news conference with the latest. Any moment now, when that begins, we will take you there live. Police say 48-year-old Robert Bowers walked into the Tree of Life synagogue and started shooting it at random. As he did so, he reportedly yelled, "All Jews must die." By the time police arrived, at least 10 people had been shot and killed. Several others have been wounded. Then there was a shootout. The gunman holed up inside a rabbi's office on the 3rd floor of that building. He shot 4 police officers before he was taken into custody. As the events unfolded, loved ones of those being held inside the temple began to gather. Michael Eisenberg is a former president of the Tree of Life Synagogue.
No, we've never had any threats. I will tell you, I've always had a very watchful eye because of what's going on in the current climate. You see these bombs being mailed across the country. And our security was really just that nobody's ever tried. It was just the fact that nobody ever tried to do anything because, like most religious institutions, we have an open door.
President Trump has also weighed in. He said the mass shooting has done little to do with guns, suggesting that he should stiffen death penalty laws instead. He also talked about anti-Semitism at a Future Farmers event in Indiana.
Our nation and the world are shocked and stunned by the grief. This was an anti-Semitic act. You wouldn't think this would be possible in this day and age, but we just don't seem to learn from the past.
I want to bring in CBS News radio correspondent Bill Rakoff. He's there right now at the press conference. He joins me by phone. Bill, what's the latest? What can you tell us?
Well, Rena, right now we're going with the number of 10 people confirmed dead from the shooting at the Tree of Life congregation this morning. It is possible that that number may go higher, and we may hear about that at the press conference coming up. We expect to hear from the special agent in charge of the Pittsburgh FBI office, along with local police and emergency management leaders. We understand Governor Tom Wolf of the state of Pennsylvania, other elected officials will be here. What we've been told is there have been multiple casualties to this point, although CBS News has confirmed, as you know, the number at 10 right now of those who were killed inside the synagogue. Also, 6 people injured. 4 of those injured were police officers. None of those injuries, we are told, were life-threatening. The area remains on lockdown around the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh. It's a heavily concentrated area of Jewish people living in that community, and they have a long history of being in that area. It runs generational. People know each other in that area. They're very tight. I heard one representative of the congregation saying it doesn't matter whether you're Hasidic, whether you're Reform, or whether you're conservative or anything else. You know, people come together and they work together in the community. So this is going to leave a long and a lasting mark on this section of Pittsburgh, Rena.
Bill, this is an area that you've covered before during your reporting career. Tell us a little bit more about this community, the Squirrel Hill community.
Yeah, again, this is just a section of Pittsburgh, a neighborhood of Pittsburgh, which is east of the downtown area, not very far from the what we call the Eds and Meds corridor here in Pittsburgh, where we have the University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon University. We have the Carnegie Museums and things like that. Squirrel Hill pretty much touches right on the edges of that. It's a beautiful older community, lots of nice homes. You know, you can tell people came into this town. They were working class, blue-collar folks, and they've kept these beautiful neighborhoods around the area. And again, families who came here tended to stay here, and there are multi-generations of families that continue to call Squirrel Hill home, and even some that we've heard from that, you know, left Pittsburgh only to come back later on. And they have a rich history of providing a lot of the culture into the Pittsburgh community, into the arts and into the meds and so many other things. And the Tree of Life is one of the largest congregations in the city of Pittsburgh. In fact, there were 3 congregations reportedly meeting in the synagogue holding services this morning. So, you know, it was the center of the community, not just from a religious standpoint, but from a cultural standpoint as well.
And Bill, when you talk about this suspect, what do we know? And I assume that his home will be searched.
Yeah, that's true. The suspect identified as Robert Bowers, 48 years old. He lives in the Castle Shannon area, which is not in the city of Pittsburgh, but it's in an area that we call the South Hills. It's a community probably about 5, maybe 10 miles south of the city limits. And we understand that this is where he is or where he lived, and we understand police are going through that area. We are now being told that he may actually be from Baldwin, which adjoins Castle Shannon. In any case, a lot of those communities in the South Hills run together, but are very close to each other. But in any case, police are going to be, if they're not already, going through that home with a fine-tooth comb and looking to see whatever they can come up with. As you know, he had a social media presence. It's being reported that he went into the synagogue hurling some religious epithets, and it's possible that his feelings of hate went beyond the Jewish community with it. But these things will bear out in the course of the investigation, and I think that's what we're looking to hopefully hear from a little bit as we get into this press conference, which we think is going to start here in just a little while.
All right, Bill Rakoff, if you can stand by, Bill, I want to also bring in CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey Burns. This is actually a mugshot, I want to say, before I bring in Caitlin, that we just saw there, a mugshot of the suspect. I want to bring in Caitlin, who joins us now. Caitlin, there's only 2 more weekends left before midterms, and you were out covering a candidate in Pennsylvania. Tell us a little bit more about your day and also about the suspension of campaigns in Pennsylvania.
That's right, Rena. I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is in the northeastern part of the state. I was here, of course, covering a congressional candidate running for re-election here because, as you mentioned, we're just so close to those midterms. That candidate, Congressman Matt Cartwright, as I was talking to him, we were learning about the events in Pittsburgh, and he said he was going to cancel all of his campaign events for the day, and that's as other campaigns have canceled their events for the day as well. You mentioned Governor Wolf is in Pittsburgh right now. Other candidates, Bob Casey, Lou Barletta, others have canceled campaign events. Pennsylvania is so critical in these midterm elections, and especially districts around Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania is a state that the president won, and there are very competitive governors, Senate, and congressional races in Pennsylvania, and it's a state that he has campaigned in quite often. And so everybody putting campaign events in the state on hold and offering condolences to the victims. Matt Cartwright, the congressman that I was with earlier today, said that this, no question, was a gross act of anti-Semitism. He said someone who did this was clearly deranged and full of hatred and bigotry. And again, I'm in the northeastern part of the state, and Pittsburgh is in the west. But all eyes today and hearts are with those victims.
They certainly are, Caitlin. You know, it's incredible that we've almost forgotten with these horrific events today that just this past week we've been focused on these bombs that were mailed to various Democratic candidates and former President Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton among them. And we were focusing on the suspect who was captured Friday in Plantation, Florida. I know it's hard to gauge how all this the impact it might have on midterms, but is there a concern about safety, and how are candidates responding to this?
Yeah, you know, it's a great question, Rena. And as you mentioned, this is coming at the end of a very already, a week that was full of really just awful events. And, you know, I'll tell you, voters I've been talking to kind of this morning and this afternoon, many of whom I, told for the first time they were learning about the shooting in Pittsburgh, a lot of them raised concern about civility in politics, raised concern about the rhetoric and kind of the way
Caitlin, I apologize. I'm going to have to interrupt you, Caitlin. We want to take you now live. Absolutely. We've been awaiting this FBI press conference. They're going to give us an update on the situation regarding the 10 people killed, at least 10 people is our estimate, at a synagogue, the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
My name's Wendell Hesrick. I'm Public Safety Director of the City of Pittsburgh. To my left is Scott Schubert, Chief of Police. First off, on behalf of the city, our hearts go out to all the victims that have been involved in today's tragedy. These incidents usually occur in other cities. Today, the nightmare has hit home here in the city of Pittsburgh. As you're well aware, a Tree of Life Synagogue at 5898 Wilkins Avenue. At 9:54 this morning, calls were received at the Allegheny County Emergency Operations Center that an active shooter was inside the building. At 9:55, officers were dispatched. Apparently, an initial confrontation between the subject and the officers occurred, injuring two of the officers. Two additional officers were injured during the altercation. Those were SWAT officers. Multiple agencies responded to this incident this morning, and without their courage, this tragedy would have been far worse. Those include numerous state, county, and federal agencies, as well as neighboring EMS services, along with the city of Pittsburgh. Additionally, the dispatchers, the physicians, nurses that assisted in this incident should also be commended. There were 11 fatalities as a result of the shooting incident. There were no children. There were additionally 6 injuries, to include 4 of the police officers. That does not include the suspect. Chief Schubert has visited several of the injured officers. He will update you, as well as the doctor will give you a current update on the victims that are currently being treated. Personally, I would like to thank every agency that responded today, as well as the dispatchers, the FBI. As you are aware, this is a federal crime, and both SAC Bob Jones and U.S. Attorney Scott Brady will discuss that. I would like to take a few minutes and allow Scott Schubert to discuss the officers, what they encountered when they arrived at the scene this morning. Chief.
Thank you, Director. As the Director said, first and foremost, our hearts and thoughts and prayers go to the victims of this, and to our officers who responded. I can tell you, by the time I got there, they were already starting to extract people from in, and watching those officers run in to the danger to remove people and get them to safety was unbelievable. And for the SWAT officers, our SWAT officers and SWAT teams from around the region who were there, who went into that active shooting and were able to apprehend that actor, I can't speak more for the courage that they have. 2 of the officers that were hit, as the Director said, were the first responders to the scene and were engaged. And they're both in stable condition. And as the Director said, 2 from our SWAT team during an engagement inside the building were struck as well. They are in stable condition. I was able to talk to 2 of the 4, and as soon as we get out of here, we're going to go back and see them again and see their families and thank them for the job they did and for saving lives. But we can't not forget those victims inside that synagogue who lost their life. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Jones. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the Pittsburgh office of the FBI. Thank you, Wendell. Thanks, Chief. Certainly, the actions this person took today were hateful. We're in the early stages of this investigation, and over the next several days and weeks, we will look at everything in the suspect's life: his home, his vehicle, his social media, and his movements over the last several days. At this point, we have no knowledge that Bowers was known to law enforcement before today. I want the people of Pittsburgh to know that the FBI will work around the clock to get them the answers to why and how this happened. That said, we ask for the public's patience in the coming hours and days as we work through this investigation. This is the most horrific crime scene I've seen in 22 years with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Members of the Tree of Life Synagogue, conducting a peaceful service in their place of worship, were brutally murdered by a gunman targeting them simply because of their faith. The suspect's full motive is unknown, but we believe he was acting alone. At this time, the FBI has significant resources in and deploying to Pittsburgh from our laboratory division, our critical incident response group, our Office of Victim Assistance, and our Operational Technology Division. I can't say enough about the actions of the Pittsburgh Police SWAT team, and the Allegheny County Police. Had it not been for the quick and heroic response, this would have been much worse. Thank you very much. Now I'll turn it over to Governor Wolf.
Thank you. I'm Governor Tom Wolf, Pennsylvania, and today, words simply, I can't express the sadness that all Pennsylvanians feel for what happened today. I want to give my condolences, first of all, to the victims of this tragedy, their families and their friends, and to this community. The shooting is being investigated by the FBI as a hate crime. My heart breaks for the members of the Jewish community. Today, all of Pennsylvania mourns with you. Anti-Semitism has absolutely no place in our Commonwealth. Any attack on one community of faith in Pennsylvania is an attack against every community of faith in Pennsylvania. And I want the Jewish community across the Commonwealth and across the country to know that we stand in support of you as we together mourn this senseless act of violence. The Shabbat is a time for reflection. It's a time for finding peace, not for violence. Pennsylvania's Jewish community is strong, it's vibrant, and resilient. Now is the time more than ever to come together and to support each other. I have spent today with first responders, with local leaders, and I am in awe of the bravery displayed by law enforcement, those folks who help to keep people safe, to aid victims, and to prevent further tragedy. Federal, state, and local law enforcement are working in concert to investigate this tragedy and to maintain public safety. At the state level, the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency and the Department of Health are in contact with local officials to assist with any unmet needs. The Pennsylvania State Police have been on the scene already and are coordinating with federal and local law enforcement. Pennsylvania State Police's SWAT team, the helicopter, K-9 units, and bomb technicians have all responded and are all assisting. My thoughts right now are focused on the victims, however, their families, their friends, and making sure that law enforcement has every resource that they need. In the aftermath of this tragedy, we must all come together, and we must take action to prevent these tragedies in the future. We simply cannot accept this violence as a normal part of American life. These senseless acts of violence are not who we are as Pennsylvanians. They're not who we are as Americans. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Brady. I'm the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania. Today is a tragic day for Pittsburgh, and it's a tragic day for our brothers and sisters in the Jewish community. On behalf of the Attorney General and the entire United States Department of Justice, we want to express our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the victims and their loved ones, the Jewish community, and everyone who is affected by this terrible and unspeakable act of hate. I spoke with General Sessions today, and he wanted me to also express his condolences and know that he stands with Pittsburgh and with Pittsburgh's Jewish community. The actions of Robert Bowers represent the worst of humanity. We are dedicating the entire resources of my office to this federal hate crime investigation and prosecution, and we expect to file criminal charges shortly, perhaps as early as today. Please know that justice in this case will be swift and it will be severe. I want to echo the comments of Chief Schubert and the bravery that was exhibited by the SWAT teams of Pittsburgh Police and the Allegheny County Police. They ran toward gunfire to keep people safe. And they exemplified today the best of all of the traditions of law enforcement and of the Pittsburgh Police. Know that we're working together with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners to gather all the facts. The cooperation of law enforcement has been outstanding. I was at the scene today, which, as was stated by Special Agent Jones, was a horrible scene to witness. And yet, all of the federal, state, and local partners stood together in concert and are working together to solve this. We deeply appreciate the response of the Pittsburgh Police, the FBI, Allegheny County Police, and all of our law enforcement partners who are working so hard. Know that we will work day and night for justice for the victims of this crime, and please know that we'll continue to update you as we are able. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Don Yealy. I am a professor of emergency medicine, and I oversee emergency medicine for UPMC and the University of Pittsburgh. At about 10 o'clock this morning, we became aware of the incident, and very quickly we were able to put together the resources that we have available every day at the Level 1 trauma centers. That includes UPMC Presbyterian and UPMC Mercy, and we notified Allegheny General. We were able to dispatch to the scene 3 physicians who have expertise in EMS, working with peace officers and our outstanding EMS providers to help assess the scene and to help accomplish triage. We're blessed here to have the finest EMS providers in the country, and we're blessed because people have invested in people and in resources over decades to make sure that we have that type of excellence. The patients were all transported to one of 3 facilities. 4 patients came to UPMC Presbyterian, 1 to UPMC Mercy, and the final patient went to Allegheny General Hospital. I can give you a listing of what those particular patients were. I obviously cannot give you personal information. First patient was a 61-year-old female who had extremity soft tissue injuries that required cleaning in the operative room. She is doing well now and recovering. Next was a 70-year-old male who had gunshot wounds in his torso involving major organs inside of his abdomen. He underwent what we call a damage control laparotomy. That's an operation to get the initial injury under control, where we expect to have to do a second or third operation later. He's now having that second operation now. He's obviously in critical condition. A 55-year-old officer was also seen who had multiple extremity wounds, went to the OR again for repair and cleaning of those wounds. And then finally, another officer had essentially soft tissue injuries and grazing and was having a complete evaluation, looks to be doing fine now. Those are the 4 patients at UPMC Presbyterian. Another officer went to UPMC Mercy, had an extremity injury that required intervention and evaluation in the operating room. Again, that officer is doing fine. Happy to answer any questions if you have those.
Did it seem like perhaps any sort of special type of bullets may have been used that would create any extra damage or something to that extent?
I don't have any direct knowledge about that, but not from the injury pattern. It did not appear that way.
Were these patients generally shot multiple times or each?
There were some with multiple injuries and some with singular injuries. Again, this is something that we're prepared to take care of every day. I'm very proud of the team. We had extra physicians available, nurses available to take care of whatever could happen. When we first heard of this, we knew that there were a few patients injured, some dead. We did not know the size and the magnitude of this, and so we were prepared to take care of as many as were necessary.
Do you know about the patient at AGH?
I do not.
Do you have the age of the other 2 officers?
And the officer that went to Mercy is 27, and the 4th one at Presbyterian, I don't know his age. He's younger than me.
Are they all male officers?
Yes.
Can you give us a breakdown of the patient conditions?
I would describe 2 as in critical condition. They're in the ICU right now, one of whom returned to the operating room. The others are doing well. We would not, they're obviously seriously injured, but I would not describe them as critical.
The second patient that is in critical, you mentioned the 70-year-old male. Is the other the 55-year-old officer?
Yes.
We'll take a few other questions one at a time, please.
Question for the special agent. Can you talk, sir, about the caliber of ammunition and perhaps the weapon that was involved?
I don't know the calibers at this point. We think one was an assault rifle, and we know that the suspect had at least 3 handguns on him at the time.
Sorry, what?
An assault rifle and 3 handguns in the facility.
Is it clear how he obtained them?
Don't know at this time.
Do you know whether he had any specific connection to Tree of Life or that location?
Do not know that at this point.
How old is the suspect and where's he from?
He is a Pittsburgh resident. I don't know his age at this point.
What sort of precautions are being taken entering his apartment right now?
We would take all precautions as we would with any search warrants. We don't know if other weapons are in there, but we would proceed with caution.
Is the bomb squad part of that process?
We would put the bomb squad in any scenario like this where we would anticipate the devices, but we have no information at this point that there are IEDs present.
How long was he in the synagogue before he was brought into custody?
Approximately 20 minutes.
What sort of condition is the suspect in? Is he speaking with law enforcement?
I'll turn it over to Wendell.
I will not get into whether or not he's speaking with the authorities. However, my understanding was he was transported to the Allegheny General. He's in fair condition with multiple gunshot wounds.
Have you found any body armor?
I do not have that answer at this point.
Does anyone, have the investigators have that answer? Black jacket, body armor?
Don't know at this point.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the service that was going on inside when the gunman
I don't know. I know a service was taking place. I'm not quite sure of exactly which kind.
Okay, there's been reports of a baby naming?
Yes, we'd heard that as well.
But we can't confirm.
I can't confirm that at this time.
Was the gunman shot by police, or were those self-inflicted gunshot wounds?
We believe it was police, but definitive determination will have to be done with the investigation being conducted by the FBI.
The ages of the people who were killed, right? Or information about them at this time?
We do not. We're hoping to have a follow-up press conference tomorrow, and at that time a representative from the medical examiner's office will be there.
Are the children were killed? Is that what somebody said?
There are no children among the deceased. I'm sorry?
Were children among the injured?
I don't believe so.
Were they present?
We are still talking to the many witnesses at this point. So.
Did the gunman shout anything before he opened fire?
We don't have that information at this point.
Are local synagogues in Pittsburgh on lockdown at this time?
I don't know about lockdown, but we will certainly make sure that the information is passed so they can take necessary precautions.
Should people of the Jewish faith in Pittsburgh be worried or be on alert, or do we think that the threat has been?
We think the threat has been eliminated. Again, we don't think that anybody has been associated with this gunman, but we'll continue to look at all angles in the conduct of the investigation.
If I could just follow up on that, Pittsburgh Bureau of Police have been notified of numerous services that are being conducted, including a vigil tonight, and we will have adequate police protection at those
There was no
sites.
security at the synagogue this morning, was there?
Not that we're aware of.
Last question.
What can you tell us about the suspect's movements inside the synagogue and what he actually did when he went in there?
After he entered the synagogue, it looks like at that point he murdered the 11 parishioners. I believe he was exiting or in the process of exiting the synagogue when a Pittsburgh uniformed officer engaged him. That Pittsburgh officer was subsequently wounded. He withdrew, and as he withdrew, the defendant or the suspect went back into the synagogue in order to hide from SWAT officers who were moving towards the scene. And that's all we know at this point.
And what's his status medically? Is he injured?
He is.
I'm sorry, one clarification on the weapons. You mentioned an assault rifle and 3 handguns. Is there evidence that he used all of those weapons?
I don't know that at this point. We'll look at the crime scene in detail this evening and no more, and update you in the morning.
Or he just walked in and was
I don't know that at this point.
Thank you, everyone. Ammunition was the reason behind the stop.
Catherine, just to make, you'll give him a call.
We've been listening into a local press conference where the FBI has taken the lead in this investigation. New details, 11 dead, 11 confirmed dead in this synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They are saying at this moment none of the dead are children. There are 6 injuries, including police officers, but not including the suspect. Bob Jones, the FBI special agent who was on the scene there, said that this is the most horrific crime scene he has seen in his 20 years with the FBI. This press conference began with Wendell Hisrich, who's the Pittsburgh Public Safety Director, incredibly emotional. It took him a few moments to really contain his emotion and start that press conference. And he began this press conference by saying, "Today, a nightmare has hit our home in our city in Pittsburgh." The timeline, as we know, how this went down, at 9:54 a.m., I should back up, at 9:45 a.m., services began at the synagogue. At 9:54 a.m., the active shooter, somebody had phoned in saying that there was an active shooter in the building. 1 minute later, at 9:55, officers were dispatched. 2 officers, first responders, were injured immediately on the scene. 2 SWAT members also injured during the fight. We know that there were multiple agencies they credit with really preventing the loss of life, that number of 11 increasing even greater, saying that it was state, county, federal, EMS responders who came in. Also giving credit to dispatchers, physicians, nurses who acted quickly. Again, 11 dead, no children dead as of what we know right now, 6 injured, but not the suspect. I want to return you now to live coverage from our Pittsburgh station, KDKA.
Indicating that no children are among the victims. He told us that the suspect is in fair condition, believed to have been shot by police at Allegheny General Hospital, being treated for multiple gunshot wounds. And he says they are still talking with many witnesses as they try to piece together all the various accounts of what happened. The other really significant new part of this is that there were two confrontations between police and the suspect. Initially, one of the first Pittsburgh police officers to arrive engaged the suspect as they believe he was exiting. That officer was injured in that confrontation. Police say the gunman, as you just heard, went back into the building to hide, and then it was sometime later that he was confronted, apparently wounded by police, and taken into custody.
And Pittsburgh Police Chief Scott Schubert was talking about the bravery of these first responders. So the first two officers to arrive on the scene, they engaged in gunfire with the suspect and were hit. And then it was two SWAT officers who went inside the building to chase down this suspect. Two of those SWAT officers being hit as well. And of course, they are thanking the bravery of those police officers who were quick to get to the scene and quick to take action. And he talked about also how when he arrived, he was watching his police officers getting folks who were in that facility out and rescuing them from the facility as the other officers were going in to track down the suspect who was hiding.
FBI answering one of the questions we had earlier, was there any familiarity with this suspect before today? According to Bob Jones from the FBI, there was not. David Highfield in the room for that briefing. David, what stood out to you?
Great. Can't hear David.
He was exiting, this suspect was exiting the synagogue. Okay. All right. I know we're having a little bit of an audio issue, but the suspect was exiting the synagogue, and that's when he encountered a uniformed officer and went back in the synagogue. And then that eventually led to him being pinned in the third floor in the office of that synagogue, where eventually he was apprehended. Also, we wanted to talk about just the new victim information, and we got this from Dr. Don Yealy, chair of the emergency medicine there at UPMC Hospital. He talked about the two patients that are in critical condition right now. A 70-year-old man had a gunshot wounds to the torso, and he had surgery to deal with his stomach wounds. He is in a second surgery right now. They expect that there may even be a surgery after that. That is one of the critical patients. Also, a 55-year-old police officer who is in critical as well and in surgery. We now know that another officer, we do not have an age on that officer, was grazed by gunfire, and then the officer taken to Mercy Hospital, a 27-year-old with an extremity injury. And we should mention the very first victim, a 61-year-old female. She went into surgery, and we are told that she is doing well. But one of the points that I think Susan picked up on, and I want to stress because you really felt it in this room whenever the authorities were talking about it, is the extreme bravery of these officers, these Pittsburgh officers that ran towards gunfire to try to save lives, and obviously did save lives today. Also, the U.S. Attorney Scott Brady, I should say, who said, "We are dedicating the entire resources of my office." And again, this has become a federal case because it is believed to be a hate crime, based on what our sources are telling us, that this man walked into the synagogue and began shouting anti-Semitic things, saying all Jews must die. And so again, it is a federal case at this point, a hate crime. He said criminal charges will be filed shortly, perhaps as early as today. We will work all day and all night for the victims. So those were just some of the things that really stood out. Governor Wolf talking about we cannot accept this type of violence this as a normal part of our American life. And certainly that's what people in Squirrel Hill are feeling right now. When I was out there earlier today talking with folks who may not necessarily even be members of Tree of Life Synagogue, but they are touched by this. Everyone is stunned by what happened this morning. And of course, the worst news, knowing now that there are 11 fatalities, good to know that that does not include any children, an additional 6 injuries, including 4 police officers, and that does not include the suspect. And they also talked a little bit about the degree of caution that they have as investigators will enter the suspect's apartment in Baldwin. They don't exactly know what they may encounter there. The bomb squad may play a role in this, and certainly as they go in there and search for information, they just do not know what may await them. So there was a lot of information here today. At the same time, there are questions that I'm sure people still have. It's unclear whether he had any specific connection to the Tree of Life Synagogue. We're not aware that he had that any specific connection to that. And also, I think, Ken, you mentioned this, something that stuck out to me is that at this point, they have not been able to determine that there was any police record, any prior situation with this man. But that is the very latest. And in fact, the suspect, we should also say, multiple gunshot wounds in fair condition. He was taken to Allegheny General Hospital. And again, criminal charges could be filed later today. We have identified the suspect at this point as 48-year-old Robert Bowers from Baldwin. And again, investigators are there on the scene. Our Ralph Iannotti is over there as well, waiting as they begin to go into his apartment and try to learn more about what may have motivated this man to do such a heinous act. But that is the very latest from here at the Emergency Operations Center in Point Breeze. We'll send it back to you in the studio. Ken and Susan?
David, thank you.
David, thank you.
One additional piece of information that was new to my ears is that according to the FBI, the gunman was armed with 1 assault rifle and 3 handguns, that assault rifle being an AR-15. So it's a day of unspeakable evil, but as these law enforcement leaders are telling us, it's also a day of incredible bravery, and even they were in disbelief. The Pittsburgh police chief said it was unbelievable to watch the bravery of those officers running into that synagogue, knowing the danger that they would face.
And I live in that neighborhood. I live not very far from Tree of Life, and of course have been in touch with numerous friends of mine who were on the street going about their business in the morning, saying that they have never seen such a fast and quick response. And when the police officers were driving by, they knew something very serious had happened in Squirrel Hill based on the response and the amount of officers who were rushing to the scene. U.S. Attorney Scott Brady saying that justice will be swift and it will be severe. We have mentioned that the suspect, Robert Bowers, is currently in the hospital in fair condition with multiple gunshot wounds. A question was asked, were those self-inflicted or was he shot by police? And officials are now telling us they're going to be sorting all of that out and did not have a definite answer to give to us on that. But he was exiting the building after the shooting when he then ran back inside. We want to bring back in Ralph Iannotti, who is standing by in Baldwin, where this suspect lived. Ralph.
Here we go. Yeah, thanks very much. We're here in the Baldwin Borough, where this investigation has brought federal officials and local police. We're on McAnulty Road. There's an apartment complex here called McAnulty Acres, and this is where the suspected gunman, the 46-year-old gunman Robert Bowers, lived. Now, per orders of the FBI and the ATF, the media reporters were being kept way back from the scene. We cannot see the apartment complex, the 11-unit apartment complex, from where we are here on McAnulty Road. It's behind the apartment unit. The 11-unit apartment building is behind a brown building here. But we're being kept back again per orders from the FBI and the ATF at this hour. But obviously the feds are here. The Allegheny County Bomb Squad is here. This is the this is known as the South Baldwin section of Baldwin Borough. Now, earlier this afternoon, when we were here, we talked to a neighbor, a man who lives in this area, who said this is so uncharacteristic of this particular neighborhood. Let's listen to what he had to say. But fill me in.
It's a very quiet neighborhood, as you can see. Nothing goes on. It's shocking that something like this would happen. And obviously it goes on a lot, but this hits close to home, real close to home.
Describe this neighborhood.
It's quiet. The most noise we get are airplanes flying over. That's it. And the fire whistle goes off once in a while. That's it. Quiet neighborhood, nice neighbors, get along with everybody.
Nothing like this, obviously, has ever happened.
Yeah.
When you tie it in with what happened earlier this morning in the city of Pittsburgh in that synagogue, what goes through your mind?
It's a shame. It's a downright shame that something with that would happen to those people. Hearts and prayers go out to their families. And the officer's injured, and the families lost their loved one today. It's a sad day.
So again, the investigation continues here in the South Hills in Baldwin Borough, the McNulty Acres Apartments. And just as a side note, we'd like to say this is happening, this investigation, this apartment where the suspected gunman lived is right near the South Baldwin Volunteer Fire Department. And there's a wedding reception going on here this afternoon at this hour. Police are keeping the media back from the apartment complex where the investigation is ongoing at this hour, but the wedding reception, there was a wedding this afternoon in we're told in the South Hills area in Pittsburgh, and they decided to go on with the reception here at the Volunteer Fire Department. They have a banquet hall here because it would have been too difficult to put everything on hold as a result of this situation. Right now, the feds, the FBI, ATF, and local police, the county bomb squad here at this apartment unit, they had to get a search warrant to go into this suspected gunman's apartment. That happened, we presume, earlier this afternoon. And again, this investigation continues at this hour. Back to you guys in the studio.
You know, Ralph, seeing all that activity, the people in that neighborhood have to be dumbfounded. I'm wondering, have you come across anyone who knows anything about this guy? Do we assume that he lives on his own? Any family? Do we know anything about where he works? Anything?
I don't know anything about that at this hour. Although one of the producers here from CBS earlier talked to one of the gentlemen who lives in that McNulty Acres apartment unit, and he said he had words with the gentleman about some issue a few days ago, and also he knew that this guy had some guns. But that's all. That's all we know at this point. Again, right. we're a block or so, or block and a half away from the actual complex where the search is now going on.
All right. Ralph, thanks. We'll be back in touch.
All right. Also, we heard from Bob Jones, special agent with the FBI, and he said, quote, "This is the most horrific crime scene I have seen in 22 years. I mean, if that doesn't shake you to your core, these are seasoned law enforcement officers saying going into that scene and seeing what they saw, that these folks who were there to worship were brutally murdered because of their faith. Earlier today, I had a chance to talk to a former president of Tree of Life, and I said, describe for me the building. Who would have been there? And she said on Saturdays, they don't lock the doors because they want to welcome everybody. Everybody is welcome at Tree of Life. 3 different congregations that gather there. And at that time in the morning, services starting at 9:45, at that time in the morning, there would have been a lot of the older folks going to the synagogue to set up for services. And she said at that time of day, she would guesstimate that there would have been 20 to 30 people who had gotten there early and gotten into the building. During the day, during the week, they lock the doors. You have to be buzzed in. But again, on a weekend, on a Saturday, doors are wide open and folks can walk in.
All right, let's go back to the officials on the scene there in Point Breeze. I understand we can get some more information on the status of the victims who were injured.
Yeah, in fact, we're talking with Dr. Don Yealy, the emergency medicine chair at UPMC. What,
Go ahead. Yeah,
what can you tell us?
Well, there were a total of
6 patients that were transferred from the scene to UPMC facilities. 5 went to UPMC Presbyterian and 1 to UPMC Mercy. Another patient actually went to Allegheny General, and I don't have any information about that patient.
Can you tell us about the 2 that are in critical condition at this hour?
So one was a 70-year-old gentleman who had multiple gunshot wounds to the abdomen and underwent a surgical procedure. We call it a damage control operation to initially get control of the injuries. Often there's a plan, although the plan and timing aren't specific, to go back and have a second operation. He's back having that second operation right now. Another patient who had multiple other wounds that required operative intervention and is in the ICU right now.
Do you know if the 11 deceased, were they all found dead on arrival at the scene, or were any of them taken to hospitals and then ultimately didn't make it?
There was no one transported to a hospital who then died.
Can you tell us about the 55-year-old officer? Because he's the other officer in surgery who is in critical condition?
He had multiple extremity wounds and required operative intervention for that and is beginning to recover from that.
Okay, so the surgery is over for him?
It is over for him right now, yes.
Learn the age of the other officer. I know you said there was a 27-year-old. Do we know yet the age of the other?
I will get that information for you. I don't have it on the top of my head right now.
And the others are doing okay, though serious?
They're doing, exactly. I think that's exactly the way to describe it.
And in fact, one of the officers has actually been released at this point?
One that went to Presbyterian was seen in the emergency department and released, yes.
And the one that went to Mercy, who has damage to his extremities, is he in danger of losing a limb or part of a hand, or do you know at this point?
Well, whenever there's a high-velocity injury, that is from a gunshot wound, there's a concern not only the direct injury, but injury to blood vessels. And one of the concerns was for the operation was to assess the injury and the circulation to the hand. I don't believe it's in danger right now, but that was an early concern.
When do you expect others to be released?
Don't have that information right now. Just too early to make that call.
Were there, this was a Saturday morning early, were there doctors that had to be paged or called in to come on in and help out with this?
So we have a full team available 24/7, 365 at both UPMC Presbyterian and UPMC Mercy. But separate from that, and particularly in the beginning, when we did not know how big this could be, we actually did call in extra physicians at both facilities. So I had emergency physicians, trauma surgeons, and virtually every other specialty, and nursing help, social work help available. There could have been a dozen more if you were thinking about how big the service was, and we just didn't know in the beginning. So yes, we did prepare for that, and we did not need to use all of those resources.
Treating gunshot wounds, because I imagine loss of blood, even the treatment in the ambulance, getting people to the hospital is critical, correct?
Yeah, well, no, important factor is actually to get quickly to the hospital to eliminate the amount of time that someone has either bleeding or low blood pressure. And we have one of the most advanced EMS systems in the country, and because of, as we talked about in there, decades of investment in people and resources. Excellent EMS, and it's not by luck, it's by design of the local government and the local healthcare facilities. These people, I do not think there were large volumes of blood loss that impacted upon their care before they got here. We deployed 3 physicians to the scene, one of whom had expertise in tactical EMS, in other words, unsecured scenes. So there was a lot of interaction right at the scene all the way through to the hospital about what's the best care that needs to happen.
The 70-year-old that is in critical condition right now in the second surgery, is there a critical time frame? Like, will you know by morning that, he's going to be okay? Is there something you're watching specifically?
I think it'll be an ongoing process, and I don't think there'll be any one period of time for at least a few days that we're really certain. Given the amount of injury that the patient had and the age, makes it a much less predictable course. So I wouldn't be able to answer that with any precision.
Did your hospital treat the shooter, the suspect?
We did not know.
Obviously, your staff, on a daily basis, you deal with a lot of tragedy, but does something like this take a special emotional toll?
I think it does, because the people that were involved, even the ones that did not have the opportunity to be transported to the hospital, there are friends, our neighbors. One of my partners, his first response was, that's where I went to school when I was a young boy. So I think it puts healthcare providers, just like everybody else, in an unusual position of doing their job but having the normal human emotions.
On that note, is UPMC providing any mental health care?
I've already had a conversation with WPIC about how it is we could reach out to the community. 6.5 years ago, we had to have this conversation about the shootings at WPIC. So I think we've come a long way in how you make some of those resources available, not only for the people who are directly involved, but kind of the secondary wave, given the heightened emotions that are going to happen around this.
Thank you very much for the update, Doctor. We really appreciate it.
Tell me a little bit like when you guys started, when you were notified and
All right, thank you so much, David, for bringing us that live update from the doctor. That was Dr. Don Yealy, head of emergency medicine for UPMC. Something else that the doctor had talked about earlier in the press conference was that 3 doctors had been sent to the scene in Squirrel Hill to work with police to assess the situation and to help out with victims at the scene. And also that Pittsburgh is very lucky because we do have these level 1 trauma centers, being Presby and being Mercy. Also, UPMC at the time of the shooting had sent out a bronze alert to all UPMC employees. That is alerting employees that there is an active shooter situation, and on that alert that went out indicating that it was this bronze alert, an active shooter, at the bottom it said, "This is not a drill." And originally when we were hearing about this situation in Squirrel Hill, there was so much activity that at first we thought it was a drill, but then of course it turned out not to be. We're going to go to Andy Sheehan now, who is live in Squirrel Hill with the very latest from there. Andy.
Well, I was just struck, Susan, at the press conference again about the bravery of these Pittsburgh police officers. It harkens back to a tragedy involving the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police back in April 4th, 2009, when 3 officers lost their lives charging into a house in a domestic situation in Stanton Heights. We all remember that tragedy, and we remember the bravery of those officers that fell. Today, again, this was the action of the Pittsburgh police. We learned from the press conference and what we had confirmed earlier that one of the police officers initially engaged the gunman and was wounded. We understood that he was wounded in the hand. And then this response from the Pittsburgh SWAT and the uniformed officers that went into the building eventually engaged the gunman and were injured. We're thankful that 3 are okay. Our thoughts and prayers to the police officer that is still in critical condition. Susan, as you know, people are gathering here in Squirrel Hill. Tonight there'll be a vigil at the intersection of Forbes and Murray, and people are being asked, friends and family of people that are members of the congregation or had been in one of these 3 congregations today, to gather at the Jewish Community Center, the JCC, which is the center of Jewish life, basically, of all congregations in Squirrel Hill. And there they are to get good information about the condition and the whereabouts of their loved ones. I understand that you know somebody in that situation.
Yeah, I did hear from a friend who said that a cousin was missing. They know that he went to services this morning, and nobody has heard from him since. Now, that was roughly around 4 o'clock, right before I walked into the studio, so I don't know if things have changed since then, but they were waiting to hear word. No one had heard from him since he went to services this morning.
Can only imagine for how many people. There must be a lot of people in that situation trying to get a hold of people and not always being able to do so. John Shumway at UPMC Presby. John, I assume you heard the comments of the head of the emergency operations there?
Yeah, I did, Ken. And let me just add to the conversation you all were just having for a second. There was a couple that came out of UPMC Presby behind me a little while ago, and I talked to them down on the sidewalk. They didn't want to go on camera, but they had just left over there. They are members, and I asked, did you know anybody who was involved? And they said multiple people. So, yeah, this is a very personal thing, and we're talking about the victims. We want to get back to the victims in just a second, but let's remind folks that the shooter was indeed shot multiple times, we now know, and they believe those were by police, although they're still trying to assess that as to whether there was anything self-inflicted involved, and he is in fair condition. But as we listen to the doctors talk, so often when they're using medicalese, for those of us who don't have medical degrees, we get lost in what they're saying. And so I did what a lot of people would do. They call their good friend the doctor, and I have a good friend who is a doctor, and I asked him, okay, explain what this doctor is saying to me. And basically what we're talking about is extremity is exactly that. It's either upper or lower body extremities, your arms, your legs. That's where those victims were shot. The critical thing is when they say soft tissue, because when they say soft tissue, it means it didn't hit anything critical. It hit skin, it hit fat, it hit muscle, but it didn't hit anything critical. So those with the soft tissue injuries are going to do better than those who were hit in a more critical location. Clearly, the 70-year-old gentleman that they're talking about who was hit in the torso multiple times and multiple organs involved is the one that they are watching the most critically. And the 55-year-old police officer, although his injuries were extremity, you'll notice that the doctor did not say that those were soft tissue injuries, and he was hit multiple times. So that is the nature of the critical characterization of his situation right now, and clearly will be in the thoughts of his fellow police officers, because those kinds of injuries can be debilitating, to say the least. Now, the other two officers that we heard about, the one here with the soft tissue injury that the doctor said is doing well, is certainly good news. And then, of course, over at Mercy Hospital, the 27-year-old officer, his two extremity injuries, but he also is doing well. So that's good news on those. Clearly, the 61-year-old female who was injured extremity, but those are soft tissues, she also is doing better. So we just wait to see. Clearly, the biggest concerns, the 70-year-old male who was shot in the torso and the 55-year-old police officer who was shot multiple times. We'll have to wait as the hours and the days go by to just see how devastating those wounds were, and keep them in thoughts and prayers, of course. The police at this point have, let me just tell you, from behind me, you would think it was a normal day at Presbyterian Hospital. Pretty much everything is cleared out. There are a couple of police cars around, but that's a normal at Presby Hospital any time of the day or night. Certainly a much quieter scene here. The good work and the efforts to minimize and mitigate the efforts of the shooter are continuing to go on inside. I'll get back to you guys.
All right, John, thank you for that. Just a word about the president. We've heard from President Trump several times today talking about the tragedy in Squirrel Hill. There was some word that he was considering canceling a political rally that he was supposed to attend tonight in Illinois. We saw him speak in Indianapolis at a future farmers convention, but he had indicated on the flight over that he might cancel this political rally scheduled for tonight in Illinois in light of what happened here in Pittsburgh today. But we understand now he does still plan to hold that rally, and he said, quote, "We can't let evil change our life and change our schedule."
He said also that he will go to that event with a heavy heart, and he did call the shooting that happened at Tree of Life evil as well, that it was pure evil. We're going to go back now to Andy Sheehan, who has more on the vigil that will be taking place tonight in Squirrel Hill. Andy, what can you tell us?
Well, there will be a vigil tonight. It's scheduled for 6:30 at the corner of Murray and Forbes, which would be sort of the center of the Squirrel Hill Business District. But right now, I'm with the longtime state representative from this district in Squirrel Hill, Dan Frankel, who is very much tied into this community, very much part of this community, and it's a devastating day.
A horrific day, an incredibly sad day for Pittsburgh and for Pittsburgh's Jewish community. And It's just hard to imagine that this could happen in our community. But what we've seen happen across this country are these acts of hate that have been enabled by this deterioration in civil discourse and making legitimate hate speech that basically, creates environments where something like this can happen. So it's a time for this community to come together, to be with the victims and the families of the victims this evening at the vigil, to extend our condolences and to hopefully move forward in saying that we are not going to tolerate this sort of thing. We need to live in a community, and we do live in a community that embraces diversity and tolerance, and then you have...
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. We now know 11 people were killed when a gunman opened fire at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Saturday morning. 6 others were hurt. The gunman reportedly yelled, "All Jews must die," as he opened fire. When police arrived, he shot 2 officers before retreating into the office of a rabbi. 2 more SWAT officers were shot before he surrendered. The suspect has been identified as 48-year-old Robert Bowers. He has a long history of anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant posts on social media. Officials say that the attack will be investigated as a hate crime. Here's FBI Special Agent in charge, Bob Jones.
This is the most horrific crime scene I've seen in 22 years with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Members of the Tree of Life Synagogue, conducting a peaceful service in their place of worship, were brutally murdered by a gunman targeting them simply because of their faith. The suspect's full motive is unknown, but we believe he was acting alone.
As these events unfolded, loved ones of those inside the temple began to gather. Michael Eisenberg is a former president of the Tree of Life Synagogue.
No, we've never had any threats. I will tell you, I've always had a very watchful eye because of what's going on in the current climate. You see these bombs being mailed across the country. And our security was really just that nobody's ever tried. It was just the fact that nobody ever tried to do anything because, like most religious institutions, we have an open door.
President Trump has also weighed in. He said the mass shooting has little to do with guns, suggesting that he should stiffen the death penalty laws instead. He also talked about anti-Semitism at a future farmers event in Indiana.
Our nation and the world are shocked and stunned by the grief. This was an anti-Semitic act. You wouldn't think this would be possible in this day and age, but we just don't seem to learn from the past.
CBS News radio correspondent Bill Rakoff is on the phone and joins us now. Bill, what can you tell us?
So the press conference was rather thorough in that we found out that the suspect, Robert Bowers, 48 years old, from the South Hills of Pittsburgh, just outside the city limits, is accused of walking into the Tree of Life Synagogue just before 10 this morning. What really stood out to me was the response time, Rena, of the first responders. The fact that Pittsburgh police got the call about a minute after he was supposed to have walked into the synagogue. Once the officers had the call, they were there on the scene within a minute. They engaged him. 2 Pittsburgh police officers were shot. And then later, as the SWAT team was moving in on him, 2 more SWAT officers were also shot, all of them believed to be stable. But from the head of the FBI to the U.S. attorney to the Pittsburgh police chief himself, they're saying, look, if it hadn't been for that quick response, things could have been much, much worse inside the synagogue today.
Do we know if this suspect is talking, Bill?
We do not know. That pointed question was asked of the U.S. attorney, Scott Brady, and he said he would not comment one way or the other. He would say that Bowers had been shot. They believed he was shot by a police officer, but didn't have 100% confirmation. He was taken to a local trauma center where he was described in fair condition. So one surmises that he would be able to talk to investigators. But again, the U.S. attorney would not tell us one way or the other if he is. I don't think they want to let anything out of the bag this early on in the investigation.
I understand that, Bill. And what about the weapons that were used? What do we know?
So I asked that question, and we were told that he took an assault weapon, an assault rifle, along with 3 handguns. But when I pressed to say, did he use all 4 of the handguns, they weren't willing to tell us, whether or not all 4 of them were used, just one of them. So we don't even know at this point, if he used the assault rifle or not, although there are a number of reports that describe him using it inside the synagogue. So he was very well armed, which suggests that perhaps he probably had planned this out for quite some time. As we've been noting all afternoon, Rena, he had quite the social media presence there, but officials would not comment on that yet, saying it's just too early in the investigation. But he did say they would work day and night, and the U.S. Attorney promised that justice for Bowers would be, in his words, swift and severe.
Swift and severe. We know this area, Squirrel Hill, is a huge sanctuary for the Jewish community in the Pittsburgh area. What's the mood on the ground there, Bill? And are they concerned? Should other synagogues be worried?
We did ask that question. Authorities were quick to say they didn't think that there was any, direct threat from what happened today anywhere else. But Pittsburgh officers, as well as officers around the country, out of what they call the abundance of caution, are increasing police presence around houses of worship, and not just Jewish houses of worship, but others as well. Here in Pittsburgh, people were told to go out and go do their thing. In fact, I'm sitting here in the neighborhood just a couple of blocks away, and people are walking the streets, even in the rain, walking their dogs. But it is a somber mood here in this very, very tight-knit community.
Yeah, we just incredible, the community, and we are hearing that there will be a 6:30 vigil there tonight. Bill Rakoff, I want to thank you very much for joining us, Bill.
Thanks, Rita.
You bet. Well, the shooting that left at least 11 people dead at a Pittsburgh synagogue is now being investigated as a hate crime. A law enforcement source said that the gunman reportedly shouted anti-Semitic slurs as he was shooting. If you look at his online activity, he posted anti-Semitic threats and conspiracy theories just in the weeks before Saturday's shooting. One of his target was HIAS. It's a nonprofit organization that provides humanitarian aid and assistance to refugees. Mark Hetfield, the group CEO, joins me now by phone. Mark, tell us a little bit about your organization and what you believe his rhetoric towards this organization was.
Sure. Thanks, Rena. So HIAS is the oldest refugee organization in the world. We were started at the end of the 19th century to welcome Jewish refugees to the United States. And we've since transformed into being an organization that helps all refugees of all faiths and ethnicities on behalf of the American Jewish community. We say that we used to welcome refugees because they were Jewish, and today we welcome refugees because we are Jewish. And so we do this in partnership with the U.S. government and with local community agencies around the country, including Jewish Family and Community Services in Pittsburgh, which is one of our partners. We also help refugees overseas and try to keep them safe where they are.
Mark, when you heard that your organization was mentioned by this suspect, what went through your mind?
I mean, I'm still in a state of shock, and I'm having a really difficult time coming to terms with it, and I can't stop thinking about what these people in the synagogue in the Tree of Life must have experienced when he invaded them, and his hatred toward HIAS and toward Jews and toward refugees. I mean, what we see is that hateful people don't tend to hate just one group. They tend to hate many, and this one decided he hated Jews, he hated refugees, and God knows who else he hated, and there's just too much space now in our society for hate speech and for haters.
Yeah, Mark, I want to ask you, has your organization, has HIAS, received any other threats? Was this a surprise when you heard about this?
Well, we've certainly had our detractors for quite some time who don't believe in our mission of welcoming refugees to this country, but obviously nothing at this scale before.
We heard from the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, today saying that this is likely the deadliest attack on Jews in this country, in U.S. history. It comes at a time when hate crimes are on the rise nationally for the last few years. Have you been gaining that sense that hate crimes, do you see an uptick in that? Do you feel it within your organization?
Well, I mean, the sad thing is our mission is to protect refugees, and refugees, by definition, are people who flee hate. I mean, that's why they come here, is to find safety and sanctuary from hate. And certainly, we're seeing an uptick in this worldwide. There are more refugees and displaced persons in the world now than ever before because of this surge in hate. And in this country, we're seeing a surge in hate speech and a tolerance of hateful speech. And that's what bothers me the most, is that this person was on social media attacking Jews, attacking refugees, attacking Hayas, and he got away with it, and it led to this.
I want to send our apologies to you and your organization. What an incredible day it has been for this country, where people just gathered. 11 people killed simply trying to express and practice their faith in this country. Mark, before I let you go, I want to ask, what is your advice to people, whether they attend a temple, a mosque, or a church? How do you protect yourself?
Well, I mean, we all have a role to play. We all have to, when we see someone spouting off something that's hateful, we have to call it out. We have to stand up to it. We have to report it. We can't look the other way and say, oh, that's just our crazy uncle. I mean, we have to address it in our families and in our communities. And when we see it, we have to act on it. It's just spun out of control, and we all have a role to play in this. We have to also go out of our way, to welcome the other, and not to act afraid, and certainly not to act hateful.
Mark Hetfield, I want to thank you very much with Hayas. Thank you very much for joining us, Mark.
Thank you, Rena.
You bet. Well, I want to take you back now live to our coverage from our CBS Pittsburgh station, KDKA. They're continuing to monitor the situation with the latest updates.
Stopping us and asking us what time this ceremony is taking place. And it is supposed to begin at 6:30, right directly behind me, where they are erecting a platform at the corner of Forbes and Murray Avenue. So I'm going to bring in Cody Murphy right now, and she's here for two very important reasons. Cody, first, before we talk about the vigil that's happening this evening and the ceremony that's happening this evening, Cody lives very close by to Tree of Life Synagogue, and you were woken up this morning by screams. Please tell me about that.
I was woken up this morning. I was probably about 10:15. I heard my mom yelling and just like a general big commotion. I had no idea what it was, and my first thought, this is horrible, my first thought was, oh, my family must be fighting, because I couldn't imagine anything else. But then I looked out and I saw my mom like frantically gesturing to people across the street, and my second thought was, our phone pole must be on fire again, because that had happened a few days before. So I come downstairs and there's just a strange man in my house, and my mom tells me there was a shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue, and I just immediately start crying, and I run upstairs and I put on some clothes and I come back down, and it turns out that the man in our house was someone who had run away from the shooting and just run to the first person he saw with a phone and told them to call 911 and then taken shelter in their house. So there was a man from the Tree of Life Synagogue that was sheltering in our house for a few hours, just trying to call his wife and his kids, just trying to let everyone know he was okay because he didn't have his phone because it is Shabbat.
Yes, and so traditionally, if you are of the Orthodox Jewish faith and are practicing that faith, you do not use any technology or limited technology on the Shabbat, correct?
I believe so. I'm not a very Orthodox practicing Jew, but that's what I've heard people say.
So was he inside the synagogue or was he in the area?
I believe he was inside the synagogue because his car was parked, and I'm not sure if he had left his phone in his car, but I believe that he was taking part in some of the services, and he sprinted away from the area and told the first person he saw to call 911.
Did he tell you anything about what that horrific scene must have been like at that time?
No, we didn't really want to pressure him. He just kind of distracted himself playing with my dog, and we let him use our phones as much as he wanted, and we just tried to figure out what was going on.
Cody, how old are you?
I'm 17.
You're just a wonderful young woman, also a Taylor Alderdice High School student that is helping basically participate and also gather people here this evening. Did that idea come from you or from other fellow students as well?
I went over to one of my friend's houses because I didn't really want to be alone. I was like shaking, so I woke up my friend and went over to her house. She's my neighbor. And we were like, we need to organize something. We need something to happen. And it was mainly one of my friend Marina's idea, but she was just, we got in touch with some people from different congregations, and then we got in touch with other neighbors. One of our neighbors is a cantor at a different synagogue, and we decided, like, we need to do something. so we might as well do something tonight.
And that's what you were hearing just from everyone, that everyone wanted to just be together.
Yeah, and I knew that myself personally, the second I was by myself, I started crying again. But when I was with all of my classmates just trying to figure out the logistics, it distracted me enough that I knew I wasn't going to break down. So just having something to do and having people to talk to and like communicate with is just so helpful for people during this time, because you want to do something, but there's not really anything you can do other than just share your love with others.
And tell us a little bit specifically about the ceremony that's happening tonight. It's called a Havdalah, is that correct?
There's a Havdalah ceremony. It's kind of like a honoring and mourning, and then there's going to be a moment of silence after, like, so we're not going to obviously represent the views of the entire Jewish community, but as students, we've written up a statement that I'm going to deliver, and then there's going to be a moment of silence, and then just a few other like religious services, and then just a song or two, and it's just all who we've lost so far, and just sharing our love and not really speaking for the community in terms of political views, but just representing the fact that we are angry and we are hurting, and just saying that we're allowed to feel that the way that we feel, and that nobody is alone right now.
Cody Murphy, just a wonderful young woman. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to that this evening, and we will be here for that as well. Thank you so much. So we understand that this is largely run by Taylor Alderdice High School students, but there'll be other members of community organizations here as well. Certainly many members of the community. Lots of people are passing us by right now, taking pictures of the platform and stage that is being erected behind us, and also some of the mic checks and audio checks that are going on behind us right now. So we will stay in place and bring that to you as it happens, as soon as it happens. But for now, we are live at the corner of Forbes and Murray. Pam Serrano, KDK TV News.
All right, Pam, thank you, and good for 17-year-old Cody Murphy and her friends from Alderdice doing good work out there.
We know there will be a very large crowd there tonight. Joining us on the phone right now is Lynette Letterman. She was a former president of Tree of Life Synagogue. And Lynette, I can only imagine what you are going through tonight.
Good afternoon, Susan and Ken. Yes, this is quite a horrific and sick set of circumstances. Our Tree of Life family is truly hurting. It's a very tight-knit community of older people and an influx of young families. So like I said, the Tree of Life family is really hurting tonight.
Have you been able to reach out to members of the various congregations and to check on everybody?
Well, we've gotten a lot of official information over the course of the afternoon, particularly because there's always great concern about the security of all Jewish institutions when there is activity like not like this, but anything like this, any kind of anti-Semitic or hate crimes or anything that threatens ethnic people. But particularly our Jewish institutions had been on lockdown earlier. All the synagogues were placed on alert. We have a Jewish community security chief, Brad Orsini, who has been directing some of the work that's been going on all afternoon to keep everybody safe, as well as the remarkable Pittsburgh Police Department and the FBI. But officially, we've heard very little. We just know kind of unofficially about who was killed in the building. We don't really have any official information, and so this has been very difficult, very, very difficult for us. We're waiting to hear which members of our family we've lost today. Kudos to the Alderdice students who just understand that it's important for the community to come together tonight. It's a very moving gesture on their part.
And you were telling me earlier about the layout of this building and who would have been in the building at the time, and the ease of a shooter to be able to just walk into the building on a Saturday.
Well, the Tree of Life congregation has undergone an initiative called a metropolitan effort. And so there are 3 congregations in that building, the Dor Hadash congregation, the New Light congregation, and the original Tree of Life or La Simcha congregation that has been in that building for many, many, many years. So this morning at 9:45 when services were starting, they were starting in 3 different locations in that building. And like you had mentioned, like you and I had spoken about this morning, the doors are not locked on Shabbat. The doors are there. They're open to welcome our congregants to Shabbat services. And yes, they are locked, and there are security measures that are in place over the week, as there are in every Jewish institution. But on Shabbat, it's the day to welcome anybody who wants to come in the door. And that, unfortunately, was the opportunity that the shooter probably had. And then, of course, there were congregants in 3 locations that we would know of, as well as people who were walking back and forth probably to get to where they were going. It's a big building. It has a beautiful lobby, and the 3 congregations are located in 3 separate venues. So there were clusters of people in 3 different places, and of course that's part of the FBI investigation, and unfortunately we've heard that it was a horrific scene. So I can only imagine what happened in that building.
Lynette, how are members of the congregation, if you know, how are they keeping abreast of developments? Are emails going out? Is there a social media presence where people are sharing information? How are people exchanging what they know?
We don't know anything official. We know what we know from you. We know what we know from our police contacts and from the mayor's office. Dan Gilman and Mayor Peduto have been very forthcoming, but their information is particularly controlled by the FBI as the investigation proceeds. The congregation is kept in touch with each other through texts and through social media. We received an email this late morning letting us know that our rabbi was safe, and that it was a crime scene and it was secured, and that further information would come when it was available. But it isn't available yet.
So, Lynette, do you know anyone personally who was injured, who was there?
I do.
You do?
But I'm protector privacy, and I certainly don't want to share anybody's name until the family wants to share the name. But I will say, Susan, when the names of the 11 people who died come out, we will know all of them. We will know all of them. And of course, some of us will know the police officers who were injured and the other 2 people who were injured. Dor Hadash is a very tight-knit community, too. They've traveled from location to location, and they've been in the Tree of Life building now for a while, and they're a very close community. And the New Light congregation, which used to be on the corner of Beechwood and Forbes, moved into our building last year. They're an older congregation, but they have been together for many, many years. So when the names are released, we will know everybody.
Lynette, when you were the president of the congregation, was security something that was discussed with any specificity with regard to securing entrances during services? I mean, I know that during the high holidays, it's common to see police officers directing traffic, just keeping an eye on things. But for a typical Saturday morning service, did it ever occur to you, was it ever discussed when you were in charge of the congregation that maybe your current situation wasn't secure enough?
Yes, that's certainly something that we've always thought about. And unfortunately, I was president during 9/11, and so it was a priority. One of our congregants currently, and he's an officer of our congregation, is a member of the Pittsburgh Police Department and emergency management response team, a very competent officer. And he's been in charge lately of securing or creating and securing the building in a different format than we've ever done before, just because of the climate in this country. And they have been working hand in hand with Homeland Security, and I believe just completed a walkthrough of this building last week. And so we're moving towards initiatives to further secure the building. But to answer your question, in past years, security has always been an issue, as for any Jewish institution. There was a time when we had a preschool in that building as well. And so security measures to keep those doors locked at all times, were very, very important. I chair the children's playrooms in the courts for National Council of Jewish Women, and the security in the court around those playrooms is optimum. It is the top. It is the best. And so we've adopted a lot of those kinds of things at the synagogue building as well. But it's unrealistic to think that when you have a building like the Jewish Community Center, where you're welcoming people all day long and are seeing thousands of people every day, or in any synagogue that sees maybe up to 100 people coming in on a Saturday morning, to lock the door and so people can't get in. So it's a challenge. It's a huge challenge, but it's not something that Jews take lightly anymore, and with the way hate speech is thrown around in this country today.
Would you anticipate that today will change things, perhaps not only at Tree of Life, but at other synagogues, maybe even beyond Pittsburgh? You heard the president. The first reaction the president had was, well, these people were unprotected. If they had had an armed officer, perhaps things would have been different this morning.
I guess we could arm our rabbi also. Yes, I do think things are going to be different in these buildings. Unfortunately, that's what happens after tragedy. I think that we'll probably go through the same mindset we did around 9/11, but I don't think it's realistic to have armed guards at every synagogue all day, every day. The bigger institutions like the Jewish Community Center, Jewish Family and Community Services, the Jewish Association on Aging, and the Jewish Federation already have security intact, already have initiatives that would thwart or prevent problems like this. It's the synagogues that have a unique kind of a challenge to handle this kind of prevention. But yeah, to answer your question, I think that there will be changes. I think there will be changes in Pittsburgh. Our mayor and our county executive are extremely cooperative and supportive. And I think that whatever resources are available for buildings like this will be made available.
And you would want to hope that on your...
I'm Rena Ninan in our broadcast center in New York City here at CBS News. You've been watching our continuing coverage of the shooting at that synagogue in Pittsburgh. You've been listening in to our station in Pittsburgh. I want to also bring in for you, for a long time before he allegedly killed 11 people, we do know on Saturday morning at that Pittsburgh synagogue, 46-year-old Robert Bowers had been active on social media, particularly on a social media app called Gab. And on the platform's official Twitter account, Gab says it is, quote, a mission to defend individual liberty and free expression online. But many have accused Gab of becoming a home for white supremacists, particularly the alt-right. Bowers used the site to post angry anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant comments. Gab has confirmed the account belonged to Bowers. It has since been taken down. The platform says it's provided Bowers data to the FBI. Our Dan Patterson, CNET senior producer and CBSN contributor here, joins me now by phone. So, Dan, give us a sense. You've been talking to me all this week about this. It's been on your radar. For viewers who don't know exactly what this app is, Gab, what can you tell us about it?
Rena, Gab is a crowd-funded social media site that launched in 2016, hosted on Microsoft's Azure cloud platform and Cloudflare that, much like Facebook or Twitter, allows users to post short status updates. The difference is that while flying the flag of free speech, many of the site's users repeat much of the same angry rhetoric often associated with the alt-right. A number of those users are also those who are banned from mainstream social media platforms for hate speech.
So what kind of influence does this app have?
Yeah, so the site has about 500,000 registered users. And when we think about the scale of Facebook or Twitter, that doesn't seem massive, but the influence outscales the volume of users. In a verse, chorus, call and response type of way, we see much of the same divisive language used by the president reflected on the site and vice versa.
So we know Google and Apple have both blocked this app from their platforms. Microsoft has threatened to remove Gab in the past. Why?
Yeah, so in August, Microsoft threatened to drop Gab from its hosting service over 2 anti-Semitic posts from a user who said, and Rena, this is difficult for me to repeat, Jews should be raised as livestock, and that he wanted to destroy the Holocaust memorial. The posts were removed from Gab, and the site did not lose its hosting. So although Gab claims to be all about free speech, it would appear as though they have no problem censoring users when their business interests are threatened.
Jews should be raised as livestock. So that comment was allowed to be on this app and nobody removed it?
Comments like this are incredibly easy to find on Gab. Look, if you go to Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, Google, YouTube, any of these sites, the mainstream leader or the leadership of these mainstream social media sites take these ideas very seriously. And many of these posts are difficult to find on mainstream social media sites. On Gab, it is incredibly easy to simply go to the site, type in a divisive phrase into the search bar, and find a stream of angry rhetoric. In fact, it is very difficult to find anything that is not hateful or find expressions of anger. These outnumber expressions of not anger.
So Gab calls itself alt-tech, social media platform. That's their spin on this. On Twitter, Gab has defended itself repeatedly in the wake of Saturday's shooting. Its founder, Andrew Torba, has said that, and I'm quoting here, he's sick and tired of the double standards for acceptable speech and for protected classes. Is what Gab is allowing on its platform, is this free speech, Dan?
Well, it's kind of wrapping the moniker of free speech around hate speech. And look, expressions of anti-Semitism, racism, sexism, homophobia, these are not, air quote, free speech. In fact, these are expressions of bigotry and very clearly anti-American. These are indisputably the ideas of repression, the opposite of free speech. These ideas repress and are designed to shut down truly American ideas like the freedom to worship and celebrate your religion without the threat or actual violence.
So Gab claims that it disavows political violence and says that words are not bullets. Can the company reconcile that with the speech that's being distributed on this platform?
Well, we've all heard the cliche, you cannot yell fire in a crowded room, and there's a lot of precedent to back that up. Amplifying hateful rhetoric under the banner of free speech does not relieve you of the responsibility or the liability that comes from distributing this type of content at mass scale. Although Gab says they're now working with the FBI, and they posted a Medium post saying we have zero tolerance for this, that came at a very convenient time. Instead of doing that before a mass shooting occurred that was amplified on their platform, they did it afterwards. And unlike the leadership in mainstream social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, before Saturday's horrific events, Gab's founder, Andrew Torba, seemed unwilling or unable to take substantive action to tamp down on hate speech. So all of this comes after the fact, after lives have been lost, and after the platform, after the company has amplified hateful rhetoric.
Dan Patterson, I want to thank you so much. I know you've been tracking this, especially with the mail bombings as well, and the rhetoric on this particular app. I appreciate you joining us to break this all down.
Good to be here.
Well, our CBS Pittsburgh station, KDKA, is still continuing with live coverage. We want to take you back.
Thank you, Lynette. There's word from the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, within about the last 20 minutes. He says the Justice Department intends to file hate crime and other charges against the suspect here. In a statement, Sessions said the killings were reprehensible and utterly repugnant to the values of this nation. The U.S. Attorney in Pittsburgh said federal charges could be filed as soon as today. The president earlier saying that such shooters should receive the death penalty and suffer the ultimate price.
Let's turn things over now to David Highfield, who was at the press conference that was held just a short time ago, where we got an update on the timeline and more on the victims. David, what do you want to share with us now?
Susan and Ken, you know, I've been listening to your coverage, and when Ken mentioned Richard Baumhammers, I have to say that that is where my brain first went this morning, because, of course, his first victim back in 2000, this was 18 years ago, his first victim was his Jewish neighbor, and then he went to fire shots inside a synagogue in Scott Township. Now, this, of course, is on a different scale, but unlike anything that we have seen before. But again, we're talking about 11 fatalities. Fortunately, no children involved in that. An additional 6 injuries at this point. And, you know, over and over, people in the neighborhood there in Squirrel Hill this morning that I talked to, and here at the press conference that they just held just a little shortly after 4 o'clock, they were talking about the bravery of those first responders. And, you know, we saw the video of those first responders getting there, putting on helmets, getting their rifles ready, and moving in. They ran towards the gunfire to save lives. And we also learned at the press conference, we got, Susan, you mentioned the timeline. We have a much better picture of, they said that this suspect, 48-year-old Robert Bowers, went into the synagogue. He shot people there, and then he was exiting when an officer encountered him, and he went back in. And then later on, whenever officers were able to apprehend him on the 3rd floor, that is when the other officers were wounded. And at this point, we would just want to say, I know John Shoma is going to have some more information, some updated information on the injured coming up here shortly, but that one 55-year-old officer is in surgery. We learned that from the head of emergency medicine. He's the chair there of UPMC, Dr. Don Yealy, who was saying that officer is in critical condition. Also, a 70-year-old male who had gunshots to the torso is having a second surgery, also in critical condition. But I thought it was very interesting what the federal authorities, because this is classified as a hate crime, it is now a federal case. The FBI agent, special agent in charge here in Pittsburgh, Bob Jones, he was saying, here's what they're going to look at next as far as the investigation. They will, of course, enter his apartment in Baldwin, and that's what they're preparing to do where Ralph Iannotti is right now. They will look at his home. They will look at his vehicle. They will look at his social media postings, what he did in recent days to try to map together, had he been plotting this for some time? Did he have a specific connection to Tree of Life? What motivated him exactly? Now, we've shared some of the posts that he posted on social media, but they really want to delve deeper into that, and they will, of course, as part of this investigation. They've also said that at this point, they do not believe he had any previous run-ins with the law, but Special Agent Bob Jones said in his 22 years, this is the most horrific thing he has had to deal with. And, you know, Governor Tom Wolf sort of echoed that. He said that we cannot accept this violence as a normal part of American life. And of course, I think that's going to be a discussion that a lot of people will have in synagogues and different houses of worship, talking about security. Those are some measures that have already been taken in past years, and whether those measures are enough. So we will see that in the coming days and weeks and months, I'm sure. And then the U.S. Attorney Scott Brady, he said Very strongly, he said, we are dedicating the entire resources of my office to this case. He said that criminal charges in this could be filed by the end of the day, so we will be monitoring that as well. But right now, we are going to take a closer look at what some of the folks in Squirrel Hill have been saying about the police response to this, about what some of the officials had to say about the police response to this, and we're going to have that for you coming up at 6 o'clock as our live coverage continues. But quite a bit of new information, still a lot of unanswered questions at that press conference, but quite a bit of new information. We know that the suspect's condition, he was taken to Allegheny General Hospital. He is listed in fair condition with multiple gunshot wounds, and we also got an update on the weapons that he allegedly used. We're talking about an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and 3 handguns. And again, they said that they are cautiously about to enter his apartment in Baldwin. They have to have the right kind of experts there. They talked about even the bomb squad being part of that. But that is what is going on right now. And the very latest information from here at the County Emergency Services Center in Point Breeze. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, David, thanks much.
We were talking about police presence and beefing up patrols outside of synagogues, and looking at some of the reports coming in from across the country. Numerous cities across the country are reporting that there are beefed up patrols and visibility of police officers at all houses of worship. Phoenix is mentioning that they are beefing up patrols. New York City, another location where they are increasing security at their houses of worship.
Not in response to any specific threats, but just there's a heightened concern.
In response to what happened today.
All right, let's return to John Shumway now at UPMC Presbyterian Hospital as we continue to learn more about the victims who have been hospitalized. John.
Yeah, a couple of quick updates for you as we begin here, Ken. First, the 55-year-old police officer that David Highfield was talking about just a few moments ago is out of surgery. He is now in the intensive care unit in critical condition, and the doctors seem very optimistic about his situation. If you'll remember back during the briefing at 4 o'clock, the doctor was unaware or unfamiliar with the age of the other police officer. We now know that he is 40 years old, and his wounds were soft tissue injuries, which is a good thing, because that means it didn't hit anything vital. He is also doing very well at this point. The 61-year-old female who was wounded and brought here, she also had extremity injuries, but they were soft tissue injuries. And the doctors tell me that she is improving as we speak. And then there's the gentleman, the 70-year-old man who was shot in the torso multiple times, multiple organs involved. He is clearly the one they're concerned about the most. He is in critical condition in his second surgery, and there may have to be other surgeries after that. Here at Presby, there was one other police officer brought in today, but fortunately his injuries they were able to treat in the emergency room, and he walked out of here. So one treated and released here at Presby. And then over at Mercy Hospital, we have the 27-year-old police officer. I'm told that he was shot in the hand and has been undergoing surgery as they try to make sure that they can restore that hand to full use. One of the questions I did ask, because you're talking about extremity injuries, which means arms and legs, is there anyone who has been shot at risk at this point of losing an arm or a leg or use of those limbs? And at this point, that's always a point of concern. But at this point, the optimism is that no, it looks like that is not the case, that there will be a recovery. How far the recovery is obviously won't be known until sometime down the road. But 55-year-old officer is in the ICU unit as we speak, and the 70-year-old gentleman who was shot in the torso remains in surgery. It is a long, long process ahead for these folks. One thing that we have seen here at Presby throughout the afternoon is kind of a steady stream as things have slowed down around the scene, and obviously officers have been released from there. We've seen a pretty steady contingent, if you will, of police officers in uniform who've arrived here and gone inside. Saw several of the SWAT members who had taken off their main SWAT gear, but they were still wearing things that identified them as SWAT members who came and just walked inside the hospital, obviously going in to check on their colleagues and see how they're doing. And we heard Chief Schubert earlier say that he had been here and was planning to come back as well. I would imagine there's a pretty strong blue force inside this hospital behind me as we speak, as they worry about their fellow officers and the other victims from the Tree of Life. We'll have more for you coming up at 6 o'clock. I'll send it back to you guys right now.
Thank you, John. All right, let's turn things over to Andy Sheehan, who joins us once again from Squirrel Hill. Andy.
Well, Susan, this is now an FBI investigation. It's being investigated as a hate crime and possibly an example of domestic terrorism. Just recently, we saw some crime scene forensic unit people from the FBI with FBI jackets. They are now have walked down to the synagogue, and they will be doing sort of a forensic reconstruction of this crime. If you could pan over here, you know, you'll see that people in this neighborhood have gathered. They are in shock. One of the tragedies of this, tragedy upon tragedy, is luckily, you know, no children were wounded or killed in this attack, but this is now the neighborhood that these kids, you know, are growing up in. This is, you know, the country that we're growing up in, a country where we are seeing, you know, mass shooting upon mass shooting. Here in Pittsburgh, we're no stranger to it. You know, we've experienced mass shootings with people have mentioned the Richard Sodini, Richard Baumhanners, Robert Taylor. These have happened here, but never outside of the Baumhammers attack, we haven't had a concerted hate crime mass shooting perpetrated against an ethnic group, and that's why we do have the FBI here, and they have taken over this investigation. This area is still cordoned off. The intersection in front of the Tree of Life, that would be Wilkins and Shady, that's still impassable. Police are still here, and they will be here through the night, as will these federal investigators. Back to you.
All right, Andy, thanks so much for the update there.
And not far from where Andy is, just a couple blocks away at Forbes and Murray, is where people have begun to set up for, they were calling it a vigil, now they're calling it a gathering. Pam Serrano joins us from that corner. Pam, who's coming together and what's on the agenda tonight? We believe it begins in about 15 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely, Ken. Also, we want to add that there's extra security that is going to be here as well. And we did see some officers just drive by. And in fact, also the streets have been blocked off here now at Forbes and Murray. The vigil is going to be taking place behind me. And as you mentioned, and I mentioned earlier, that they are calling this more of a service and also a community-wide gathering. And since we were last on the air, boy, has the community began to gather. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way so Jerome can take a shot of what you can see behind us. There are people. This is a walking community, as you all know anyway. There are lots of stores and shops here. This is a lovely neighborhood where people know their neighbors. It is a close-knit community, a heartfelt community, an ethnic community that's also a very inclusive community as well.
All right, sorry about that. Try to reestablish our audio connection with Pam and get back to her.
But we do know that that celebration ceremony is going to take place right around 6 o'clock, and people starting to gather in that area. We have Pam. All right, let's go back to Pam.
Okay, yeah, sorry guys, the nature of live TV is certainly here, but as I was mentioning, since we were first on the air with you and they were just starting to do a mic check for this ceremony that's going to take place behind me, the community has really begun to gather here, and Jerome, my photographer, is going to go ahead and some shots, and I will step out of the way. There is also an interfaith, I don't know if you can hear me because they're on the audio right now. So, okay, she is done. So this platform has been erected here as well. So we know that there's going to be members of the community that are going to be making statements here. We are told that this service is largely being run by Taylor Alderdice High School students. Of course, that high school is close by. Earlier on the air, I talked to a member of the group from Taylor Alderdice that was also very near the shooting. When that happened this morning, she was awoken to scream and came to her home that had fled.
I'm sorry about that.
All right, yeah, I'm so sorry. Pam Serrano reporting live from Squirrel Hill, where they are getting ready for that vigil, which is going to take place tonight, coming up in just a little bit, starting around 6 o'clock tonight.
It is remarkable, isn't it, that these are Taylor Alderdice, these are high school students who are planning this, who are putting this together, who are organizing the speakers. They're talking about having an interfaith event, a song or two. Cody Murphy, who we talked to, I thought a remarkable 17-year-old, said that they wanted to share our love and let people know that nobody, no matter what you're feeling as you're watching this, as you're aware of what's happening in your community, tonight is about reminding everyone that no one is alone right now. And even though it's rainy, even though it's not a great night, I think you're going to have a lot of people out there.
Right, and Squirrel Hill is a rather large city neighborhood.
It is.
It's not small by any means, but it is small in feel when you live there. Everybody knows everybody, or you know someone who knows someone. And when this first started, you know, the phone calls and the text messages went out. Everybody checking on everybody. Are you okay? Do you know? Did you know anyone who was there? And folks in Squirrel Hill knowing that something had gone on because of the huge amount of police rushing to the scene. And we heard from Lynette Letterman, who is a former president at Tree of Life, saying that she doesn't want to talk about anything official right now about the folks who lost their lives today, but she said when those names come out, she will know them.
Of course.
She will know who was in that building and who lost their life because of this violence today.
Yeah, I've always had the impression that there are very strong interfaith connections in Pittsburgh. I know Rabbi Birkin, the Rabbi Emeritus of Tree of Life, had strong connections, strong relationships with the Catholic Church. Bishop Zubik, who was out on the scene this morning, talked about his good friend Rabbi Bisno at Rodef Shalom, and I think we're going to see that demonstrated tonight. Because again, as Jewish as an identity as Squirrel Hill has, it is also a melting pot,
yeah.
and people from a wide part of the city considers Squirrel Hill the place they go. That's where they hang out. So I think there is a lot of ownership of that neighborhood, and people are proud of it, and people want to be associated with something that shows another side.
And it is a walking neighborhood, and you always see people out on the streets, and you do not have to walk very far to walk outside of your home and see Tree of Life. It is a synagogue that I personally drive by every single day. It's on my route to get to my kids' school or to get to work or to run errands. It's right across the street from the Children's Institute. There is a huge neighborhood and community that can walk out of their house and see their neighbor, and then walk to get a cup of coffee or walk to their house of worship. And so we're going to see that demonstrated tonight, coming up in just a little bit at 6 o'clock, as folks are going to walk out of their house without fear and walk to gather and to remember those folks who lost their lives today, and call for peace.
All right, I think we can go back to Baldwin now. Another focus of our attention is the home of the suspect, Robert Bowers. Police have been there for several hours in the process of obtaining search warrants and then getting into his home, getting into his vehicle, his computer, to find out whatever they can. Can we go now live to Ralph Iannotti? Ralph, what do you have for us? You're on.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ken. Yeah, thanks very much, Ken. We're in, again, we're in Baldwin-Borough on McEnulty Road here, where this gentleman, this suspect, lived in an apartment house just behind me in the 5300 block. Now, they want to know what this guy's been saying, who he's been talking to. We know, of course, he's been on social media. There were some very anti-Jewish posts he put on social media. We'll have more about that coming up just after 6 o'clock. But the Allegheny County Bomb Squad was here and is still here at this hour because they're checking out the apartment where this suspect lived, obviously for any explosives, and they want to take every precaution possible before they executed that search warrant. And the ATF people, the FBI investigators, and county police and local police move in exactly to figure out what's going on. They want to check for any explosives. Now, there's also some traffic here in this neighborhood now, but this has nothing to do with this investigation. This is right next to the South Baldwin Volunteer Fire Company, and there's a wedding reception going on here, and police allowed the reception to continue. There was a wedding on the south side earlier this afternoon. This reception was scheduled here at the fire hall. They want to continue going on with that and have as little disruption as possible in the neighborhood. But this investigation now is continuing here with the ATF and the FBI. We know, of course, the FBI has basically taken the lead in this investigation. This is considered a hate crime now, and there may be charges filed, we're told, as soon as perhaps later today or tomorrow in this case. The suspect, again, identified as 46-year-old Robert Bowers. He lived in an apartment here at the McEnulty Acres apartment complex. There are 11 units in that complex. We're told by Baldwin Borough Police that many of those units were evacuated this afternoon as a precaution, but several people opted to stay inside, one elderly gentleman and one disabled party who lives in that building. But again, this is a very slow, meticulous process that's going on right now. The area is sealed off. We can't actually see the apartment complex from where we are here in Baldwin Borough, but it's going on just a few hundred yards away from me where I'm standing right now. Again, as you've been saying, for anyone joining us late, the death toll is now 11. 6 people injured, including 4 police officers. But again, police here, investigators here, are at this apartment complex where he lived in Baldwin Borough. And if they haven't gone into the apartment complex, and if they haven't gone into the building, they'll be going in very shortly because of all the search warrants that they had to get signed by a judge before moving in here. Ken,
I know they're keeping you at a distance, and it's difficult to get information, or as much information as we'd like. We saw a robot on the scene. They're part of the bomb detection unit, I assume?
Yes, they're here, and they're moving very slowly, very cautiously, because they don't want to take any chances. They want to check this guy's apartment out, but they don't know what they might find when they get in there. They just don't want to take any chances at this point. We know what happened earlier in the day. It was a very horrific day in Squirrel Hill, and certainly they don't want anybody injured or hurt here.
And we have seen, unfortunately, we've seen instances where there are mass shootings, there are acts of terror, and then police go to the suspect's home. The suspect perhaps thought that they were going out, that they would end up dead, and then they booby-trap their house.
Their
house. Can certainly understand all the precautions that they're taking there in Baldwin.
All right, Ralph, thank you so much for the update. We were also talking about the fact that this has happened in Pittsburgh and talking to members of the Jewish faith saying, yes, we know that this could happen. We have been targets. We are a target. And we know that something like this can occur. But today on a Saturday, getting ready for services starting just before 10 o'clock in the morning, the doors were open to the synagogue, and the shooter was able to just walk into the building armed with a rifle and 3 handguns, killing 11 people inside. We did get confirmation that no children were killed in the shooting, and that 6 people had been injured. 4 of those 6 were police officers. And when first responders got to the scene, the suspect was leaving the building, and then the officers engaged with him, and he retreated back into the building. And that's when SWAT came in, and SWAT entered the building to not only go after the shooter, but to also rescue people who were still inside the building and lead them out. And that's what the police chief was talking about, how heroic these folks were going into the building, and also how proud he was to see them at work and doing what they do best, going in and saving people from that active shooter situation.
And officers injured in 2 incidents there. The first instance that you talked about, where they showed up, the very first responders encountered the gunman leaving. Gunfire was exchanged. Officers were injured. The gunman went back into the synagogue to hide, and then the ultimate confrontation that ended this, when more gunfire was exchanged on the 3rd floor of the building, and the gunman was taken into custody, injured and taken into custody.
We were also talking about mass shootings and thinking, okay, we don't want this to ever happen to us, but Pittsburgh is not immune. Western Pennsylvania is not immune. You know, you and I have both been in the market for a very long time, and just even going back 18 years, I was naming 5 different mass shootings that I have reported on. You know, Ronald Taylor, Richard Baumhammer's, the LA Fitness shooting, the Western Psych, and then today Tree of Life. So this is something that we have been through before, that our communities have been through before.
Shootings, Taylor and Baumhammer's shooting sprees, right? You have gunfire at a number of locations, and as David Highfield mentioned, synagogues were among his Baumhammer's targets in 2000, firing shots at the doors at a synagogue in Carnegie and then in Scott Township. I think the closest parallel to this is when I believe 9 people were shot, 3 killed at LA Fitness, and that was again a case of a stranger coming in and firing at people he didn't, no connection.
Right.
And you know, that's
George Sedini.
George Sedini, the suspect, worked for a law firm. He was a tech guy, and we learned a whole lot about him once police got into his computer and saw his writings, a real problem with women. And
he was somebody who was filled with rage and had posted in somewhat of a secret chat room or diary that he had, this online diary where he talked.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. Right now, we are waiting on President Trump. He's scheduled to speak at a political rally in Murfreesboro, Illinois. When he takes that stage, we're going to bring it to you live. He is expected to address Saturday morning's shooting rampage at a synagogue in Pittsburgh. Here's what we know now. At least 11 people were killed in that attack when a gunman opened fire at the Tree of Life synagogue. Several more were hurt. The gunman reportedly yelled, "All Jews must die," as he opened fire. When police arrived, he shot 2 officers before retreating into the office of a rabbi. 2 more SWAT officers were also shot before he surrendered. The suspect has been identified as 46-year-old Robert Bowers. He had a long history of anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant posts on social media. Officials say the attack will be investigated as a hate crime. Here's FBI Special Agent in Charge, Bob Jones.
This is the most horrific crime scene I've seen in 22 years with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Members of the Tree of Life Synagogue, conducting a peaceful service in their place of worship, were brutally murdered by a gunman targeting them simply because of their faith. The suspect's full motive is unknown, but we believe he was acting alone.
As these events unfolded, loved ones of those inside the temple began to gather. Michael Eisenberg is a former president of the Tree of Life Synagogue.
No, we've never had any threats. I will tell you, I've always had a very watchful eye because of what's going on in the current climate. You know, you see these bombs being mailed across the country. And our security was really just that nobody's ever tried. You know, it was just the fact that nobody ever tried to do anything because, you know, like most religious institutions, we have an open door.
The president has also weighed in. He said the mass shooting has little to do with guns, suggesting we should instead stiffen death penalty laws. He also talked about anti-Semitism at a future farmers event.
Our nation and the world are shocked and stunned by the grief. This was an anti-Semitic act. You wouldn't think this would be possible in this day and age, but we just don't seem to learn from the past.
CBS News radio correspondent Bill Rakoff is on the phone and joins us now. Bill, what can you tell us?
So the press conference was rather thorough in that we found out that the suspect, Robert Bowers, 48 years old, from the South Hills of Pittsburgh, just outside the city limits, is accused of walking into the Tree of Life Synagogue just before 10 this morning. What really stood out to me was the response time, Rena, of the first responders. The fact that Pittsburgh police got the call about a minute after he was supposed to have walked into the synagogue. Once the officers had the call, they were there on the scene within a minute. They engaged him. 2 Pittsburgh police officers were shot. And then later, as the SWAT team was moving in on him, 2 more SWAT officers were also shot, all of them believed to be stable. But from the head of the FBI to the U.S. attorney to the Pittsburgh police chief himself, they're saying, look, if it hadn't been for that quick response, things could have been much, much worse inside the synagogue today.
Do we know if this suspect is talking, Bill?
We do not know. That pointed question was asked of the U.S. attorney, Scott Brady, and he said he would not comment one way or the other. He would say that Bowers had been shot. They believed he was shot by a police officer, but didn't have 100% confirmation. He was taken to a local trauma center where he was described in fair condition. So one surmises that he would be able to talk to investigators. But again, the U.S. attorney would not tell us one way or the other if he is. I don't think they want to let anything out of the bag this early on in the investigation.
I understand that, Bill. And what about the weapons that were used? What do we know?
So I asked that question, and we were told that he took an assault weapon, an assault rifle, along with 3 handguns. But when I pressed to say, did he use all 4 of the handguns, they weren't willing to tell us, whether or not, all 4 of them were used, just one of them. So we don't even know at this point, if he used the assault rifle or not, although there are a number of reports that describe him using it inside the synagogue. So he was very well armed. Which suggests that perhaps he probably had planned this out for quite some time. As we've been noting all afternoon, Rena, he had quite the social media presence there, but officials would not comment on that yet, saying it's just too early in the investigation. But he did say they would work day and night, and the U.S. attorney promised that justice for Bowers would be, in his words, swift and severe.
Swift and severe. We know this area, Squirrel Hill, is a huge sanctuary for the Jewish community in the Pittsburgh area. What's the mood on the ground there, Bill? And are they concerned? Should other synagogues be worried?
We did ask that question. Authorities were quick to say they didn't think that there was any, direct threat from what happened today anywhere else, but Pittsburgh officers, as well as officers around the country, out of what they call the abundance of caution, are increasing police presence around houses of worship, and not just Jewish houses of worship, but others as well. Here in Pittsburgh, people were told to go out and go do their thing. In fact, I'm sitting here in the neighborhood just a couple of blocks away, and people are walking the streets, even in the rain, walking their dogs. But it is a somber mood here in this very, very tight-knit community.
Yeah, we just incredible, the community, and we are hearing that there will be a 6:30 vigil there tonight. Bill Rakoff, I want to thank you very much for joining us, Bill.
Thanks, Rena.
You bet. Well, the shooting that left at least 11 people dead at a Pittsburgh synagogue is now being investigated as a hate crime. A law enforcement source said that the gunman reportedly shouted anti-Semitic slurs as he was shooting. If you look at his online activity, he posted anti-Semitic threats and conspiracy theories just in the weeks before Saturday's shooting. One of his target was HIAS. It's a nonprofit organization that provides humanitarian aid and assistance to refugees. Mark Hetfield, the group CEO, joins me now by phone. Mark, tell us a little bit about your organization and what you believe his rhetoric towards this organization was.
Sure. Thanks, Rena. So HIAS is the oldest refugee organization in the world. We were started at the end of the 19th century to welcome Jewish refugees to the United States. And we've since transformed into being an organization that helps all refugees of all faiths and ethnicities on behalf of the American Jewish community. We say that we used to welcome refugees because they were Jewish, and today we welcome refugees because we are Jewish. And so we do this in partnership with the U.S. government and with local community agencies around the country, including Jewish Family and Community Services in Pittsburgh, which is one of our partners. We also help refugees overseas and try to keep them safe where they are.
Mark, when you heard that your organization was mentioned by this suspect, what went through your mind?
I mean, I'm still in a state of shock, and I'm having a really difficult time coming to terms with it, and I can't stop thinking about what these people in the synagogue in the Tree of Life must have experienced when he invaded them, and his hatred toward Hias and toward Jews and toward refugees. I mean, what we see is that hateful people don't tend to hate just one group. They tend to hate many. And this one decided he hated Jews, he hated refugees, and God knows who else he hated. And there's just too much space now in our society for hate speech and for haters.
Yeah, Mark, I want to ask you, has your organization, has Hias, received any other threats? Was this a surprise when you heard about this?
Well, we've certainly had our detractors for quite some time who don't believe in our mission of welcoming refugees to this country, but obviously nothing at this scale before.
We heard from the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, today saying that this is likely the deadliest attack on Jews in this country, in U.S. history. It comes at a time when hate crimes are on the rise nationally for the last few years. Have you been gaining that sense that hate crimes, do you see an uptick in that? Do you feel it within your organization?
Well, I mean, you know, the sad thing is our mission is to protect refugees, and refugees, by definition, are people who flee hate. I mean, that's why they come here, is to find safety and sanctuary from hate. And certainly, we're seeing an uptick in this worldwide. There are more refugees and displaced persons in the world now than ever before because of this surge in hate. And in this country, we're seeing a surge in hate speech and a tolerance of hateful speech. And that's what bothers me the most, is that this person was on social media attacking Jews, attacking refugees, attacking Hias, and he got away with it, and it led to this.
I want to send our apologies to you and your organization. What an incredible day it has been for this country, where people just gathered. 11 people killed simply trying to express and practice their faith in this country. Mark, before I let you go, I want to ask, what is your advice to people, whether they attend a temple, a mosque, or a church? How do you protect yourself?
Well, I mean, we all have a role to play. We all have to, when we see someone spouting off something that's hateful, we have to call it out. We have to stand up to it. We have to report it. We can't look the other way and say, oh, that's just our crazy uncle. I mean, we have to address it in our families and in our communities. And when we see it, we have to act on it. It's just spun out of control, and we all have a role to play in this. We have to also go out of our way, you know, to welcome the other, and not to act afraid, and certainly not to act hateful.
Mark Hetfield, I want to thank you very much with Hias. Thank you very much for joining us, Mark.
Thank you, Rena.
You bet. Our CBS Pittsburgh station, KDKA, is monitoring the situation. We return you back to their live coverage.
Just before the tragedy at the Tree of Life Synagogue in the city of Pittsburgh, where 11 people were viciously gunned down, ended up dead, and 6 other people, including 4 police officers, were seriously wounded. Again, I'm in Baldwin Borough, the McAnulty Apartments, an 11-unit apartment building just behind me here, and this is the 5300 block. Police have told us just a few minutes ago that the federal authorities, the FBI, the ATF, they haven't moved into the apartment yet. They had to get a search warrant. That takes time. They did get that search warrant. They should be going in very shortly, but not yet at this time, as they try to figure out who this guy is, what made him tick, what made him commit this dastardly crime that happened earlier today in the city. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ralph, thanks so much. And we do have some breaking news. President Donald Trump has announced that he will travel to Pittsburgh. He was telling that to reporters, but offered no other details on that. And just a couple of hours ago, there was another media briefing on what unfolded today at Tree of Life. David Highfield was there at that briefing, and he joins us from the County Emergency Operations Center in Point Breeze with more. David.
Susan, because this is being classified as a hate crime, the federal authorities have taken over. The FBI and the U.S. Attorney in the Western District both spoke here. But something that was common among everyone that spoke at this press conference was talking about the bravery and the courage of the Pittsburgh police officers who first responded to this scene. In fact, we want to show you some video from earlier today. You know, initially the officers, the call went out, officers from all across the area, please rush to Squirrel Hill, please rush to the Tree of Life Synagogue. And you can see some of them suiting up in this video, getting their helmets on, getting their rifles ready. Initially, they were told to shelter behind their vehicles. We now know the timeline of how this sort of unfolded. Andy Sheehan was referencing that the gunman went into the synagogue, shot people in the synagogue, was leaving, and that's when the first officer responding to the scene encountered that gunman, and he was wounded. And then later on, more officers were shot, 4 in total, whenever they were able to pin him on the 3rd floor and surround him, and eventually got him into custody. Now, over and over, people here talked about the bravery it takes to run toward someone firing shots, and how there is no question, as bad as this is, it could have been worse if not for those brave officers. Here is the police chief talking about exactly that.
I can tell you, by the time I got there, they were already starting to extract people from in, and watching those officers run in to the danger to remove people and get them to safety was unbelievable. And for the SWAT officers, our SWAT officers and SWAT teams from around the region who were there, who went into that active shooting and were able to apprehend that actor, I can't speak more for the courage that they have.
And, you know, of course, it was the public officials here speaking at this press conference late today, updating us with the most recent information that they could share with us. But I'll tell you, when I was speaking with folks in the neighborhood, in Squirrel Hill earlier today, some of them told me the exact same thing, how grateful they are to these police officers for responding so quickly, so bravely, and getting this man, this suspect, into custody. That is the very latest. We'll have more for you coming up at 6:30. For now, reporting live from Point Breeze, David Highfield, KDKA TV News.
David, thanks. So former rabbi at Tree of Life now serves as chaplain for the Pittsburgh Police Department. It was officers he prays with who stormed that synagogue and saved lives.
Zone 4, which is right here, is where I serve, and also we serve in general to help the police do their job. And today they went beyond the call of duty. I understand that 3 of them are pretty badly wounded. The community is with them, and we are grateful to them for the fact that they put their lives on the line every single day.
Rabbi Birkin told KDK that Robert Bowers, the shooting suspect, was captured inside his office at the synagogue.
It's a beautiful study, and on the 3rd floor, sort of quiet and peaceful. I overlook Wilkins Avenue, so I see where the action is. I'm a former Navy chaplain, so I have a little experience in terms of military, but this event is just beyond comprehension.
And a phone number has been established for any questions from family members of the victims. That number is at the bottom of your screen. It's on your screen right now, actually, 412-432-4400. A Victims Assistance Center has also been set up on the campus of Chatham University. Grief counselors and representatives from the Red Cross will be on hand there.
We continue our team coverage now with Pam Serrano. She's live where a vigil will be getting underway at the corner of Forbes and Murray in Squirrel Hill.
Pam, what can you tell us? It does look like the crowd has grown greatly since the last time we checked in with you.
Yeah, absolutely, Susan and Ken. This is about the 3rd time I've checked in with you. There was just about a dozen people here. It is absolutely overwhelming and heartwarming. There are no less than 1,000 people that have now gathered here at the corner of Murray and Forbes Avenue. We're at the base of the Carnegie Library, also across from First Presbyterian Church, where as we speak, there is an interfaith service going on as well. And here, where this community-wide provide service in love and healing is expected to take place in about 15 minutes for right now. Absolutely hundreds of people on hand here. Also, I noticed at the corner, Focus, a nonprofit organization that helps people dealing with trauma, is here as well, because this has been not only a trauma for those directly affected, but a trauma, in fact, by the entire community. And right now we are joined by Emily Pressman. She is one of the organizers of this community service that is taking place tonight. Emily, thanks for being with us.
Of course.
Tell me a little bit, please, and our viewers as well, about what we can expect here. And did you expect this crowd to be this large?
To be honest, looking around, I'm extremely surprised by how many people are here, but at the same time, I'm not, because the community of Squirrel Hill is so close-knit that I think that everyone would want to be together right now.
I mean, just looking around, I see people of all ages, all races, all denominations. I see tiny children here with their parents, and just many people expressing that need to come together. What are you hearing as well?
I mean, just a few hours ago, me and a couple of my friends, we thought that we couldn't sit still. We couldn't just like let nothing happen. We felt antsy, and we felt like something had to happen. If we felt like this, then how did the community feel? So seeing everyone here is just really heartwarming, and makes me personally just like feel like a lot for the community of Squirrel Hill.
And you are a Taylor Alderday student as well?
I am.
And tell me a little bit about what you are expecting to happen here during this service.
So I'm actually really excited for this service, because this is kind of just for the community to get together and be together. It's for everyone, but it's really just, I guess, warm our souls. So we want to start with, a few of us have speeches to give, and we just want to open with the crowd and like tell them how we're feeling as students. I didn't ever think that this many people would actually listen to students, so it's kind of crazy. But then we're going to a Havdalah service, which is a Jewish tradition, and we're going to give a few prayers and then hopefully sing a few songs and just all be together and comfort each other.
And that Havdalah service involves a braided candle, I understand. I'm not sure about the significance of that, but maybe someone can explain that to us.
So I'm not sure if this is exactly correct, but it has to do with like the challah also, which is braided, and it's the end of Shabbat. So it's showing the end of Shabbat, which is going on right now, and that's why we wanted our service to start at around 6:30, because sundown is at 6:24, which is when everyone can be here. We didn't want it to be just limited to a specific group of people. We wanted everyone to be able to come.
And important to note that there's added security here, so that everyone felt as though they were terrified earlier today, and justly so. But this was a time where they could walk here safely and just be at peace.
I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of us organizing this, we were a bit worried. So seeing all the police is very nice. I actually went up to a policeman myself, and I asked him if there was going to be extra security, and he said that there was. So that kind of made me feel better. But we can't be afraid. We need to make a change, and I guess that starts right here.
You are a remarkable young woman, and so are so many of the other students that are with you, and we're all very proud of you.
Thank you very much. But I think anyone would do this in our situation. I'm glad everyone could come. We just wanted everyone to be together right now.
I know everyone was touched by this in some way today, obviously more so than others.
Well, I want to thank everybody, because this was a rough day for all of us.